Oh boy, Kay's making her way down the other end of the beach. We've got all sorts of cool stuff being given away here at Roar of the Rockies. Look at this swag right here down in front. Hey, don't forget with your Roar of the Rockies swag, make sure you make your way down to the pits, see if you can't find your favorite driver during our award ceremony. Let's talk about our schedule today. We've got our final qualifying heat in Formula Lights, then our final qualifying heat in Tri-Hall, then our final qualifying heat in Formula One. Then we bring it all back for our main events in every single class. Immediately following the conclusion of the Formula One final, back by the VIP area on your way out, hey, why don't you hang out with it for a while? Maybe get a cold cocktail. We're going to be giving our awards presentation, giving away the fantastic trophies brought to you by Water Valley and the Lynn family here at Roar of the Rockies 2024. But we're just a couple of minutes away from getting ready to roll here at Sunday's Racing at the 2024 Roar of the Rockies. All right, Kay, I know you're having a lot of fun out there hanging with all our fantastic fans, Kay, but I'm going to need you to come back down here to Race HQ as we are getting ready to get with our opening ceremonies here at Sunday's racing action at the 2024 final stop of the year in the Rocky Mountain State here in beautiful Windsor, Colorado, in the Water Valley communities, Pelican Lakes Golf and Resort and Golf Club right here on beautiful Pelican Lake, the man-made lake designed with racing in mind. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to kick things off today with an invocation from the great folks at Legacy, Powerboat Ministries, and Ron Pegram, who made his way here from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. So please, if I could have a moment of silence as Ron Pegram delivers our invocation here on the final racing day of 2024.
Beautiful day, and that, Father, that you've hosted in this place that is so beautiful to be in. Father, we thank you for the way that you provided safety yesterday for the drivers. We ask, Father, that you would superintend upon everything today, that we may have that again today. Father, we're going to hear a lot of sound. We're going to hear a lot of power. And, Father, as we witness that today, we ask that we will not only enjoy what we're seeing, but we will understand that all power, all things come from you, and that because of you and your creation, we have this joy of being able to honor you and enjoy our lives. We thank you, Father, in Christ's name. Amen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I could please now have you rise and remove your caps as fifth-generation native of Fort Collins, Colorado, and the preferred singer of the Colorado Eagles, Miss Brandy Aspinall, with the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave?
Ladies and gentlemen, I hear you one more time. Fort Collins, Colorado native, Brandy Aspinall. Hey, race fans, are you ready? We got the final day of Powerboat racing here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Let's crown a champion in 2024.
Sleek, glamorous, lightweight, and extremely maneuverable. With a power-to-weight ratio second to none in all of motorsports. With acceleration from 0 to 100 miles an hour in under 5 seconds. And top speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour. In 2024, the news on the street is the Mercury Apex 250 4.6-liter V8 4-stroke versus the industry standard 2.5-liter V6 2-stroke. Who's going to come out on top in 2024? Looks he blows by the doors off. Down into turn number 1. Ooh, the 17 of Mars sweeps it right off the tail. Did that go? Look out, we got to blow over. Oh, they somehow saved it. No two laps are the same. Ever-changing wind and water conditions make the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series one of the most challenging racing circuits running today. From the Formula Light to the fan-favorite Tri-Hulls and the elite Formula Ones. This is the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
When the sun sets on the 2024 season, it'll be all smiles in the pits. But until then, when it comes to the checkered flags up for grabs at the final round of the 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championship season, no love will be lost. Whether it's teammates, siblings, or even grandchildren looking to put the smackdown on their elders, it's all on the line as the series wraps up in the Rocky Mountain State. All the teams have descended to Windsor, Colorado, in the Water Valley community's Pelican Lakes Resort and Golf Club. This final stop on the 2024 tour has a unique setup, as this man-made lake was designed with Formula One Powerboat racing in mind, creating some of the most spectacular views of any stop on the 2024 race calendar. The Mercury Apex is looking for its first mile-high test, as the 03 of Dustin Terry and his 4-stroke V8 250-horse Mercury APX comes into the final round with a narrow lead over the 17 of Dylan Anderson, who's looking for his first championship after multiple runner-up finishes over the past few seasons. Don't count out fellow Outlaw F1 teammate, the 08 of Jeremiah Mayo, who comes into the weekend just 39 points back of series leader Terry in third, and the 52 of Chris Drinker just 12 points behind that. With all the storylines we've seen this year, we punctuate the 2024 season with a checkered flag and a crowning of a new champion. This is the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
And welcome, race fans. Again, Thomas Yarbrough. They call me the Noise of the North here, along with my partner, as I have been all season long, K-Dub Myers out of Seattle, Washington. We're down here in beautiful Windsor, Colorado for the final round. The final day, Kay, of the final round, and we had a fantastic day yesterday here within the beautiful Water Valley communities, the Lynn family. And you're from Seattle. I'm from Minnesota. Communities like this don't exist where I live. Do they exist where you live?
In Seattle they do, yes. But, I mean, I've been walking through this crowd, and so many people are like, I remember coming here when, and where's the best place to sit? I mean, you and I both talked about how for you and I to walk through the crowd takes forever. This crowd is the most pumped up I've seen in so long.
Absolutely. They've been a fantastic crowd. We're super excited to be coming on here, back here for years to come here in in Windsor, Colorado, part of the Fort Collins Metro, right? We're definitely not in Fort Collins, though. We see the birds out there picking up, having a little snack before things get crazy, because I think the birds learned yesterday. Obviously, we saw the Pelicans. Hey, everybody out there, how you doing? Yeah, we're going to have a great day here, but we saw the Pelicans yesterday flying off the lake. The birds were taking off every time. The boats would start running. They would land, and then they'd have to leave again. But what a great day it was yesterday. Let's first talk about our schedule today, right? So we're going to be running them through twice today. We did them three times yesterday. We're going to do that again. Final qualifying heats is how we're going to start the day. First off with Formula Lights.
Yes, and I mean, that is a tight race. And let's go ahead and get into the heart of it. You know, Mark Schmierbach in the 35 has led the points series for so long. This year, sitting back in third. But we've got Clover versus Clover. We've got team competition going on right there. And let's talk about Miss Shelby. You know, this could be the year of all years for Shelby Love.
Absolutely. Shelby Love is looking to be the first female to ever win a series championship in the United States in the OPC category of the American Powerboat Association. Now, I'm not saying, because I'm probably going to get a lot of online hate and vitriol because I probably screwed something up. Well, hey, fair enough. But what I can tell you is that from my recollection, and I've been around tunnel boat racing, specifically Formula 1, Formula 2, Formula 3, Formula 4, the OPC categories. And I don't know UK, but I don't ever remember a woman winning a series, right? Like the IOGP, like Prop, like the Formula 1 Powerboat Championship Series. It's never been done, and I would love nothing more than to see that woman walk away with the ultimate piece of hardware here in Formula Lights. But to do that, she's probably going to need to win today. And I think everything winning today is going to go through that man on the screen right there, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach.
Yeah, and I talked to Mark Schmierbach a couple times over the weekend and over past races that I've talked to him, and he's just like, these kids just keep on inching closer and closer and closer to me. And I'm like, well, Mark, what do you got? You got anything left in the the prop or anything that you can bring out of the bag to be able to try and beat these other drivers? And Mark's like, I'm running out of options. These kids are catching up so fast.
Yeah, I mean, he's 66 years young. He's been doing this for 46 years. He better be the man on the block to beat. But obviously, I think after 46 years, it may not be that, maybe they're not growing in leaps and bounds as much as he might be coming back to the field a little bit. I think this is the first year in a long time we've seen Mark Schmierbach struggle to get around people. And that's not something normally everybody, for the last 5 years, if you went to a Formula Lights race, there's one driver that you wanted to beat because you knew if you beat him, you're going to have a pretty darn good weekend. Right. And this year, that's basically been the norm, right? He hasn't won yet this season. That's crazy for the 35 of March. I can't believe I'm uttering those words, but I'm really, I got to say, I'm pulling for Shelby Love. I think there's a lot of people here pulling for the 24 Clover Construction Machine, except for her teammate.
Yes.
And that's because the 12 of Traden Schleicher came in with the points lead here coming into the weekend. And you're talking about a points lead of, we look at our Formula Lights class, we that points lead coming into the weekend was 47 points. Now, that lead coming into today is probably like in the 20s, right? I've got it here. But take a look at these top 12 points here as they come in. Traden Schleicher coming in with 677. Shelby Love right there behind him with 630. Now, Mark Schmierbach with 523. He could possibly sneak into a second position, right? But, boy, these two teammates, the 12 of Schleicher and the 24 of Love, really been trading paint and points all season long.
Yeah, we walked over to their pits the other day, you and I did, and we were like, where did this happen? Where did this happen? This repair, this repair. Well, if you want to get to the top, you can't just sit back and take a Cadillac ride. You've got to stick your nose in there, into that first turn. When these drivers take off from over there at the starting pontoon, they're going to go full force into this turn.
Yep.
And, speeds of over 65 to 70 miles an hour. I mean, they could probably, with this amount of a course, they might be able to top 72 to 73 miles an hour.
If we were at sea level, it'd probably be in the low 80s or right around 80. But here up in the mountains, these, I misspoke a little bit yesterday, right? Are they the base off of your traditional, your 45 cubic inch two-stroke OMC fishing motor that you've seen? Yes. Are they a fishing motor? Not even close, right? We've got high-performance midsections, lower units, and they've obviously taken and tuning this because I can guarantee you there isn't a person on this planet that's ever going to get speeds like this. When you attach that, slightly modified motor to the back of these high-performance Formula Lights, it's amazing. Out of a two-cylinder motor, you can get speeds in excess of 80 miles an hour.
Well, and you throw it on top of a racing boat where these guys are not just going out fishing for, some of the fish out here. They're actually fishing for the checkered flag. They're going to do everything they can inside of these motors to modify them, get that extra mile per hour. Shelby Love, another one that's been having a little bit of issues throughout the year. She said that she had some electrical issues, battery issues a couple times, but she's got a wealth of knowledge inside of that pits. I mean, you've got Billy Rucker in there that's up, he's raced him for years. And then you've got her uncle, Sean, her dad, Spencer, all of these guys in there working to get her up to that top level and make her that first woman.
Right, and we talk, and we've had an opportunity to chat with the 12 of Schleicher and the 24 of Love. We'll run that interview a little bit later today. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the final qualifying heat. We're ready to go. 1 minute, drivers. 1 minute on the pole in this reverse order of points accumulated. The 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. Did he figure out the troubles that plagued him yesterday? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Then it's the 2 of Travis Thompson. Now, Travis has really been struggling. He said yesterday the military veterans hopefully got it figured out today. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. And then it's the number 66 of Randy Partch. He won in Alton, Illinois, but he came out of nowhere to do so. Can he do that again today? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. And then we've got the battle between the three amigos, the 12 of Schleicher, the 24 of Love, and the 35 of Schmierbach. Let's set our starting grid here in Formula Lights for the main event later today. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters' orders.
That was a long hold on that flag, and it might have worked out because look at Thompson is just flying with that number 2, but there he is, the number 35 of Mark Schmierbach, going to lead him down the backstretch.
And you notice everybody else porpoises, they go down, but the 35 of Schmierbach not hitting that until much later in the straightaway. They go down into turn number 4. They're going to come around through 3 and 4, and that'll start lap 1 of this 6-minute plus 1 lap final qualifying heat. There's the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, the 2 of Thompson. Here comes the 24 of Love. I got to say, though, that gap is a lot shorter today than it was yesterday, Kay.
Yes, yesterday he took off, and he was at least 3 rooster tails ahead within 100 feet. But check out the race for 2nd and 3rd. Travis Thompson in the number 2 on the inside. Shelby Love, she's got just enough room to slam the door, and she does. She's got her eyes peeled on Mark Schmierbach in the 35. She wants that checkered flag.
Look at, she's going pin to pin. You know, it's amazing to me how much control she's got now versus when she started driving that boat at the beginning of the year. Boy, she was spinning out all over the place.
Exactly, and I asked her, I said, hey, how's the new boat going? She goes, every race I get more and more comfortable in this boat, and you can tell it's paying off with how well she's doing in the point standings, how well she's doing out here on the course. She's definitely giving Mark Schmierbach a run for his money.
Absolutely, and I would love nothing more than to see the 24 of Shelby Love get the obligatory first dunking here at the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series final race of the season.
Yes, and what you're talking about is when you get your first, it is tradition when it comes to boat racing that your competitors go to pick you up and toss you in the lake. I've had that happen to me once. That was fun. Good night. Oh, look, here comes Trayton Schleicher. He's coming out of clear blue. He's going to sneak in there with that number 12 Clover Construction. Going to go right by Travis Thompson in the number 2. We have a dually for a fight for 3rd.
Yeah, the 12 of Trayton Schleicher, we asked him if there was team orders, considering the team owner is the father of the 24 Shelby Love. I'll tell you this. They had the 12 machine down at the ramp 3 separate times before 9:30 this morning.
Exactly.
If that tells you that there's no team rules here, I don't know what else will.
Well, Shelby just had to sit up there and say, you know, we think you're good, but we want to make sure both Clovers make it on the podium. And with all that work, it's been wonderful to see these 2 teammates work together. You go down in the pits, you'll see Shelby working on Trayton's, you'll see Sean working on Shelby's, and it's fun to see the camaraderie inside of those pits.
Absolutely. The 35 of Mark Schmierbach continues to lead. Now he's looking to eye up the 66 of Randy Partch as he comes inside of lane 1 out of turn number 4. Who's 24 of Shelby Love right behind him, but she had to go into the wash as she's really taking that short line around the course, and she's going to have to figure out a different game plan because I don't know if that's going to allow her to overtake the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. We talk about this, Kay, in boat racing. It's so much different than car racing. They draft. They get right next to each other. You do that in a boat, you're screwed. It's game over. You cannot be in the wash. And the 35 of Schmierbach, the KG veteran that he is seeing the 24 of Love go pin to pin. So now he's moved from lane 2 down into lane 1, really scrubbing up her speed. Now she's got to find out a counter game plan in this game of cat and mouse between these 2 drivers.
And she's doing a wonderful job with that, and you see how the water is getting rougher and rougher as this race goes on. So when they're out there as drivers, they have to also pay attention to how much rougher the water gets. You were talking about NASCAR, about how, you know, the pavement changes a little bit with the heat and with the darkness. You know, we talked about that.
Yeah, track temp, sure.
But every single lap these drivers are out here in this Formula Light class, the water conditions change dramatically. Also, coming up to back traffic, that makes a key factor. Randy Partch moved to the outside, and it looks like...
Here's a perfect example of that, Kay. Look, the 35 of Schmierbach gets by the 78 of Gildermaster in the straightaway, but now the 24 of Love has to hope that he leaves her lane. He does,
barely.
But that's where it can get real sticky when you're passing back markers, especially when we see more of that going on in the longer races later today in those main events.
Exactly, and it is not a rule. You do not have to move out to let your other competitors come around you, the lead drivers. So we've seen it, Thomas, you and I have seen it many a times where drivers like, I don't want to be lapped. I'm going to stick in your way. The gap between our leader coming across the start-finish line, Mark Schmierbach, is now close to just 1 rooster tail. Second place right now, Shelby Love, Clover Construction out of Santa Rosa, California.
And she's working hard. I've seen her alter her lines a little bit. She's starting to enter the turns a little bit differently than she was before. Marcus looks like clearly that gap was closing even though he was going to the inside. So now he's moved back out to lane 2. What that tells me is the setup she has, Mark can't really counter because look at her come down tight to the inside. Take it away, Kay.
She jumped on his inside on that turn 2, closed that gap. She almost ran up on the back of that Evinrude of his to say, hey, I'm here and I'm taking your checkered flag away. She is working hard. Now she's jumping to the outside. She has radio personnel here on the beach guiding her around this course saying, hey, he's moving to the inside and telling him what she's doing.
Well, what do you do? If you can't counter your teammate's race line, you just take theirs.
Exactly. She's going to move to the outside, but we're going to come across the start-finish line. The leader, Mark Schmierbach in the 35, followed by Shelby Love in the Clover Construction number 24. Third place, coming across the start-finish line right now, the other half of Clover Construction in the number 12, Trayden Schleicher.
Yeah, as now the 66 of Randy Partch is able to, he moves out of the way, and the 24 of Shelby Love continue to push hard. We got 1 minute plus 1 lap remaining. It's about 3 laps or so here in this final Formula Light qualifying heat. Can the 24 of Shelby Love figure out the 35 of Schmierbach? And look, now she moves to the outside, and she's trying, but that's not where her setup, right? You could tell. Every driver will tell you their setup in the first lap of the race, or at least the first couple, because that's what they've been focusing on. All right, I'm going pin to pin. I'm going tight in, tight out. I'm going to go short way around the course. That was their game plan. That's going to be hard for her because she doesn't have, 46 years in a race boat, right? As here we go, the white flag comes out, go fast, turn left just 4 more times for our leader, Mark Schmierbach. But now she's moved back to the inside. But again, Mark just had to take her line for a few laps. Now he knows with 1 lap left, she doesn't have enough time to catch me. What a cagey move by the veteran Mark Schmierbach.
She's got the punch out of the corner. We still have a half a lap to go. I know our race fans are getting excited. Are you getting excited? Who's going to take this lead? You got to stand up and cheer him as Mark Schmierbach comes out of turn number 2 for the last time to see the checkered flag. Your winner, Mark Schmierbach, by a half a rooster tail over Clover Construction, Shelby Love.
And as we round out the rest of the field here in this Formula Lights, in third place, the number 12 of Trayden Schleicher. Fourth, and number 2 of Travis Thompson. In fifth position, the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster. And rounding out the field with a rough day today, the 66 of Randy Barr. Oh no, the 12 of Gildermaster gets and the 12 of Schleicher and the 78 of Gildermaster get together in the final corner on the final lap. What happened down there, Kay?
If Gildermaster tried to hold him tight, Trayden got a little bit squirrely. They landed on each other. That almost cost Trayden that third place because Travis was right there. That was a pretty close race and an interesting ending to that heat. So that's our Formula Lights. Well, race fans, that's just a taste of what you'll be seeing for the rest of the day. We got more racing coming up soon. Make sure you log on to your Facebook and post that you are here for Roar of the Rockies here in Windsor, Colorado.
Yeah, now you see the 12 of Schleicher heading to the trailer. The real question is, does he have a hole in the boat? Boy, that's going to be problematic for the driver. Oh, boy, it sounds like we've got both boats are sinking. Boy, that might be the death knell for the number 12 of Trayden Schleicher. Came in as your points leader. Put a hole in the boat in the final lap. In the final corner of the final lap, getting together with the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster, the San Antonio, Texas native. And, boy, that's got to be frustrating for the young driver out of Wisconsin. Part of that Clover Construction race team. There's our winner, the 35 of Schmierbach, is going to come back out, take a victory lap here. That's his, third victory in 3 heats. So I wonder where you're going to see the 35 of Schmierbach. I'd say on the pole is a pretty good place to find the driver out of Greenfield, Wisconsin. This is where he's used to being. This is his comfort zone. And another fantastic run by the driver running for Pizza Inn. Doing what he does best and running out in front here in the Formula Lights class. Up next here, we're going to run you through the schedule for the remaining events here today on Sunday's racing action at the Roar of the Rockies here in beautiful Windsor, Colorado. But first, we got the Formula Lights final qualifying heat. That man on the screen right there who's taking his victory lap will be your pole sitter in the Formula Lights main event later on today. The real question is will we see this 12 of Schleicher and the 78 of Gildermaster who got together in the last corner? That could very much change the dynamic of our final event here in Formula Lights. Up next, we've got the Texas Dry Hulls on the water bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. And the 17 of Neil Marsh trying to hang on to his 3rd straight season points championship and hoping to get to make it a clean sweep on the season as he comes by the island here. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you put your hands together. Your winner here in the final Formula Lights heat, securing his pole position in the main event later on this afternoon. Number 35, Mr. Mark Schmierbach. I'm so happy that I'm from the upper Midwest. I can't imagine somebody from like California having to pronounce Schleicher and Schmierbach. All these fantastic Midwestern names that are so fun to say. But no, Mark, great guy. An engineer by trade, meticulous in his preparation. So it's why it's been so surprising he's been struggling so much this year. But what a fantastic driver he's been. And you know what? The Formula Lights class has done some fantastic things. And not just on the water. Earlier this week, one of our Formula Lights drivers, you just saw him out there on the water. His name's Randy Partch. He originally is born and raised Colorado. He got a wild hair during the pandemic. Now he calls Port Charlotte home. But he wanted to come back and give back to the communities that he loves so much in this great state of Colorado, joining our Formula One driver, Jared Jensen, and a couple other guys that went down to a middle school here in Windsor. Let's take a look what that experience is like with the 66 of Randy Partch.
Liquid Revolutions out of Florida. You came here a couple days early and you got to go to a middle school and show off your boat to some kids.
Yeah, we did, and it was a great time. You know, love getting to interact with the kids and show them boat racing. You know, they were super excited, lots of good questions. It was a great day. It was a lot of fun.
Well, I'm sure you went there because you're from Colorado originally.
Yes, I am. Born and raised here in Colorado, you know, and then decided to get in boat racing, and hard to do it here in Colorado, so moved to Florida and been doing it ever since.
Well, I follow you. You travel all over the place. The beginning of the season started off a little bit rocky at Shreveport. You got in a little bit of an accident, basically almost demolished this whole boat. Worked fearlessly trying to get the boat ready before Alton, and then you got a phone call from Brandon on the Schmierbach team. Your teammates now, but you guys were competitors before.
You know, that's one of the best things about this class is that everybody wants to beat people on the water, not on the trailer. And so when I got that call from him, you know, one, I was shocked. I'm like, you're a competitor of mine? And he's like, dude, I want to help you. He's like, get your butt down there. There's a boat ready. Just rig it and get it on the water.
Just shows you how much of a family camaraderie we have around with boat racing, that if one driver's down, another driver is saying, hey, I've got a spare boat. Why don't you go take it for a ride? You picked it up at Alton. You had to do some minor adjustments to it, but you did wonderful at Alton.
Man, you know, we fought all weekend trying to set it up, and we started at the back because I didn't know the boat. I didn't know what it was going to do or not do. So I purposely started at the end on every single one, and that boat was real well, and we got it set up for the final, and we did well with it.
Well, you've done well so far this season. You've got another great race this weekend. It's the final race. Do you have anything you want to share with us that you're going to have to be able to get yourself on the podium?
You know, we're struggling with it. I mean, even being from here, you know, altitude was going to play a huge role. I was just shocked of how much of a role it plays in these boats. So we'll see what we can do this weekend. Well,
Randy Partch of Liquid Revolutions, you know, you do so much for the sport. We do thank you.
Thank you, guys.
And that was earlier this week, but right now, Kay is down on the start-finish line with a man who's secured pole position with winning Heat 3, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Take it away, Kay.
Mark Schmierbach, that was a great win. That's your third win of this weekend already. Getting you a little bit closer to the top two High Point champions right now, but I know that you want to take that away from them, and you did a great job out there, but Shelby's not giving it to you really easy.
No, she's not. She's really driving my tail off, and it could be a great final. I don't know if I'll be able to hold her off.
Well, are you going to make any changes to ensure that you can take another checkered flag?
I wish I could right now, but the change I need to make, I can't.
All right. Well, we're going to be looking forward to seeing this final heat later on this afternoon between Mark Schmierbach, Trayton Schleichert, and Shelby Love. Congratulations to another checkered flag.
Thanks a lot, and thank you, Windsor.
Tom, back to you.
All right, thanks, Kay. Well, we're back here getting ready to roll with the Texas Trials. We call them bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. And they're going to be ready to roll here in just a minute. We got a lot of great sponsors here in 2024 at the Roar of the Rockies. And our local sponsors are how we're able to get here. They help put on this event. And, of course, Water Valley, our title sponsor here in 2024. Big shout out to the Lynn family. Martin, you and your family, what a fantastic group of people. I've had the pleasure to hang out with you guys all weekend long. I thank you very much. And we all have had a great time here at Roar of the Rockies, brought to you by the Water Valley Communities, not only sponsoring this race, but also on the side of the 29 of Jared Jensen and the 93 of J.B. Jensen, the Water Valley Company. Island Lake Marine, Colorado's only on-the-water boat dealer. Find your next adventure and book your next test drive at islandlakemarine.com. Locations here, Denver, and even Las Vegas. Island Lake Marine. Up next, Norris Design. What a fantastic group of folks over at Norris Design. They're really taking the way that you live, the community, right? And you look at a place like the Water Valley communities, like Pelican Lakes. Norris's footprint is all over these fantastic communities, taking placemaking to a new level and changing the way you live. Norris Design. ProLift Crane and Riggings, the Northern Front Range's #1 trusted crane service since 1995. ProLift Crane and Riggings. Advanced HOA. If you're looking to get your home, your neighborhood, your community, your metropolitan district, your condominiums in a more organized fashion, look to Advanced HOA. Their job is just to make the HOA as best as it could possibly be. So check out the folks at Advanced HOA. Nobleman Electric, a big part of the communities here in the Northern Front Range, Greater Fort Collins Metro. Nobleman Electric, whether it's commercial, industrial, system design, remodel on your home, Nobleman's got you covered. Find them at noblemanoelectric.com. PCL Construction, whether it's a remodel, a new build, or a massive production facility, PCL's got you covered. One of the most highly decorated, highly rated construction companies anywhere in the United States, with a great footprint here in the great state of Colorado. PCL Construction. Suka-Bush, their legendary service is second to none. If you're looking for tax or accounting services here, anywhere in the Denver Metro or the Northern Front Range, check out the great folks at Suka-Bush and find them online at sukabush.com. And our on-the-move sponsor here in 2024 at the Roar of the Rockies, Exodus Moving and Storage. This family-owned moving and storage company has been taking care of customers here in the Denver and Metro and the great Northern Front Range of Colorado for more than 3 decades, sponsoring our drivers who are on the move. If you're on the move, don't forget to call Exodus Moving and Storage. All right, Kay, well, welcome back here. Glad you had a nice run, John, down there to chat with Schmierbach. And boy, I think he understands that he may not have an answer for the 24 of Shelby Love. It was a good interview down there. He looks like he's excited but cautiously optimistic.
And a little bit nervous. I mean, with that last lap, I mean, she was right there. She almost jumped on his back transom coming out of turn 2. That shows you the gap not only from beginning of the year to the middle of the year, and even yesterday's gap she has closed within hours. And you talked about it. The Clover Construction works endlessly. This morning, right as they could, they were down at that boat launch. They were down there warming up motors, and they were checking out everything to make sure everything is in line. All the electrical spark plugs are ready to go, that the trim is set, that we can move the trim back and forth. There's so many electrical parts in that.
Yeah, absolutely. And talk about parts. Look at the smoke on the water there. Looks like that's the 29, the number 29 Super Dave back there running in that Island Lake Marine Water Valley sponsored tri-hull. Got a little smoke coming off the water on the back of that 100 cubic inch OMC outboard. Well, these guys is going to be fun, and it's so packed. I think the top 8 spots here as we shift away from Formula Lights up to this final 4th qualifying heat in tri-hull. I was talking to series leader, and as he says it, basically 3-time champion, right? It's not there yet, and he understands that, being a little joking and having some fun with him. but he said the top 8 drivers are within 13 points.
You know, and he's got quite the fan base here. I mean, I don't know. There they are. I can already hear them. That would, you know, the 17 Neil Marsh has a fan base that follows him across the United States. And on Facebook, I do follow him myself as well. And it is fun. The Thursday before or the Wednesday before every race, he has this great video of all of his whole parade of race fans getting ready to go.
All right, let's take a look at our lineup here for the fourth and final qualifying heat. Reverse order of points accumulated. So the guys at the end have the most points. On the inside of row 1, that's the number 13 in that JH Performance boat-sponsored entry of Jack Schubert.
I call it the double D1. He calls it the DD1. I'm just going to stick with double D1, and that's Andy Miller. You know, all the way out of Kansas, you know, he has SM Services. They are right on his back, and they're helping him out through this.
Absolutely. Inside of row 2, the 93 of J.B. Jensen. Again, running for Water Valley Companies and Island Lake Marine.
All right, and I just talked about this young man. He walks around proudly with that huge belt on, the number 17 of Neil Marsh.
The dude trying to wrap up the 2024 season, but he's got a lot of work left in front of him. On the inside of row 3, that's another part of that outlaw Formula One team running for Captain Mark Seafood, the number 6 at Grant Schubert.
And you can't miss this number 56. Richmond, Texas is where he calls home. That's Clint Dillard.
On the inside of row 4, that's the 33 John Deere Green of John Ottinger.
The 69, that's my guy. You got to watch that mullet fly. The 69 of Cole, the mullet wearing.
On the outside of row 4. On the inside of row 5 is 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker. On the outside of row 5, the 52 of Tanner Rinker. Then it's the 1 of Corey Walker on the inside of row 6, the 26 of Michael Schubert on the outside of row 6, and the 29 of Super Dave, our rookie, staying in the back here in his rookie. And we drop the flag, and they're underway.
Jack Schubert on the inside, but look at the moves by Rinker in the 52, but Miller in the double D1, going to lead him down into turn number 1. Well, race fans, here's the excitement, the fun, and the joy of racing right here with Tri-Halls.
As they come out of turn number 1 down to the south end of the course. Not pulling away the DD1 of Andy Miller, and that's why that inside is so big. Oh, we got them all wadded up. Oh, we got a boat over. The 33 of John Ottinger goes over down in turn number 1. That's that John Deere Green machine. The 33 of John Ottinger looking to get out as our rescue crews haul to get there. You see the driver is out, ladies and gentlemen. The driver of the 33 is out. The 33 of John Ottinger got together down there.
All right, that was an interesting first turn. Our fans were getting all excited. Then we all watched him. He went side by side, got stuck into traffic, bumper boating out here in the Tri-Halls, but unfortunately bumped it just a little too much, caught a hole, rolled it upside down. They are strapped in with a 5-point harness, these drivers are. So when he's upside down, he has to say, okay, I'm good, unstrap, swim back out underneath the boat. At that point, these drivers will come out. They'll raise their hands over their head. That tells our race rescue personnel that they are okay. But, you know, Thomas, you and I just saw that. How fast were they at that boat?
Yeah, they were there absolutely immediately. You saw it a little bit better than I did. I had already taken back over to pick up the DD1 of Andy Miller, who'd made it cleanly out of turn number 1. But that right there is probably the most treacherous turn in all of Tri-Hull, is that first corner, because they're all rolling start, so everybody's kind of you don't have enough time to stretch the field out, if it were. And boy, they'll go 3, 4, 5 wide, as we see there. Look at Jet Ski Jared, my guy right there.
That's Pat.
Bang.
Pat, Jet Ski Jared's on the jet ski.
No, that's what I'm saying. Jet Ski Jared getting there, ribbon at Pat, our jumper. He's integral in helping Jared get that thing back upright. Look at that. He went over less than 2 minutes ago, and that boat is already upright. Drivers out in the rescue crew, and they're taking the boat off the course. This is how it goes when you have the best in the business, the sport rescue crew.
And they do such a wonderful job. I go over to them all the time and talk to them and say, hey, great day. Got to keep your feet dry. Unfortunately, we started off this morning with them taking a little dip in the water. Hopefully that'll be the last time we have to see that. But, you know, when it comes to our Tri-Halls, you and I have seen it a couple times when they get a little aggressive out there in the bumper boats. And, you know, it's all for fun. They go back into the pits. If there's any damage to that 33, guarantee there's going to be 4 to 5 other teams in
he might even get offered a complete backup motor that's ready to roll if it's going to take a long time for them to get that motor dried out. Now, thankfully, his crew chief and father, the 33 of John Ottinger, is a motor guru when it comes to these OMCs. He's built probably a third to half of the motors that are running here in the class. He's kind of the go-to guy. So he's got that going for him, but that isn't everything, right? We got to make sure the boat can get dried out. There's no damage to the boat, all those sorts of things. But the most important thing out of this whole thing the 33 of John Ottinger's. He's fine.
Yes.
He's safe. He got out right away. He's a little rattled, probably drank a bunch of lake water, which happens. But good to see that the 33 of John Ottinger is out and okay. Here is we got to go back to a restart. And guess what that means? We haven't even I don't think we had completed one full lap. So what that tells us is we go back to that start order minus the 33 of John Ottinger. Everybody's just going to shuffle up one with the 33 of Ottinger now out here in row 2. So the lucky dog in that is the number 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker. He moves from the inside of row 5 to the outside, the inside of row 6, no, inside of row 5 to the outside of row 4. So he moves up one row in the starting grid. And I don't know about you, and I know he's been a little quiet this weekend, but don't ever give Jerry Rinker anything. I mean, he's the defending champion in trial here. He won not only the Roar of the Rockies Revisited back in 2019, but also claimed an APBA National Championship while doing so here at Roar of the Rockies Revisited. So I don't count him out. Not necessarily the guy I want to be the lucky dog bouncing up one spot in the starting lineup here in our 4th and final qualifying heat.
Well, and he's still recovering from the knee surgery. Actually, I think he ended up having 2 knee surgeries. I mean, that's what happens when you're a boat racer, is that, your whole body starts to go through some severe damage throughout the years. And Jerry, he says, that knee surgery isn't going to stop me. I'm getting back into tri-hull. And shortly after his knee surgery, here he was, right back in the boat. That Rinker family works so well together. Jerry, if you haven't noticed, we say the name Rinker quite often. And out on the course, Scary Jerry Rinker in the number 10 is going to be racing against both of his grandsons.
Let's take a look now. We've got some replay footage. For those of you here in Water Valley in Windsor, Colorado, hop onto our YouTube channel. But as they go working 3, 4, 5, 6 wide, there you see the 33 of Ottinger just gets caught up in the wash, a massive hole in there. And now you're going to see him. He leaves the screen, and then you're going to see him come back off the right, go off the 37 of Mason Rinker, puts it on its side, and then slow rolls it over. Boy, man, he smucked the 37 of Rinker when he came around that corner, but it's so chaotic in there. You have such little visibility. Fantastic footage, though, by the way, our great folks at Live Race Media that you can see in there. And now this is where it's really scary for everybody, right? Like 1,001, 1,002, 1,003. Thankfully, the training that John Ottinger underwent, as all of our drivers do, that roll cage, right, dunk test, so that they know how to get out when they're upside down, because, right, you're not going out forward, you have to go out but then go backwards. So it's very non-intuitive as a human being. But of course, you see him there, he pops out with that orange helmet so that you can see him in the water. Notice Super Dave there checking him out, make sure he's okay as well. And John's going to be a little rattled, but no worse for the wear. The big thing is can we get that John Deere Green Machine back for the main event later on this afternoon?
I can almost guarantee that. I mean, like I said earlier, there's so many of these drivers that work together to help each other out, to get back out on the course. One boat's damaged, another boat, another driver, another crew steps in so quickly. We've seen it actually before, you and I have, where there was a race and one boat had a hole in it. That would be the Rinker crew. So then Jerry said, okay, here, have my boat. You go out there and you go take it out. And not only inside the teams, but outside the teams. I've seen it where there was transom issues and steering issues on Marsh's boat, and I looked over and Rinkers were over there helping him out.
I mean, it goes to the point where I've seen a driver roll in the first heat, struggle to get the electricals and everything ready, so missed the rest of qualifying, had a competitor damage in the final qualifying heat, and then say, you know what? You're in like 3rd. I'm in like 17th here.
Yeah.
They'll give them their whole boat. What do you need? You need my boat? You put your motor on it? You need my motor? You put it on your boat? Whatever you need. I don't have a chance to win. My weekend is not gone for me, and I just, you know what? It's clearly not going to go my way. And the sacrifice that drivers will make for one another because of what APBA President Chris Fairchild has always told me. I don't want to beat you on the trailer. I want to beat you on the water. And it's always good to see. Looks like we've got them lined back up here for our restart here, as we didn't even complete one lap of this 7-lap 4th and final qualifying heat. So the starting grid looks exactly like it did when we started, with the 13 of Jack Schubert on the inside of row 1. On the outside of row 1, that's the double D1, the Wichita, Kansas native of Andy Miller, running that S&M Services and Excavation sponsored entry. And then on the inside of row 1, that's the Island Lake Marine, Water Valley, number 93 of J.B. Jensen. And on the outside, 17 of Neil Marsh. So our series leader has collected the 4th fewest points through 3 heats. And a guy has accumulated the most points has 13 more points than he does.
You know, and he's in the middle of the pack. That's number 17 of Neil Marsh. Smack down in the middle of the pack. He's going to have to work his way through the rest of these tri-halls.
But he always does.
With 7 laps, that's going to be quite the feat to be able to do. I mean, that's a short time around with these 1 buoy turns in the short course.
And then let's take a look at the rest of it. We got the all red Captain Marks, number 6 of Grant Schubert on the inside of row 3. Then the 56 of Clint Dillon on the outside of row 3. 33 of Onger, he's gone. 69 of Cole Mullet Waring slides to the inside of row 4. Lucky Dog, Jerry Rinker slides up the outside of row 4. Inside of row 5, the 52 of Tanner Rinker. Then it's the 1 of Corey Walker, the 26 of Michael Schubert, and rounding out the field, the number 29 of Super Dave. In that Island Lake machine. Here we go. We're back underway, Kay.
And it's going to be the DD1 and Miller, but on the inside, Jack Schubert. Here comes Rinker in the 52. But look as these drivers are starting to already hop their way through this course. Always turn 1 is always the most interesting. Mason Rinker in that bright yellow 37's got some company on his outside with the 88 of Josh Welch.
Yeah, the 13 of Jack Schubert fell way off like he did before. Clearly been a rough weekend for that young driver here in his rookie season. But yeah, the 52 and the 37, the Rinker brothers running for McLean Trailers and Rinker's Boat World. Now look at the 52 of Tanner Rinker. He's got that 4-stroke strolling as he leaves his brother in the dust, and now he's squarely eyeing up our leader, the double D1 of Andy Miller.
Josh Wells has a wonderful turn side by side with Mason Rinker, trying to get back up into that podium, working his way through the outside course.
Oh, look out. We got a boat missed a buoy. The 6 of Grant Schubert misses the buoy. That is a big, big deal here in this final qualifying heat. He's going to slide all the way back to last place as he gets back around and takes that buoy.
Miller starting to lead them across the start-finish line, jumping from the outside to the inside, but now they're nose-to-nose is Tanner Rinker in the 52.
Yeah, we see the 17 of Neil Marsh is really starting to work his way up. He goes side by side with the 69 of Waring and the 10 of Rinker. But yeah, we got the 37 of Mason Rinker down to the inside. Now he's fighting with Josh Wells. Oh, look out, the 52 of Tanner Rinker almost lands it on the top of our leader, the DD1. Clearly, the Rinker boys aren't messing around here. But the 37 of Mason Rinker looks like he's starting to fall off a little bit. And the 88 of Josh Wells has snuck his way up into 3rd.
Josh Wells has done a wonderful job as he goes right on the back transom.
Airing it out right there.
On Tanner Rinker in that brand new Mercury motor. Tanner's trying to protect the Mercury motor, but trying to protect his lead as he's getting challenged hard by Josh Wells in the 88. And here comes Mason Rinker sneaking in on the inside with the 37.
And look at them all now. We got Mason Rinker, the 1 of Corey Walker. There's the 17 of Neil Marsh, our points leader, and the 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker. They are so all on top of each other. Look how we got some crazy things going on here in Texas Tri-Hall. It's bumper boats at 65 miles an hour as our leader, the DD1 of Andy Miller, comes out of turn number 2 on the north end of the course. And he's got so many guys fighting back there. He's got to be loving this because now he only has to worry about the one driver. The 52 of Tanner Rinker is really the only guy that's got any competition for him right now because they're all fighting with each other so bad back there for 3rd through 8th.
They only have 3 more laps remaining in this 7-lap race. Our leader, Miller, in the double D1, Tanner Rinker in the 52, and getting really out of control. That 88 is Josh Wells.
And all the way moving up into 4th, you'll see there's the 1 of Corey Walker. Then it's the 17 of Neil Marsh, the 10 of Jerry Rinker, and the 93 of J.B. Jensen. The 37 of Mason Rinker has fallen way off the pace. I wonder if there was some damage done when he got together with the 33 of Ottinger before that restart.
Well, he just got a great hit check by Corey the Mullet.
Yeah, absolutely. Mullet gave him a little butt kiss there as he went by, and they swung around the north end of the course. Just a couple of laps remaining here as our leader, the DD1 of Andy Miller, started on the outside of row 1. Can he hold off that 115 cubic inch inline 4 Mercury 4-stroke that is going to be the future here in Texas Tri-Hall? They got 1 lap to do it. 2 pins left as the man from Wichita, Kansas, looking to get his first heat win ever in his career in Texas Tri-Hall. As now look, the 52 of Tanner Rinker's going wide to the outside. Can he do it here as they go down into turn number 1?
Looks like the 88 of Josh Wells is starting to fall back, but that race for 1st and 2nd is getting closer and closer, and they are getting wild as they're making their way down the backstretch. DD1 Miller, your leader. Tanner Rinker showing off that brand new Mercury, the 52 from Rinker Boat World.
And ladies and gentlemen, as he comes wide out of turn number 4, put your hands together. His first win is, we're going to go nose to nose. Could it be, ladies and gentlemen, it is the 52 of Tanner Rinker coming out of nowhere and knocking off the DD1 of Andy Miller, rounding out the top 3, the 88 of Josh Wells. What is with Colorado and its photo finishes came by a nose. The 52 of Tanner Rinker comes out of nowhere.
I mean, it's the last race of the season, and these guys are definitely duking it out. We've already seen so much boat damage this weekend. Boats are flipping upside down. Boats are breaking right and left, all to be here for your show, race fans, and that was a great show by the Tri-Halls.
Absolutely. Well, we'll let you get down there and talk to the very excited number 52 of Tanner Rinker in that brand new boat. What a run it was by the young driver out of Spring, Texas. Here in the 40 lights class, 17 100ths of a second. Separating the 52 of Tanner Rinker and the DD1 of Andy Miller as they had a doozy of a fight there to wrap up the 4th and final qualifying heat. A lot of things went on. The 37 of Mason Rinker, he got shuffled way back. The man who had the most points accumulated going into this heat, the 26 of Michael Schubert, he finished dead last here in qualifying heat number 4. Very interesting to see what's going to happen as these points get jumbled up and what our starting grid is going to look like. We knew in Formula Lights it was all Mark Schmierbach. We knew he was going to be on the pole. But who is going to be on the inside of row 1? This driver might not be on the inside of row 1, but he definitely helped himself out a lot. Ladies and gentlemen, give you one more round of applause. Your winner here in the final qualifying heat in Texas Tri-Hall out of Spring, Texas, running for McLean Trailers and a Rinker Boat World, number 52, Tanner Rinker. I know Tanner's probably going to be struggling to get the words out. He's going to be so excited, but let's take a look at our full lineup finish. Your winner, the 52 of Tanner Rinker, ran 8 laps, 12 minutes, 48 seconds, 0.28. The DD1 of Andy Miller finished 8 laps in 12 minutes, 48 seconds, 0.45. That's how close it was here in the final heat. Could the final be that close? Boy, if this is indicative of anything, I would say absolutely. Third with a great run and a really solid weekend, potentially your pole sitter. Right behind, just 4 seconds off of them in third, the 88 of Josh Wells. Running for Brondo, the Thirst Mutilator. It's what boats crave. Nickname for the 88 of Josh Wells, not sure, on the side of that Brondo, the Thirst Mutilator machine. In fourth there, what a great run. And your Exodus moving in storage on the move driver. He started third to last. He's finished fourth. Could he be the dark horse in the final later on today? The number 1 of Corey Walker. In fifth, your series points leader and 2-time series champion. He has won every final race in Texas Tri-Hall all year. In the 4th and final qualifying heat, he finished 5th. That's the 17 of Neil Marsh. Then the 6th position, the 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker, making his return after a hiatus and double knee surgery. In 7th, the Black Beauty, the 56 of Clint Dillard, and then all black Texas Tri-Hall. Then 8, it's the 69 of Cole, the mullet wearing. In 9th, the number 6 of Grant Schubert, missing the buoy, still sneaks into the top 10. Boy, and then the rough go for the 37 of Mason Rinker. He came in 100 points back, trying to lock in that second place, but possibly give the 17 of Marsh. Well, he's got a last and a 10th finish out of 15, so that's going to be struggle for him. Then, and if round out the last 5, the 11th position, it's the 13 of Jack Schubert. In 12th position, the 29 of Super Dave Richards. And then in 13th, the 26 of Michael Schubert. Followed by the 93 of J.B. Jensen, and of course the 33 of John Ottinger, who went over on the opening lap here in this final qualifying heat. Well, that's going to do it for the Texas Tri-Hulls. You can see on the water now, we've got the Formula One class ready to do their 3rd and final qualifying heat, and we set the main event for our final here later on this afternoon. With the points coming into this final round in the Formula One class as tight as they have ever been here in the Formula One Series, on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Let's take a look at that. Coming in, we had 4 drivers within 50 points, 51 points of each other coming into this weekend. We had a chance to sit down with one of those drivers. He's maybe a little bit on the outside looking in. He came in 4th. All right, looks like we're going to hold off on that. We're going to go down to Kay Myers with a very excited Tanner Rinker taking home qualifying heat number 4. Take it away, Kay.
I think tired is more the words I was thinking of. That was one heck of a heat to try and get up in that lead.
Yeah, that was an absolute battle with Andy Miller. He held me off for a long time, and I finally got able to get around him on that final straightaway.
Well, just a week ago, you didn't have this motor. It showed up as a surprise from your dad, and I think you might want to go over and say thank him.
Oh, I owe him a big thank you. It's a badass motor, and I'm really happy about it.
Well, it sure has paid off for you. That was a great victory for you. I know you were talking about points lead starting to get close to this win. Got anything left in you for the final?
I got a lot more in me.
All right. We'll get our boys out here on the course.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you can see the big boats are out on the water. Out in front of me here is the 91, part of the BC boys with that Will Roof sponsored entry, along with Maskell's Collision and Glass, HNR Racing, the number 91 of Peter Wilson. All right, now we had a chance again. We've got those 4 drivers that came into this weekend with a shot at the series championship. Let's talk to the first of the 4. They call him the real deal out of Spring, Texas, the number 52 of Chris Rinker.
What kind of prep work have you guys done?
I mean, we've studied the air density and done some things with that and tried to figure out our jets. That's really the best thing we can do. We went to some props that we've never, well, let's just say we haven't run in a long time. And surprisingly, they've kind of showed a little spark of life. So there's some stuff that we're working on. We'll see what happens. We're having some radio issues, but that's minor stuff. So everything else is all good. We felt pretty good in our test session. I think we had some decent lap times. So we're hoping to be able to get up front.
Chris, you're sitting in the top 4 for final points for the season. What's your plan for the weekend?
I mean, it's obviously to get to the top. I mean, there's no complicated answer for that, but I mean, we're going to continue to work hard. I've got an incredible team: James Chambers, Neil Barclay, Matt Smith, Scary Jerry. Yes, he's part of it, and just the rest of the guys. I mean, we try to have a little fun while we're doing this. That's a big part of family boat racing. I mean, if you're not having fun, it's not worth it. So, plan is to have a little fun, get some points. We're not that far off, and to be honest, I hope Dustin Terry shows up. I really don't want to. I don't want to get on the podium like that. I called him a couple days ago while the hurricane was going on. He walked outside and gave me a little panoramic of what was going on. Shingles were blowing off his roof. It was pretty terrifying. Unfortunately, he stepped in a pile of dog crap and blamed it on me. So I don't know if he's going to be happy about that or not. But anyway, I'm hoping he comes. I really want to see him. He's a good driver. But I want to put a hurting on the 4 strokes as much as I can, at least this year.
Speaking of chasing that, Dustin Terry, the points leader, what do you think you can do, and do you think you can actually catch him?
You know, there's always a chance. I think we're only 51, 52 points behind him. He said something like 60 when I talked to him, so I think he's just trying to blow my mind on that. But, no, I think the key is to, finish strong in each heat and not miss a heat. You know, we had some incidents that cost us some heats, and those heats are what's kind of our Achilles or nemesis right now. I mean, we just didn't have those points, and those points would have made a difference right now. We should be, top 1 or 2 right now, but that's boat racing. Crystal ball. I think I'm going to be on the top of the podium.
So you have a lucky charm that you carry with you?
My necklace is pretty lucky. My wife brings me lots of luck. Other than that, my team. I mean, they're solid lucky charms.
So, Chris, do you think you're going to win this weekend?
I think there's a good chance. I'm going to give it hell.
Why do you think you're going to win over the rest of the competition?
Because if I don't, I probably won't. So I'm going to go ahead and go for it. I'm sending it.
Well, you heard it. Chris is sending it.
All right, well, the real deal looking to send it, and he's going to definitely have to send it today because yesterday was not necessarily the best performance. I would say if you talk to him, he'd be like, it was subpar at best. Again, here in qualifying heat number 3, the final heat in the Formula One class before we said our starting grid is the same as we do in Formula Lights. It's the same as we do in Tri-Hull K. It's a phrase that I like to say, we flip that script. First goes to worst, worst goes to first.
Do you say that in your sleep?
I don't have to anymore. I got that baby memorized. Like, maybe I do. I don't know. My wife does tell me that I do talk in my sleep, apparently mostly around things the color blue. But that's a story for a whole other day.
Okay.
And let's talk a little bit about these drivers here in this starting lineup in the third and final qualifying heat in the Formula One class. All right, as we're going to take a look at our starting lineup, but let's talk about the Formula One class. The interesting part here is how hard it is to pass here at the elevated levels with this tight course here on Pelican Lakes. We saw yesterday the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He started back of the pack along with the 93 of RJ West on that second flag because we only do 10 boats on the first flag with such a narrow race course. The 93 RJ West, I don't know if he caught a lucky break or if it's just the extra time in the four-stroke, because we saw that 17 of Anderson moved to the four-stroke permanently 2 weeks ago in Springfield, Ohio in one class. So he was running both boats. It looks like he has now made the full-time transition to that four-stroke. He couldn't go anywhere. I mean, he didn't even make it to like 9th or 8th. He was mired way back there, but the 93 of RJ West was able to come off. So that's the interesting thing here when you do the worst to first. So you look at the 03 of Dustin Terry, that fantastic finish yesterday. Those of you joining us on YouTube, if you didn't see it, go watch yesterday's final heat of the afternoon in Formula One. I mean, it was by a nose, a photo finish. I think he got him by about 3.5, 4 feet. He's got to start way off to second to last off the dock because our rookie Peter Wilson's going to be starting last all weekend long. But that means he's on that second flag. If it's anywhere like it was yesterday with the delay, that's going to make it very difficult for the 03 of Dustin Terry. And he's only 31 points up after yesterday. He's still only 31 points up on the 17 of Anderson.
Well, and we have brought probably our fastest, most competitive drivers here this weekend for Roar of the Rockies, and that is like what you were saying. He's got to start at the back, but he's not going to just start at the back and, oh, I can get this one or I can pass this one. I can't think of one of these drivers that's going to make it easy for him to get around. 22, Kyle Maskell, drove from Vancouver, BC to come down here. He has been coming faster and faster and faster every weekend. His driving skills are coming together. He's going to be one that I see that Dustin Terry's going to have issues getting around right off the bat. And then we move up to Jeremiah Mayo, the number 8 boat, Snap-on Tools. That gentleman is sitting in the hot seat, sitting up in there in the top high points.
Yeah, and you talk about the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, right? Those third and fourth boats. Those are the two guys that really didn't perform yesterday. Boy, I mean, it was on the line. They knew they had to do it, and they just couldn't quite put it together. But we're going to run hot laps here. Let's take a look at our starting lineup for this final qualifying heat here in Formula One. On the pole here in qualifying heat number 4, the number 93 of RJ West.
And we're going to see that bright red number 9 of Mr.
RJ West out of California. Why is he on the pole? He got disqualified yesterday. No points awarded. And even though he had a top 3 finish in the second qualifying heat, still finds himself on the pole. But that's a scary spot when you put that guy who's scary fast on the pole with that inside lane to the first turn.
Yeah, and then number 9, we're going to watch Johnny Fleming out there, Fleming Racing. This guy has had a struggle for a year, but with 26 years of experience and a great crew behind him, I'm not counting out that Fleming boat. I am a big fan of the Fleming family. They are going to work hard to get that 2.5 liter up on the podium.
I think he would have finished top 3, but he blew a battery. Third off the start pontoon, one half the Clover Construction Racing team. 13 years of racing, only third here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series in a Formula One tunnel boat. That's the number 12 of Sean Love. He came in trying to beat his brother and be the number 1 Love, but it hasn't really gone his way yesterday. Mired back in double-digit finishes in both qualifying heat 1 and 2. Can he right the ship here on Sunday?
And we're looking at the next lineup is the 99 of Travis Yates. One of the most character people on the beach and out on the course. Cannot miss that JH Performance bright green number 99 out there. And with 13 years of experience behind him, he's sitting in 8th position. He's going to be right there in the middle of the pack. That's going to be a boat to keep an eye on. You can't miss that 99.
Absolutely. That's Chartreuse and Black coming fifth off the start pontoon, running for Water Valley. Company Selling Technologies and Island Lake Marine, the local boy out of Windsor, Colorado. And he's got this thing dialed in this weekend. Could be one of those outside dark horses for a podium finish in the final, the number 29 of Jared Jensen.
52, Rinker's Boat World, all the way out of Houston, Texas. You see or hear me say that name, Rinker. We just got done talking about him and how he has had kind of a year that he sat second on the podium almost at every single race. This weekend, he is determined he's going to bring it to get the top podium.
And looking for a good finish because he's got two brand new Moors on the way from France. Coming seventh off the start pontoon, another part of that Outlaw F1. We call him Jeremiah Get Out of My Way Mayo in that number 8 boat running for JH Performance and Snap-on Tools. Your winner at round 2 and in the most treacherous racing conditions I've ever seen in Shreveport, Louisiana. He likes it rough. He likes it nasty. Maybe that's why he's been struggling a little bit here in Colorado, but looking to right the ship on Sunday, the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. A&M grad, now resides out in Waco, Texas. Why? Because he's done with college, and he's a working stiff like the rest of us.
The other part of our Outlaw Racing group, young Grant Schubert, playing double duty this weekend. Just saw him jump out of his tri-haul, jump right over here into the big F1 boats. 10 years of racing, started when a little kid in the outboard racing at J Junior Hydro. The young age of 9 years old, worked his way up through the rankings, and we always like to see that JH Performance side right on the side of that bright red and white.
Yeah,
boat.
that red and white composite craft with that V8 4-stroke Mercury APX on the back. Tore this midsection apart yesterday, sheared all the gears. That's what happened to him. He got a backup spare gear case on. The midsection and gear case, hopefully, it's not going to put him too far back so he can't fight for a title here at Roar of the Rockies. But this young driver is going to have many, many successful years, and I think many checkered flags to come in his career. Behind him, coming 9th off the start pontoon in this reverse order of points in qualifying heat number 3 out of Santa Rosa Valley, California. The only man I know that wears jean shorts and cowboy boots. Number 24, Mr. Spencer Love, your 2022 series champion. He would probably say a little bit of down year, but if he could trade a down 1 year to see his daughter be the first female to win a series championship, I think as a dad, maybe not a racer, but as a dad, he'll be smiling ear to ear, just like he was in this picture when he won the 2022 title.
I know my dad did the same thing, stepped out and gave me all the best equipment, worked hard for me, and he's done a wonderful job. Spencer Love out of Santa Rosa, California, driving for Clover Construction. Next on the lineup,
lineup is the number 22 right there, part of those BC boys out of Chilliwack, British Columbia, running for Mascal's Collision and Glass and GLH Construction here locally, along with HNR Racing. The number 22, this kid was super fast. He almost won that second qualifying heat yesterday, the 22, Kyle Maskell. Can he throw a wrench into everything and bring some hardware back to BC? I know his whole crew and all the BC boys up there absolutely think he can, and I think after yesterday, all of us are like, geez, maybe he really can.
Well, he's going to have a lot of competition sitting on his outside. Can't miss that bright blue Anderson Marine Racing out of Nashville, Tennessee. Dylan Anderson has won race after race after race. You just talked about it, but never held the year-end championship high points. And I know this weekend he is working so hard to get up onto that podium. Never know. We still have more racing to go today. Never know what could happen when we jungle up some of these points.
Always the bridesmaid, never been the bride, hoping to pull it off here in 24 as he sets his eyes and his bullseye squarely on the 03 of Dustin Terry. And there he is, the second to last driver coming 12th off the start pontoon. Your series leader coming in with 700 points, 26 clear of his next competitor. He's running for Plash Lighting. He's out of Houma, Louisiana. He boarded up his house. His house got hammered by a hurricane. He drove to Houston through destroyed southern Louisiana, got on a plane, got here Friday night at 7, no testing, still finds himself number 1 in points. He's now 31 points up on the field. The 03 of Dustin Terry, can he pull it off? And rounding out the field, the other half of the BC boys, that's that Will Roof sponsored number 91 from Victoria Island, British Columbia, of Peter Wilson. So it looks like we've got a couple more to line up. While we do that, the reason we're here in Colorado is because of the fantastic local sponsors that we've got here for 2024 Roar of the Rockies. First and foremost, the Water Valley Company.
This race would not be happening without the Lind family and these fantastic communities they've built on the Northern Front Range. These are unique in and of themselves. These are not communities that exist everywhere across the United States. Be proud to be in these communities and what the Lind families have done. Boy, that new golf course, 8,600 yards, longest golf course in the United States. They've got like the ski and sled hill. This place is fun all summer. It's fun all winter. And you don't have to go up in the mountains and get stuck at all the ski hills with 8 million other people. You can stay right here in Water Valley. The Island Lake Marine, Colorado's only on the water boat dealer, with locations in Denver, Fort Collins, and now in Las Vegas. Find your next adventure and book your next test drive at islandlakemarine.com, and you could find yourself behind the wheel of one of those fantastic Centurion Tri-Tunes. You were out on it, Kay. Boy, those Centurion Tri-Tunes brought to you by Island Lake Marine. Now that is a way to enjoy life on the lake, isn't it?
It is. I stepped one foot on that. I said, yeah, I think I could enjoy this view the rest of the day. I mean, maybe I'll have to just announce from out there. It was so nice.
Fantastic. You know, next to them is somebody who's integral in helping the Lind family in Water Valley create these fantastic communities, and that's Norris Design. For nearly 4 decades, Norris Design has been dedicated to helping the world grow through the power of placemaking. Partnering with clients around the globe, they are transforming the way people live, work, and play Norris Design. ProLift Crane and Riggings. ProLift Crane and Riggings is a family-owned and operated company, and they pride themselves on excellent customer service at every level. Feel free to reach out to any of them regarding any of your project needs. Find them online at 303prolift.com. Since 1995, the Front Range's only choice for crane and rigging, ProLift Crane and Rigging. Advanced HOA. Advanced HOA Management Incorporated offers specialized HOA property management services to homeowners, associations, metropolitan districts, and Denver Front Range through the Denver Front Range and beyond. Whether your community is a townhome, condominium, metropolitan district, or single-family community, they make it their focus to make your community a great place to live. All right, looks like we've got one more boat. Oh, looks like the 29 of Jared Jensen was having some problems. He finally got it righted. I didn't even notice he was out there, Kay. But, boy, we got to round out these last couple of here. PCL Construction, what a fantastic sponsor they've been here. From small renovations to complex billion-dollar projects, collaborative, driven, innovative. They are focused on finding the best way forward and elevating your vision of success. Suka Bush, legendary service. How, you ask? By building authentic relationships with their clients and sharing their knowledge and being responsive online at sukabush.com. And your on-the-move sponsor, Exodus Moving and Storage, for nearly 3 decades. This family-owned and operated company here in the North Range of Colorado. It's been helping individuals, families, and businesses relocate with ease. Online at exodusmovingandstorage.com. Those are our main sponsors. We got a lot of other great folks that are made this possible here this weekend. And they are companies like Hessland, Banner Medical, Da Vinci Sign, Bemis Construction, Brothers Barbecue, CCIG, Ground Engineering, Heritage Title Company, First Advantage Bank, High Country Mortgage, Pepsi, GLH Construction, Point West Community Bank, Miller Design, Quality Well and Pump, SK&T, Signature Stone, Emerald States, Connecting Signs, and United Rentals, reliable on-site services. What a great group of sponsors we have, and no surprise why we've had such a great turnout, because the community like this, right, they take care of themselves. They share their sponsorship and their advertising with one another, right? It's all about taking care of the community, taking care of each other, and you can't have that unless you have a great place that was built by the fantastic folks at Water Valley. So excited to be back here after a 4-year hiatus, hoping to be here for many more years to come.
You know, and I do tell all of our fans, you know, we talk about sponsorship and how important sponsorship is, you know, in a community, to be able to have these great events for you to gather your
look at all those golf carts. I mean, all those people, those are all people that probably cruised down here in their golf cart, left the car at home, right, because they live right here at Pelican Lakes, right here in the Water Valley communities.
I got to drive around this area a little bit, and the homes are beautiful around here. The lakes, I walked by a couple parks that were just so pretty. I was like, I got to go out and go get my running shoes on and go take a run around, you know, and just everybody here, all these fans are so excited to be here. And I always say make sure you give back to your community that's giving to you, to give you a great event for you to have your family here together, joined up in lawn chairs.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Let's set our final lineup with the final qualifying heat here in Formula One. Chief referee Doug Ray ready to fire that 1 minute gun. Here we go, coming up on the 1 minute gun. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. He's the mad scientist on the water, the 93 of RJ West, your pole sitter here in qualifying heat number 3. Can he go wire to wire, or will it be the number 9 at Johnny Fleming? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or could it be the 12 of Sean Love coming third off the start pontoon? Or maybe the 99 of Travis Yates and that chartreuse and black JH Performance? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or could the man who was the last one that snuck in there after some motor issues, did they figure it out? And can the hometown boy win qualifying heat number 3, the 29 of Jared Jensen? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or could it be the 52 of Chris Rinker, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo? Boy, he could use that. Or some of our top drivers like Dylan Anderson and Dustin Terry. Let's set that starting lineup for later on this afternoon. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starters orders. The flag is up. Oh, he drops a flag quick, and they come jumping off.
A great jump by Fleming, but here comes RJ West with Chuck Skelton Racing. He takes off like a rocket with that brand new
what a
APX.
rough there. What a rough turn for the 29 of Jared Jensen. He falls way off the pace, and it looks like also the 12 of Sean Love gets squeezed, but let's follow him down to the north end of the course. The 93 of RJ West way out in front, but then we've got 4 or 5 of them all together there. The 52 of Chris Rinker goes down to the inside. There's the 24 of Spencer Love, and the 9 of Fleming duking it out with the 52 of Chris Rinker squeezing down into lane 1.
I don't know if I'd want to be Fleming right now. He's got Spencer on his outside. He's got Chris Rinker jumping on his inside.
And here comes the 22 of Kyle Maskell. Look at him. Now he's already up side by side with the 52 of Chris Rinker.
They have done a lot of work inside of that Maskell Collision 22, and he is a young driver out there. They are 3 wide for third place on the inside. Rinker Boat World brings it 52 in the middle. Fleming in the number 9, and here comes Kyle Maskell in the 22. All Tracy trying to chase down RJ West.
I mean, I don't know if you put that guy on the pole with the setup that mad scientist has, and we're going to hear a little bit later about some of the technical things he's done. He's going to put on a clinic right here in qualifying heat number 3. This is his heat to lose, and I think this is a good for him to maybe get out some of that anger from yesterday. He got disqualified in qualifying heat number 1 for being 2 pounds underweight, and he lost his rear cowling during the race. Now, it's carbon fiber, but I bet it probably weighs at least 2 pounds.
And unfortunately it sunk, but he happened to have a backup in there, and I asked him this morning, I said, did you put the extra duct tape on this time? And he goes, I did.
Why do I have a feeling that you got a snotty look from him like we get from every driver when we tell them to put their extra duct tape so their cowling doesn't fly off?
I actually got a grin, and I did have to smile back laughing. But second place coming across start-finish line, the 24 Clover Construction, the 52 in third, Rinker's Boat World, and the great run on the inside, Jeremiah Mayo from Snap-on Tools is able to take away that 4th place from the 22 of Kyle Maskell. Here comes the 17 of Anderson Marine.
Yeah, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, great run. Clearly, they had a lot of work to do last night, and they figured some of it out because he's scary fast. I did not expect him to blow the doors off the 22 of Maskell and leave him standing still down the back straightaway. But the 29 of Jared Jensen's kind of way off the pace now. Here's the 52 of Chris Rinker. Then it's the 8 of Mayo. There's Jensen flashing through in that Water Valley sponsored Selling Technologies machine. 52 of Chris Rinker is the one I'm really surprised about. You know, he has not really kind of come out of his shell here this weekend, and this seems to be a race where he's doing that. And now look at this battle between the 17 of Anderson and the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. They go down the back straightaway. Whoa, Mayo puts it way on its tail, almost blows it over, has to back off, and the 17 of Anderson's now running it down inside. Watch him take over there in turn number 3 with a great move by the veteran out of Nashville.
Anderson did a wonderful job going by Mayo. He knew he had to get around him before that turn, because if there was an overlap, Mayo could slam the door on him, and it looks like we're going to see the gap close quickly as now Anderson is able to get around Mayo, and now he's trying to size up Rinker in the 52.
Yeah, and it looks like as the 93 continues, he's got about almost a half a lap lead over the rest of the field who's swing overhead. We can see now there's the 13 of Grant Schubert dealing with the number 9 of Fleming. Now we got the 17 of Anderson and the 52 of Rinker. That's a battle for that 3rd position. Rinker is doing a great job of holding off, but what a run by the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He started 11th. Now he's up in 4th. Battling there, you see that's a 24 of Love. That's the 91 of Peter Wilson. He's a back marker. On the inside, there's the 52 of Rinker. On the outside, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. I have a feeling you're going to see a battle here, Kay, for the next few laps between these two drivers as they slug it out here in the final qualifying heat at Roar of the Rockies.
Just over 4 more minutes left in this heat, and look at Anderson. He's got got the top end speed. He's going to try and jump on the inside of Chris Rinker in the bright yellow 52, but Anderson loses his lane as they make their way through turn number 2.
Now, obviously, you work with some other promoters, and you were at the APBA National Championships in Springfield, Ohio. That 4-stroke on the back of that Anderson Marine low-carb performance did not look like it does this weekend, did it, Kay?
It didn't, but you both saw it in testing on Friday. First thing in the morning, we saw the 2.5 come out. Then we saw the APX come out, and we decided he likes the APX here at the elevation and with the air conditions, and it seems to be working out for him. But Mayo is now starting to make his move. They're all fighting for that third place position, but boats are now starting to drop. Fleming is now going back into the pits in the number 9.
Yeah, he's out. The 29 Selling Technologies of Jared Jensen looks like he's pulled off the race course as well, because that motor might have some severe problems. The 24 of Spencer Love's doing a great job, but there's the 17 of Dylan Anderson. He cannot get by the 52 of Rinker, and then 8 of Jeremiah Mayo is like, hey, Rinker, just hold him there, let me catch him. Hold him there, let me catch him. These three are in a dogfight for 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Now we're going to have a race for 4th and 5th on the inside in that Snap-on Tools, Jeremiah Mayo. But as you can see, every time the 17 of Anderson comes out of each corner, it's like he turns on the nitrous and starts to just roll out, loses the top end speed as they make their way into the corners.
Yeah, and I think the 52 of Chris Rinker, James Chambers, his crew chief, is probably telling him, hey, Chris, listen, man, you got to stay out in lane 2, because this 17 machine in Anderson, he does not like it. Did we lose a buoy down there?
No, Anderson just jumped on the inside of Rinker. The whole time he's been sitting on the outside, but went through his wash, trying to make a different maneuver.
Trying to find clean water, but with that big V8 on the back, pin to pin is not where you want to be. Rinker knows that, so I think he's going to probably live the rest of the race out in lane 2, force the 8 of Mayo out to lane 3, and if they keep the 17 pinned inside, I think you're going to see him stay in that, hold on to that 3rd spot, but Rinker's holding on to for dear life. The one who doesn't have to worry about it now is the 93 of RJ West. He is almost a complete lap. Over a straightaway over the rest of the field. He has got it dialed in.
He is over the lap. He is coming out of turn number 2 as he flies that boat. That's RJ West of Composite Racing, Chuck Skelton Racing, the number 93, red, white, and blue, comes across start finish line.
As he has got that Chuck Skelton Racing machine absolutely dialed in and cruising. The 24 Spencer Love's kind of got it in cruise control. He's out there in no man's. Oh, look out there at RJ West. Almost barrel rolls coming out of turn number 2. That is not what you want. We call that pulling a Dylan Anderson. If you remember a few years ago on Lake of the Ozarks, he was out in front, getting chased by Terry Rinker, barrel rolled in the corner all by himself. Cost himself dearly that weekend. And boy, it seems like the 17 of Anderson has a bugaboo over all the Rinkers, because here he is just not able to figure out the 52 of Chris Rinker. There's the 13 of Grant Schubert. He's all the way back in 8th position, still hanging in the top 10, but really a little bit further off the pace than he would like after destroying part of his gear case yesterday on some backup parts this afternoon. I think it's maybe causing that attitude of that boat to change a little bit, and he's really not as dialed in as he would like, as he's now got a rearview mirror full of the 93 of RJ West, who's going to come up and put him, as he has a lot of the drivers here in qualifying heat number 3, a lap down.
That'd be RJ West, your leader, as he comes out of turn 2. He's going to go way wide. He's going to bring the nose up of that Chuck Skelton composite craft. That's what he is known for, riding it to the edge. All of the work he has put inside of that boat, that cockpit, and that motor is paying off with about a 2.5-second lead.
Yeah, as we can see here, the 24 of Spencer Love hasn't even crossed the start-finish line. The 93 of RJ West is already going down the back straightaway. So we could get very close with 54 seconds plus 1 lap remaining in this 3rd and final qualifying heat. We could potentially see this driver put a full lap behind the entire field. I don't think he's going to have enough time, Kay, but boy, it's always impressive when you can at least keep half the field behind you. Lap half the field when you're winning a qualifying heat.
Well, he's done it before a couple times where he's lapped every boat except for 1. That shows you the speed that he's got inside of that composite craft of Chuck Skelton Racing. 2nd place is going to be Spencer Love as he makes his way out of turn number 2 from Clover Construction. Another California native. Him and RJ West have raced against each other since they were kids. Now they have moved their way up into the ranks. But I want to keep my focus right here on that 3rd, 4th,
12-second lead.
Wow.
He's got a 12-second lead. That is so impressive in tunnel boat racing, especially here on this short 4-pin, 3/4-mile course. And you know what's just as impressive is the fact that we're going to hopefully get back on top of the 52 of Chris, the real Durango. There's the white flag. Go fast, turn left just 4 more times for our leader as he makes his way by the 13 of Grant Schubert and that Captain Marks. But our battle for third, fourth, and fifth has been fantastic. The 52 of Chris Rinker has been able to run the show, but now look, we got a battle. As here he goes on the final lap. Can the 17 of Dylan Anderson make a move? As he goes wide to the outside, 1 lap remaining. He gets up into third position. What a fantastic move by the man out of Nashville, Tennessee, and it's got to be frustrating for the 52 of Chris Rinker.
Something must be going on with Chris Rinker, because now he's being passed by Jeremiah Mayo. That's not something that we see very often, is that there is a big position change between second and fifth.
And Winner taking the checkered flag and winning easily here in qualifying heat number 3 out of Manteca, California, the number 93 of RJ West. In second, kind of cruising by himself out of Santa Rosa Valley, California, the number 24 of Spencer Love. And rounding out the top 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places ahead of our series leader is the 17 of Dylan Anderson. That points lead just went from 31 to under 20. Ouch. That means we're talking now, the 03 of Dustin Terry knows that if Dylan Anderson wins, I have to finish like third, or he wins the title. But if I win, right, Dustin Terry's like, I can't fall further back than probably, fourth, fifth? It is going to be an absolute doozy, not only for who's going to win the Roar of the Rockies, but also who's going to win that series championship, as we've got less than 20 points separating our top 2 drivers. But that guy right there, they all might be chasing him come the final, because that was a fantastic run. He ran that thing like he stole it, wire to wire. The professional that 93 of RJ West is unbelievable. He really and truly understands all the technical aspects that go in. He builds the boats. If you take a look up close, he's got vortex fiberglass or carbon fiber little air deflectors all over the boat. His crew chief told me, he's out here hunting tenths, not seconds, but tenths. And he's about to get to the point where he's trying to hunt for hundreds, because he's got this thing so dialed in. That's a 250 horse V8 outboard. What a fantastic machine for the 93 of RJ West. And we had a chance to chat with the 93 of RJ West, as well as a lot of our drivers. But man, what a fantastic it runs for this young man. He's going to be mid-pack. It's going to be a doozy of a main event later on. Coming up next, the main event in the Formula Lights class. Here at the final round of 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, this is the Roar of the Rockies.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car, tow vehicle, or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute, with our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
All right, what a fantastic sponsor, Mercury Racing. And boy, what about that APX on the back of the 93 of RJ West? Again, let's talk a little bit about the Apex series of motors. This is the new competition outboard package provided by Mercury Marine, the leader in marine technology and propulsion. I mean, the standard for 3 decades was the 2.5-liter V6 two-stroke outboard for Mercury. Well, guess what's about to become the new industry standard? You're right, it's the V8 4-stroke, and the man that's wheeling that thing to an easy victory in Heat 3 is down with my colleague Kay, the 93 of RJ West, taking the final qualifying heat here in the Formula One class. Take it away, Kay.
All right, well, RJ, we've talked about this Mercury and the brand new APX. When you first got this APX a couple years ago, you struggled and you worked so hard to get this up in the top podium.
Yeah, it's been I think a 3 or 4 year battle now. This place is great for the 4-stroke because the elevation, but in the end, we still got to go make laps around here and try to win.
Well, you made quite a few laps, almost lapped the whole field. Checkered flag you've held many a time already this year. How does this one tie up, and how is this one more special than others?
This one's great. It's a great venue to win in front of a lot of people here, and they like us here, so that's great. But the job's definitely not done. It's still going to be a hard afternoon. We're going to be back in the middle of the pack somewhere, so we'll see what we can do.
All right, well, keep an eye out for that Chuck Skelton Racing Composite Craft, Mr. R.J. West.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks, Kay. Well, we have some fantastic sponsors. Our largest, Mercury Racing, of course, we got VP Fuels, but we've got a lot of great other sponsors. You notice those rescue boats out there on the water that our fantastic sport rescue team is operating so they can get to the drivers very safely, very low profile. Well, these are shallow water bay boats built by JH Performance Boats. Shallow water bay boat, custom handcrafted. Shallow water bay boats built with the highest quality materials. Coming up, we got the Formula Lights final. Formula Lights here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, brought to you by Seaway Marine. Seaway Marine is your one-stop dealership for current and vintage outboard and stern drive parts. They specialize in hard-to-find, no longer available new old stock for Johnson, Evinrude, Yamaha, Gale, Mercury, Force, and Chrysler, as well as OMC Mercruiser and Volvo stern drive engines, as well as parts for your Chris Craft. They operate on a 62,000 square foot facility, shipping over 100,000 packages a year all over the United States, with a staff that's arguably the most knowledgeable in the industry. Your one-stop boat motor shop. Find them online at seawaymarine.com. Racing Communications. Okay, what are they? Well, of course, they're radios for racing. The only choice for your racing radios is Racing Communications. Moto Marketing Group. Accelerating brands for over 35 years, from developing some of the most famous boat and race team graphics that look fast to websites that run fast. Moto Marketing Group is your one-stop marketing shop for branding, vehicle wraps, websites, photography, print design, and more. They do it all professionally for a great price. Find them online at motomarketinggroup.com, as well on their socials on Facebook and YouTube. Kicker Marine Audio, the official series audio partner of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. They produce real marine audio components meticulously designed, engineered, and built with durability to withstand the harsh marine environment and the power to be heard with clarity, even at an open air event like this, a Formula One Powerboat race. For your next real marine audio, check them out online at kicker.com. And rounding out the field, our CEO, Seabold Sports, world champion powerboat racing since 1939. Find more on the legendary Seabold family at SeaboldSports.com. Fantastic group of sponsors we've got here in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series all year long. They've been with us. Again, if you want to be a partner of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, check us out on all our media outlets online at F1PowerboatChampionship.com, on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, and all the other social media outlets at F1 Powerboat Championship or at F1 Powerboat Racing. Well, coming up, we've got the Formula Lights back on the water, but on Thursday and Friday, we had some fantastic race ride experience. Let's take a look at what it was like for one of our fantastic rides to get into the two-seater and go rip it around with CEO Tim Seabold.
F1 Powerboat offers a great program for our family, our friends, and our fans. They let you even get inside the cockpit of the two-seater. Jackson here just got his first ride out there. Jackson, how did you get this great ride?
So my girlfriend and her family, Island Lake Marine, along with Water Valley, are putting on this whole race this weekend, and so I was just able to kind of get myself a ride. So.
Well, tell me exactly how you felt like when you first got inside the cockpit. They strapped you down and they dropped the lid. What was your first reaction?
Oh, I was excited. I mean, I was super ready. That was, knew I wasn't going anywhere. They had me in there tight, so it was really fun.
Well, this morning, you didn't even know you were taking this ride.
No, absolutely not. I had no idea. Yeah.
Well, he didn't really lay a light on you when you were out there, and you were getting some pretty good G's. What does it feel like back there?
Oh, those turns are crazy. You have no idea when you're looking at it. It's 100 times more intense once you're in the boat.
Well, Jackson got himself a ride, so maybe it's your turn to get yourself a ride. Contact us at F1 Powerboat Racing. Maybe you can get inside of one of these boats and do over 100 miles an hour. All right, well, I was lucky enough to, as well, go for my first time inside of a tunnel boat in the two-seater with Tim Siebold behind the wheel. Tried to take the wheel back from him a couple times, but he kept saying, no, this is my toy. This is my boat, you know. And I'm a boat racer. I've been a boat racer, a third-year generation driver. Started racing when I was 9 years old in the junior program. I have raced and been inside numerous different types of racing boats, different speeds up to, I mean, I've hit over 130 miles an hour in a vintage boat.
But this is your first time in an enclosed cockpit, isn't it?
That's what I was just going to say. When they first closed the hatch on me, I kind of went, okay, this is not comfortable. And then he took off, and then I started to be like, okay, this is cool. And then Tim decided, so you're a boat racer. Let's take this G-force. And he hit it so hard in that first turn, I was like squealing and almost did like basically a duck and cover move inside of that boat because it was just like incredible. The G-forces that these drivers hit. And I was just out there by myself with Tim. I mean, the G-forces that could happen when you're out there with 12 other boats getting knocked around by the other rollers. I cannot even imagine. I mean, it was a great ride, and I would encourage anybody and everybody to sign up for that ride.
Absolutely, and I think it gives you a completely different perspective. I was able to get one of my best friends, Eric Winter, resides in Houston, Texas, brought his whole family here to Colorado. He got out and he goes, I'll never look at boat racing. I have the same again, right? I mean, for those of you out there, if you got a time, hop onto YouTube and Google Jeremy Clarkston goes for a boat ride. If you know who Jeremy Clarkston is, from a motor or car perspective, he's a huge media personality, and he got into a boat with our CEO Tim Siebold's father, Bill Siebold, back in the mid to late 90s in a very similar two-seater setup. They had a two-stroke on the back of it. Now we got a four-stroke. But Jeremy Clarkson, a man who's done over 200 miles an hour, has raced some of the most pristine and fastest cars in the world, was like, you people are crazy.
Yes.
Don't ever let me, he told his producer, don't ever let me do something like this ever again. So when you have somebody who's done, in excess of 250 miles an hour, doesn't want to go back in on a boat that's doing over 100 miles an hour, and now you know what that feels like. I've been able to do it as well. I mean, you almost look at the people who do it, and it's like, you clearly have got a screw or two loose. But that's the great thing about any racer, right? I think you see that on all disciplines of motorsports. These guys just, car racing isn't difficult enough for them, so they decide to go with a boat where the racing surface changes every lap.
Exactly, and we talked about this a little bit ago, and I've had people message me because after they saw that I got to go for the two-seater ride, they're all like, "Why didn't you drive?" And I said, "Well, I let Tim drive this time, but next time, I kind of got my eye on going out in a tunnel boat all by myself. I need to learn the trim, but I think I could figure it out. I've worked my way through boat racing over the last few years,
Well, there's not just one trim. Remember, our Formula One drivers have two different sets of trim that they operate. They operate both in and out. All right, for the layperson, what does that mean? When I trim a boat motor in, it lowers the nose of the boat, right? Or it doesn't allow it to get up on plane nearly as well. When I trim it out, right, it really allows the boat to get up on plane. So if I'm going really fast and these boats want to turn, they'll use that in and out when they get into the corners.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when you're going to see these boats trim them. RJ West, he likes to trim it just a little bit too much sometimes. I keep telling him I'm not liking seeing all the undercarriage of that boat. But that's just the way he drives. Each driver goes out there, and they've got a trim panel on the dashboard, and they watch where it goes in and out, and they've got marks on those trim panels, and they say, this is as far as I will go. This is where I feel comfortable.
Oh, so you mean they've got the little oh crap line
yes.
right there, right?
Yeah.
That's the point. Beyond this point, I'm no longer in control. Mother Nature's taken over, and I'm going for a ride.
Exactly. And then he put in the factor, I mean, you and I have talked about this numerous times, the different hulls that are out there. I mean, here we've got probably 5 different hulls on the course throughout the weekend, 5 to 6 different hulls and manufacturer makers. And each one of these manufacturer makers make these boats designed for the drivers. The drivers actually will contact the the manufacturer and say,
Yeah.
you know, these are the racing conditions that I'm used to, and this is how I want. I want it a little bit wider, or I want it a little bit longer, or I want the tunnel to be a little bit different. So, and then some of these drivers will say, you know, I prefer the cockpit to be this way. I want my windshield. Like, you look at Spencer Love, his windshield actually wraps around a little bit more than some of the other ones, and that's why he went for that particular hull, because he liked and felt more comfortable inside of that hull.
Absolutely. Yeah, these are all, you know, purpose-built racing machines. You know, even if they're acquired secondhand, every driver's seat is custom made. You'll see drivers, you can find them online. They'll have the plastic garbage bag behind them, and they pour the foam in, and the seat just forms around them because you are so violently shaking inside these cockpits.
I know.
You need to be strapped in tight, and the only way to really strap a driver in as tight as they can is to have a seat that's well formed for you. Not to mention, it makes it a lot more comfortable in a cockpit that is not built for comfort
right.
in any way, stretch, or form. This isn't like a Formula One car where they're leaned back in a Barca lounger like you see from Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton and those guys. These guys are definitely more upright, seated, and they're 4 inches above the water while that water is just pounding away on the bottom of their boat. It's really a violent experience. This is why we've seen so many of our drivers go to the Hans device as well. And these safety cells these days on the boats. The day of the wood boat is basically dead. We were here in the United States. We're kind of the last hangers-on of the wood boat. We still see a few of them here. We possibly were going to see one here, but he didn't end up making it. But I think every boat out there on the water, we've got a DAC, we've got Baba, we've got a French-built Moore hull, we've got Composite Craft, we've got Hoffman's. Every single one of them has not 1 ounce of wood in it. The old African Okumi wood that we used to build these boats with is gone. And now we are seeing the day of the resin, the composite, the carbon fiber, especially with the way they can do them. Fiberglass boats used to weigh 900, 1,000 pounds, 850. So with your rigging and a small driver, you're pretty close to your weight minimum. Now, as we saw yesterday with the 93 of RJ West, RJ's not a big guy. And he has a huge motor on the back. And with all that, he still went 2 pounds under, meaning he probably could easily run 100 pounds under the weight if he wanted. And, man, is that a huge advantage because you can now put the weight where you want it and really set these things up specifically for a course. So I think we see into the future there's going to be a lot more of these, team handbooks, team computers with just – chunks of data of every lap from every race course, how it acted, because the data and analytics is where we are now. And with the 4-stroke and the electronically fuel-injected system that has on it, boy, I think the carbureted motor is on its way. It's slowly going the way of the buffalo, as they say.
It is, and, it's just moving with Mercury. I mean, Mercury's worked side by side with us saying, hey, you know what, I know you guys want this fast motor that's out there, and they want to make it so that it's, equally competitive, that, that there's not much changes. Like, a lot of the 2.5s, when they came here, immediately has started to have to change the jets to, equate with the elevation here. The APX, basically you put it on there and you just roll with it. Then it becomes a technicality of the prop, the setup, the driver, the steering capacity, and the boat. Combining all of those, and a great backup team, by the way. You always have to have that backup team over there helping you out. That is what gets you that checkered flag every single race. That's what puts you on the top of the podium. That's what gives you the high point titles when it comes to any kind of race form. I mean, it is a huge team camaraderie, and it is a lot of test time. A lot of test time. I want to say that RJ West probably has more test time just this year than most of our drivers do combined. And that is just a showing of what happens when he got that checkered flag by practically lapping the whole field on that last heat. He's worked endlessly trying to get this Mercury motor together, along with Dustin Terry driving the brand new APX motor. We've got 4 of them out here on the course, 4 of the new APXs out here on the course. And that is what is the best part, is watching the drivers evolve with the motors, working side by side with Mercury itself to be able to make the fastest race motors that there are.
Absolutely, Kay. And we got a little bit of a break here. We were ahead of schedule, and I just got word from the pits that collision down in turn number 4 earlier on, the final qualifying heat in Formula Lights, where we saw the 12 of Traden Schleicher, your points leader,
41 points ahead of teammate Shelby Love, and the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster got together. There was some damage there. They've been working as quickly as they can to get that boat put back together. We're giving them a few extra minutes because we are ahead of schedule here at the finals. And so hopefully they can get them all put back together.
Well, that's a great opportunity for our race fans. We've got food concession stands out there.
Yes, we do.
We got beverage concession stands out there. We have T-shirts, sweatshirts, and hats for sale.
Absolutely.
So that is like the perfect opportunity. Go grab they got sweet corn for you. I know you've checked out the barbecue place, I'm sure, you know. Then you got shaved ice over there. I've seen a bunch of the beverage places are all lined up trying to keep you all hydrated. Don't forget, the sun is out. Please make sure you wear your sunscreen.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got the Kona Ice. We've got treats. We've got all sorts of fantastic food trucks, both on the far side of the lake, here on the island, out by the VIP tents. All sorts of great food. Of course, the beverage. We've got these Mr. Beast alcoholic monsters.
Really?
I mean,
sounds like a Jaeger bomb.
These are things that your friendly neighborhood boat race announcer Thomas Yarbrough does not need. I don't need to mix energy drinks and alcohol, that's for sure. But I've heard it's quite tasty. I saw one of the people here around the judges' stand were enjoying them earlier. But they've got White Claws, of course, the Culottes, right? Coors Light, the beer of Colorado, for sure, right? Land of sky blue waters, am I right? I mean, hey, the mountains get cold. It's crispy and fresh. And thanks to the great distributors here, we got some great Pepsi products for those who are not going to participate in the adult beverages. But you do have a little bit of time, and get there, grab some grub, get that belly full. But right now, we're going to have a chance. We had a chance to chat with the Clover Construction team. Are there team orders? Is it Shelby's Loves to win? Or will Traden Schleicher say, hey, sorry, sweetheart, I've been out front. I'm going to finish out in front. Let's have a chance to see what the Clover Construction team is like in the Formula Lights as they duke it out for the series championship.
And welcome in the pits here, Thomas Yarbrough. Joining me now is the Clover Construction Formula Lights team, consisting of Traden Schleicher, the number 12, and the number 24 of Shelby Love. Find themselves 1-2 in the standings coming into the final round here. I'm going to start things off with the man on top, the 12 of Traden Schleicher. Traden, did you expect to be here at the start of the 2024 season?
No, it's definitely not how I imagined going into it. I mean, going into Texas and doing as well as I did there, and that kind of helped me realize, like, oh wow, I might have a good chance at this. So we just kept working hard, and we keep pushing after it, and a lot of it's just because of the team. I mean, I can't go out front without the team that we have. So.
Right on, and right behind you, your teammate, the 24 of Shelby Love. Now, Shelby, right, the team helps him out a ton. They've been giving you a lot of that good help as well to stay up right there near the top?
A lot of them, yeah, have been giving me a lot of help, but honestly, it's usually Traden staying and helping work on my boat, fix my boat. So, sadly, we're against each other, but, I mean, we couldn't do it without each other helping, and mainly him helping me more than me helping him, but it's a lot of teamwork.
So what you're saying is there are team orders when it comes right down to it?
I mean, there is and there isn't. I am in Team Love, so I feel like sometimes there are things that I get before he does, and he gets stuck doing a lot of the grunt work. But, I mean, he works a lot harder at his stuff, too, to be able to compete and do better than me. So.
Wow, now I got to say, your teammate giving you the love there, probably not what you expected there, Traden, but it's got to feel good to have the backing of your teammate and that 1-2 punch that Clover Construction brings to the Formula Lights class.
Yeah, you know, I mean, we've all got to be able to appreciate each other. Otherwise, nobody's going to get along, and we'd be hitting each other a lot more than we already do. So, you know, that's all part of the competition, though. I mean, at the end of the day, we're on the same team, but we also both still want to win. So you're not going to see either one of us giving it away.
Right on. Well, I'm going to turn it back over to the 24. Shelby, at the end of the weekend here, where do you see the Clover Construction Formula Lights team when it's all said and done?
On top.
Why is that?
Because we both want it. We've both been wanting it. We've been working hard. We keep switching things around based on who's working the hardest and who's racing the hardest. So when it comes to anything that either one of us would get, if there's only one of them, we both kind of have to see who's going to put in the work to get that one thing.
Right on. Well, there's the dogfight. Who's going to come out on top in Formula Lights? Is it going to be Clover Construction or Clover Construction? Well, the Formula Lights final for the 2024 season coming up next.
Well, that just shows you that sometimes there's some team help in the pits, but once they get out onto the course, that all goes out the door. It's good to see all those Clover Constructions. It's great to see Shelby Love, one of our lone female drivers out here racing. So, male, female, if you want to start racing, it is very easy to do. You just contact through apba.org or reach out to us at F1 Powerboat Championships to see how you can get involved in racing, whether it be in the cockpit, helping out with the motors, being a volunteer, a sponsor. Make sure you reach out to us at F1 Powerboat Championship. While we're on this little break, we did urge you to go grab yourself something to eat and then a little drink. Don't forget, T-shirts, sweatshirts, and hats are all for sale over on the opposite end of the pit area. Make sure you grab one of those, grab a Sharpie, make your way into the pits, and go get your signatures and pictures with these drivers. Talk to these drivers, owners, and crews, and ask them how these boats work. They may even give you the opportunity to look inside one of these tiny cockpits of the Formula Lights or the Formulas. Also, don't forget those tri-hull drivers. They're always fun to talk to. And, you know, Cole the Mullet Waring, he loves showing off that bright, colorful 69 boat. It is so much fun to work with these drivers. Over there on the tent side, I can see y'all getting all excited, ready to go. Do you guys go over there and go grab yourself some food? You got your own vendors over there, it looks like. You know, Thomas, this has been a great day, great weather. You know, but these drivers might want just a little bit of a wind. I know our fans do, because right now, you see how crystal clear this water is? The boats will actually stick to the water just a little bit, and with that extra little wind, just a little gust, I'm not going to do like I did yesterday where we had a huge gust come in. Just a little bit puts that extra air pocket underneath of these tunnel boats, and that's what helps them guide around these courses. There's so much that goes into these racing and into the back parts of all of this racing.
Absolutely, and, you know, we have an opportunity here. You're right, it is absolute glass right now. If we were doing fast lap qualifiers, nobody would want to go first, right? I think we'll see the water break up pretty easily once we get rolling here. But talking a lot more about the technical aspects of Formula One Powerboat Racing is President and CEO of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, Tim Siebold, as he gives us a deeper explanation of what these high-impact, high-velocity, high-octane racing machines are all about.
Tim Siebold, Managing Director of the F1 Powerboat Championship. I want to talk to you and show you what a Formula One boat is. This is our custom-made Formula One outboard. This hull has a catamaran design which traps air underneath the bottom of the boat, so you fly this boat as much as you drive it. You can see the tunnel in the bottom, and it helps lift the boat to give it the extreme performance that you see out on the water. They're very agile because minimum weight with the driver is only 1,175 pounds. Now add on top of that 265 horse engine, and that's going to get you from 0 to 100 in 5 seconds. So when a Formula One boat is running properly, you will trim it out, coming out of the corner, pack as much air underneath the tunnel as you can to lift the boat up to get it to accelerate. As you're picking up speed, you need to level the boat off and keep it on the water by trimming it down. When you're running at its maximum, there's only a foot of the boat in the water. When you come up to the turn, you trim it down, wet more of the running surface, pull a 7G corner, and you're immediately on the out button, trimming it up again to get the performance. Now there is nothing stock about this boat. It is custom made, all infused carbon fiber. Our biggest concerns on the series is the driver safety. This particular boat has got a driver safety cell made out of infused carbon fiber, space age materials for lightweight. This boat also has an airbag system. So if it were to go over and the driver's knocked out, a balloon comes out of this top section while the pucks on the back of the deck pop up, and it'll sink the back and float the driver out of the water until the safety crew can come and assist him. Data acquisition, so you know exactly what's going on with the fuel system, the engine, the boat, all simultaneously while you're trying to keep this thing on the water. It's a crazy amount of energy that you've got in here. But the thing I've always said is it's sustained concentration that you have to have. It's not like a football player where you're up for a play and then you get a chance to rest. You got to be on your toes, totally focused for the entire race. 17 minutes plus 1 lap.
Hey, what a great explanation by the man who's probably only outdone as far as decorated winning in his family by his father, the legendary Bill Siebold, who's considered wildly as the greatest, if not one of the greatest tunnel boat racers of all time. You know, did a lot of battles with guys like Renato Molinari, God rest his soul. We just lost him here in the last week. The Italian legend who designed was really the first tunnel hull builder way back in the day. Tunnel boats started to really emerge in the 50s and 60s. Renato Molinari and Bill Siebold were kind of the one was the European version of the other was the American version, right, of one another. Fantastic drivers. And Tim, got to be hard, right? I mean, you've won more races than almost anybody ever, but you haven't won as many races as the number one driver in your own family.
You know, exactly. I mean, that's like, putting a big weight on your shoulders is trying to, keep up with Daddy Dearest sometimes. And I even, when people are asking me, like, what are you going to announce? And I'm like, it's tunnel boat racing, Siebold. And they're like, I've heard of that name. And I'm like, YouTube it. And then they look at me and they're like, the amount of YouTubing that you can find from the decades of racing behind the Siebold name is just incredible.
Absolutely. Yeah, looks like we've got all the boats out on the water. We had to give them some extra time. But in the last heat, the 91 of Peter Wilson, right? He's on fire coming down from British Columbia. But that isn't figuratively, Kay. That's literally, let's take a look at what happened before the start of that last Formula One heat. Check out the inside of the cockpit of the 91 of Peter Wilson as he's trying to get that boat off the trailer. Down there, they've got smoke going on. I don't know what the heck that is, but boy, it looks like that may have been an electrical fire inside the cockpit. Good thing the 91 of Peter Wilson in that Will Roof sponsored entry wasn't in the cockpit. We'll have to get more information on what happened down there. And also, I would be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about the operations here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. If you see all these guys that wear the blue shirts like me, there's a lot of them that put in a lot more work and don't get to talk to you guys and do the fun stuff like Kay and I do here as announcers. They're setting up stuff. They're here at 5 in the morning. They're here till 11 o'clock at night. And one of those folks on our rescue crew is hanging them up here at the end of 2024. We got put together a little package for the man driving Rescue 1, Mr. Marty Cole. What a fantastic part of our team he has been here since the inception of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. He's out there on the water right now doing what he loves, cruising on the boat. One of our videographers got to spend the day with him and the rest of the rescue crew. And, Marty, we're really going to miss you, man. You've been a fantastic part of our safety operations. You've been the big reason why a lot of drivers were healthy and were able to get back in the cockpit and race once again because of your precision, your speed, and your attention to detail and your care. And we thank you for that. You're going to be it's going to be some really big shoes to fill for losing Marty here at the end of the season, but we wish him the best in all his future endeavors. And thank you so much for allowing me to be able to call you a friend from our time together here over the last, 7 years we've been running this thing now. But looks like we've got the 12 of Triton Schleicher and the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster on the water, so it looks like all repairs have been made, Kay.
I'm not really shocked. I mean, this is Clover Construction we're talking about, and with these new boats, like you talked about, we're moving up from the wood boats to the composite boats, and the repairs are a little bit easier than trying to do on a wood boat. And to tell you the truth, we raced the wood boats. I'm a kneeler, and we busted up a boat. My brother went into the camper and took the cabinet door off and used it.
All right, and we're going to do a bit of a parade lap here so you get a little bit of more intimate look and details on all our drivers. You see coming around first, he's starting third off the start pontoon. He hails from Humboldt, Texas. In that red, white, and blue Stars and Stripes machine, running for Thompson Racing, the number 2 of Travis Thompson. Thompson has had a solid 2024, ran well in Shreveport. He ran well in Port Neches, but unfortunately, due to a family emergency, wasn't able to make Alton, Illinois. And boy, I know that really hurt for this driver. He felt this was he had a legit chance at a series championship here in Formula Lights, and 2 days before a family emergency came up, and he did the right thing, right? It wasn't the fun thing, but the right thing.
And then number 35, driven with Pizza Inn, interviewed him a few times just this weekend with those checkered flag. And Mark Schmierbach, one of our veteran drivers out here on the course, I talked to him and I said, these kids are getting so much closer and closer to you. And he's like, they are. But, with 46 years of racing experience behind his belt, I'm pretty sure he might have gone back into the prop box after that last heat to bring out the best prop for the final.
Well, that's definitely something Mark would do, right? Keep it all under wraps till the main event. He's your pole sitter here in qualifying heat in the final main event here in Formula Lights. Let's take a look at the next driver. There's the number 12 of Traden Schleicher, your series points champion, coming in to the final round here, but he has done everything to try to give it away. The driver hailing from the great state of now California, formerly Wisconsin. Let's be honest, right? Nobody with that last name grew up in California. Exactly. Schleicher, I love it. Right in the upper Midwest. He's been 9 years. He's been racing like you. He started out in the J Hydro, right, in those 15 horsepower stock Mercury outboards on the back of those kneel down boats. He starts fourth off the start pontoon here. We take a look. Now there's a man coming down the front straightaway. That's the 66 of Randy Partch. He sounds a lot better than he did in qualifying heat number 3. The 66 of Partch has been here all week. This is his home stomping grounds. He was born and raised here. But he realized, man, I can't do a whole lot of testing, and I'm not really going to be ready to race at all the other places here in Colorado. Well, also that plus a housing market that's gone insane, and he lived here before it did, gave an opportunity to move to a place where it doesn't get cold in the winter, right? And down where he's at now in Port Charlotte, he can test in February. You aren't doing that here in the Rocky Mountain State. And rounding out the rest of the field, the other half of the Clover construction team, that is the 24 of Shelby Love. Can she pull it off, Kay?
I have watched her throughout just this season. I mean, I've watched her for the years because, it's another West Coaster. But just this season, I have watched her grow so much. She's had some electrical issues out on the course, and, that girl doesn't give up. She's sitting inside that cockpit, and she's like, what is it? What is it? What can I do? What can I do? What can I do? And then she starts right back up, and then she's back out onto the course. The knowledge that she has in there and the experience that she has. This is a brand new boat to her. She's only been driving it for just over a year. When she got handed this is a completely different animal for a boat.
It's very unique, and we'll get back to that. But rounding out our field here in the Formula Lights main event out of San Antonio, Texas, year 2 here in Formula Lights. He's got that Danish-built all-composite mole guard that, if you remember, unfortunately they had to take a hiatus this year, but Peterson Racing last year in the 14 of Tyler Peterson, they won the series with that boat that the 78 of Marshall Gildermaster is running, that all-silver Mars racing machine. But the 24 of Shelby Love, anybody who's been around tunnel boat racing is going to look at that thing and be like, wait a minute, the cowling goes over the motor?
Right?
A very unique approach taken by Rick Hoffman, and I simply asked him, why? He goes, well, it's twofold. One, if you can remove any of the air disturbance around the motor, one would think that you're going to be able to get some better performance out of the boat. I said, fair. He said, 2, it makes it cheaper. I said, how does it make it cheaper? He goes, well, that's just half of a Formula One cowling. So he just chopped the Formula One cowling off after the motor instead of in front of it, because the great thing that Rick Hoffman has done is he's taken the Formula One boat, and the Formula Light is just a smaller version of it, where we used to see boat builders build different molds for the Formula Ones and the Formula Lights, and not that he doesn't do different things to the Formula Light. But kudos to him, right, for really being able to, maximize the parts usage and things of that nature on that Hoffman, and made it a very, very unique looking boat. The real question is with some of the trouble that she was having, and we had to use up the time that we had gained by being ahead of schedule to give them some extra time, does she have enough in the tank to beat the 35 of Schmierbach, or at least stay far enough ahead of the 12 of Traden Schleicher to jump him, leapfrog him in the point standings? It'll be very interesting to see.
Well, and we talked about this, that throughout just this weekend, just a few heat races, we have watched her close and get closer and closer to Mark Schmierbach in the 35. She's done a wonderful job, but right on her other side of her is Travis Thompson.
All right, it looks like I just got word from Chief Reverie. Let's crown a champion here in Formula Lights, ladies and gentlemen. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute. This harkens back to the days of old. The 35 of Mark Schmierbach has won everything all weekend long. Can he do it here in the final? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. She's sitting in second off the dock. If she wins today, she'll be the first female to ever win a Tunnel Boat Series championship. Can she do it? The 24 of Shelby Love. 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Then to her right, the 2 of Travis Thompson. Can he bring some more hardware back to the great state of Texas and think about what could have been and fuel him for 25? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or will it be the 12 of Traden Schleicher? He came in as your points leader. It's nip and tuck here. Can he figure it out in the final and claim the series championship? Let's crown a champion here in 2024. 20 seconds, drivers. You're under starter's orders. He drops the flag. As we come from overhead, the 24 of Shelby Love's going to need to get a good jump. Terrible jump there by the 66 of Randy Partch. And you know what? Definitely a better start than she's had all weekend long. But look at the 2 of Travis Thompson. He's really got it dialed in. Was he holding back all Saturday and Sunday to try to catch him off guard here in the main event, Kay?
You know, and some of these drivers do go into a weekend with that game plan, keeping enough to keep me up on that podium. But we're going to see Shelby Love's going to sneak up on the inside. Clover Construction number 24, followed by the number 2, Travis Thompson. And here comes 12, a Traden Schleicher.
She's porpoising a bit down there on the inside. The 2 of Travis Thompson going way wide to the outside. Notice they split the wake of the leader, the 35 of Schmierbach. Neither of them wanting to get into that dirty water, but watch out. We got a battle now between the 12 of Traden Schleicher and the 2 of Travis Thompson side by side as they battle for third.
Travis is unfortunately trying to run through some rough water. Got to get big old gulp left behind by the Clover Construction and 12 of Traden Schleicher. Basically threw a huge roller up into his windshield, blindsided him, and as a natural reaction is to let off on the throttle.
Yeah, you got it. When you can't see, you got to back off because you don't want to run into somebody else at full speed without any vision. One of the many factors that make tunnel boat racing so much more difficult than its counterpart auto racing, because the last time I checked, you don't get blinded for 3 or 4 seconds at a time when you're running a race car.
Exactly. And coming across the start-finish line is going to be the 35 of Mark Schmierbach with about a rooster tail lead over Shelby Love in the 24. We've talked about it all weekend. She keeps closing the gap. Only 1 lap into this, and she has already got the closest gap she's had pretty much all weekend. So we're going to watch her as she jumps on the inside of Schmierbach. He's going to go outside. We'll see if he slams the door on her.
Did he write his own? Did he write his own destiny? He told us after that heat win that he was very worried about the extra laps here in the main event and the ability for overtime, that top end speed on the 24 of Shelby Love to finally catch him and surpass him.
Well, she's doing a great job. She's still trying to hunt him down, jumping from one side of the roller to the other. Actually slows her down just a little bit. But what she's doing is a little cat and mouse. She's going to be like, well, you don't know if I'm on your inside. You don't know if I'm on your outside. I'm going to come jump back on the inside, which is probably what she's going to do here. She jumps, stays out on the outside. She's trying to keep the RPMs up, trimming it out. And Mark Schmierbach's got his hands full with Shelby Love, Clover Construction number 24.
Well, especially as we see them here early on, right? They're early parts of this Formula Lights final. Crew chief is probably telling her, hey, listen, you're not going to get into some of those back markers for a few laps. So right now, make him think like you're doing something that really doesn't matter. It's not a part of your strategy, but again, it's that chess match out there on the water. It's amazing to see in real time the reactions that they do play off of one another. One goes inside, the other goes outside. The other one fakes going outside and goes inside, right? And how they're placing those chess pieces on the board throughout the entire race, hopefully setting it up for the perfect confluence of events to get them to either pass or walk away from the rest of the field.
Or just waiting for one simple small mistake.
Correct.
Which is what we saw on the last heat for the Formula Lights, was unfortunately when Traden got a little bit jumbled up coming out of turn 2. Almost cost him the 3rd place position because Travis Thompson in the number 2 was coming in quick.
Yeah, he was, but he's now up in 3rd. And I think now he knows if he can hang on to 3rd, he's probably got that series championship wrapped up now. Does he, of course, want to beat his teammate? Absolutely. But I think if he said, I think after the race, he's like, you know, Shelby, hey, you beat me this race, but yeah, I'm the series champion, so good luck next year trying to catch me again.
All right, our lead boats are now coming up into back traffic. This is where it's going to get a little bit dicey to see who stays out on the outside to let our lead boats go. And it looks like Shelby Love just hooked it into turn 1.
Oh no, that is not what she wanted to see. She sees her teammate, the 12 of Traden Schleicher, go wide to the outside around her. Now she goes back into 3rd position. Boy, that is not what the woman looking to be the first female series champion ever was hoping to do here in the early parts of this Formula Lights final.
But that's what Mark Schmierbach wanted to see, because she was right up onto his hip when that happened. We just talked about one small mistake, and unfortunately with her spin out in turn number 1, settles her back down into 3rd place. Our leader halfway down the backstretch in the number 35, Mark Schmierbach. 2nd place goes to the number 12, Clover Construction, Drake Schleichert, followed by the other half of Clover Construction, 24, Shelby Love. Then in the red, white, and blue, number 2, Travis Thompson.
Yeah, and coming into the final qualifying heat after last night's points, it was down to 35 points between the 24 of Love and the 12 of Schleicher. And the question is can she get back around him here before it's all over? And will the points, because points in the final are more than points in qualifying, will the gap between 2nd and 3rd be enough? I don't think it's going to be. I think she needs to get by him and somehow get the 2 of Travis Thompson to get by him as well. I know you never pray for anybody to break down, especially not your teammate. But hey, Shelby, the only way I think this series championship goes back to Santa Rosa Valley is if your teammate doesn't end up finishing this main event. And I think that's the only thing that Trayden cares about. I don't care if she beats me. I don't care if I get 5th. All I got to do is finish.
Exactly, but you know, Shelby had that mistake back there, but she's already gaining ground on her teammate of the number 12, Trayden Schleicher. Travis Thompson's hopping in her inside in the red, white, and blue number 2. And it looks like Shelby's going to try and jump in on the inside of Trayden Schleicher. Not sure if there's any game plan going on, but they're nose to nose coming down the front stretch. They are now chasing down that 2nd and 3rd place position. And Trayden just gave his teammate a wash down.
just gave her a shower. Hey, you know, you probably got a little dirty sweating after you spun it out. Let me just quick cool you down. He doused her. Hey, but you know what? She made the move. She took her shot. It didn't work, but look what it did for the 2 of Travis Thompson. Now he's starting to move up. Not what she wanted, but boy, all of this chaos for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th has now allowed the 35 of Mark Schmierbach to really walk away with it.
And Randy Partch got real close to Shelby as they went through turn 2, and now he's getting real close to Travis, not giving any of these lead boats any maneuvering room for that 66 of the Liquid Revolutions out of Florida.
Yeah, anti-gravity batteries as well, a sponsor on that Liquid Revolutions machine. Yeah, you'd think a guy who grew up here, whose best friend from up here, who's moved back here now, was in the boat business, you'd think he'd have a better handle on setting the boat up here. But boy, he looked a lot faster at our last round in Alton, Illinois, where he won, than he does today here. Just cannot seem to find any power on that 66 anti-gravity batteries Liquid Revolutions machine.
And it doesn't look like he's trimming it up or out too much, so he might be having some trim issues, and that might be the main cause of that.
You know what? And if other people have had trim issues, which happens on these older OMC motors, and you had a trim issue, and now you don't have another trim ram, well, that means I guess I'm just going to lock it into one position and see how it goes.
Looks like Trayden Schleicher coming across the start-finish line is going to push out teammate Shelby Love. She's going to try and bounce back on the inside, followed by our 4th place boat of Travis Thompson in the number 2. Golden Master in the number 78 comes across the start-finish line, but it looks like Randy might be trying to pull off.
I think he's going to be pulling it off. I think that trim is absolutely stuck in one position. And if he's going to stay out to collect points, he's going to go as far wide to the outside as he can. That's exactly what he's doing. And this is what you'll see here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series that you're not going to see at the National Championships, Kate, because that's a one-off race. They still collect points if they don't pull off. So a lot of times you'll see the drivers go slow to the outside unless they're going to do significant damage to the boat by continuing to run it. But if they can run at a lower power, they'll stay out because they get more points for finishing, albeit way off the pace, than they do with a DNF.
Mark Schmierbach once again comes across the start-finish line with about a 12-second lead over the 2nd place boat, the Clover Construction number 12, the 24 driven by Miss Shelby Love, and the number 2 of Travis Thompson as they make their way through turn number 1 and down the backstretch. Watch as Shelby trims it out just a little bit, but Trayden porpoises it just a little bit. Both drivers still working to get through the rest of the pack, get around the shorter course that they've seen for the rest of the year. Travis Thompson is coming through and almost spins out in turn number 2.
As Thompson makes his way out of lane number 1, coming off of turn number 4 and across the start-finish line. There's our leader, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. He's already out of the south end of the course and through turns 1 and 2 and heading back north towards the far end of the course. Yeah, it's interesting. I think, you might have the 12 of Trayden Schleicher not being able to set the boat the way he wants, Kay, due to the damage he sustained. He's just trying to keep that boat together. He knows it's the last race of the year, but you can't finish first if you don't first finish. Am I right?
Exactly. Rough waters are now coming up in for Shelby Love. because we're coming up to more back traffic. We're going to see Randy Partch moves outside, but Gildermaster, he's going to make Traden Schleichert in the number 12 work to be able to get around him.
Yeah, I think Gildermaster, he understands it. Like, listen, I'm just going to stay in my lane. I'm not going to try to cut you off. We got 9 minutes into this main event here in Formula Lights. It's the Mark Schmierbach show. There's the 78 of Gildermaster as he does leave the 24 of Shelby Love a lane, but boy, she has got a big task in front of her. She was 35 points down, and I don't think there's 35 points between second and third, and she's on the wrong side of that equation to begin with, and she almost spins out down there between turns 1 and 2 again. Boy, she is really pushing it on the ragged edge, maybe a little too far at times, Kay.
And she has done this a couple times, but Traden Schleichert also having some issues, and one little spin out almost just now closed the gap with about a rooster tail difference. We got Clover versus Clover fighting for second and third coming down the front stretch for this 15-minute final here for Formula Lights. Over halfway through, Traden Schleichert makes his way out of turn number 1 along with Shelby Love in the 24, Travis Thompson, but our leader is almost a half a lap ahead. That is the number 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Comes across the start-finish line. Looks like Randy Partch still trying to hold out on the outside. Some points are better than none. Those points are collected at the end of the year. This is the final race of the year, and we also have to go through inspection after this. Never know what could happen. He could finish 5th on the course, but if there's disqualifications in inspection, could move him up into the podium finishes. So that's why these drivers will stay out there and basically milk their way through this final heat. 15 minutes, over halfway through this. Our leader, the 35, Mark Schmierbach. Number 12, Clover Construction, Traden Schleichert. 24, Shelby Love. The number 2, Travis Thompson. Goldenmaster in the number 78 comes across the start-finish line. Only a couple years underneath his belt inside of this Formula Light, but doing a great job.
All right, as we continue to get through the later stages of this Formula Lights main event, the 35 of Schmierbach bobbling around there as he goes down the front straightaway. The 12 of Traden Schleichert starting to close the gap a little bit, but he's not going to close it nearly as well as he could if he didn't have a rearview mirror full of his teammate. He's kept her at bay fairly well, but it's amazing how that can weigh on your psyche. You look in your mirror, you see your teammate, they're closing in. You have to split that focus between the person behind you and the person in front of you. I can imagine sometimes as a stock outboard driver, it's nice to not have rearview mirrors.
I can tell you, as a stockboard out driver, we race on our knees. We have no mirrors. We don't have somebody on the beach telling us, oh, somebody's coming in on your inside. It's all what I say, putting your head on a swivel. It is all.
Oh, no, she spun out again down there in turn number 1. The 24 of Shelby Love. Her day looks like it might be over, and the 2 of Travis Thompson's going to move up to onto the start podium. That's got to be frustrating, but that has been her MO all year. Her Achilles heel has been her desire to set them hard in the corner and not be able to control it, and it hooks down the inside. Now she's floating into the corner. Oh, she finally does get it started, but now she's almost now she's a lap down, and now she's trying to hold off her teammate from lapping her as well. Got to be frustrating. These are I think the growing pains that this young driver is just going to have to accept that she's going to have to go through here in 2024.
Well, I know that she's talked about earlier in this year that it was the rollover switch that she had issues with. When you hook it, that actually, and there's the video right here, we just had a replay of it, of her incidental spin out that happened. That actually kills the motor. So then she has to restart it up, and the whole time you're sitting there frantically watching one boat after another come past you or come near you. So she's now dropped back into 4th place, but she's still going to work to try and keep the number 12 of her teammate behind her because she doesn't want to get lapped again.
Now it's more of a pride thing, right,
yes,
than anything else. It looks like as we see the 35 of Schmierbach slide through turn number 1, one more lap around. The 66 of Randy Partch has pulled off the race course. It sounds like he could no longer risk the continual damage that could have happened. I know it's the end of the year, but nobody wants to destroy their stuff just to have to rebuild it, especially when it's way off the pace. But the man who's been on the pace and been an absolute, a surgeon out here, really just showing everybody how to run a Formula Light, is the man in that pizza in machine, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach.
Mark Schmierbach has been winning one race after another. Here for the end of the year, he said, I want to take the big victory here at Roar of the Rockies. One of his most favorite races to go to. Comes out of turn number 2. all the way back in the backstretch is our second place boat, the number 12 of Traden Schleichert. You know, with a half a lap lead, you would think he could sit there and say, I'm just going to go into cruise control, but we both know Mark Schmierbach a little bit better than that.
I mean, he's a racer, right?
Yeah.
I mean, he's always going to give it everything he's got now. I think he's smart enough to know that I can go 85, 90% and be okay. But boy, how about, as we see right over his shoulder, our fantastic overhead drone shots brought to you by Live Race Media. But he's going to come around here. We've just got 1 minute plus 1 lap, so less than a minute plus 1 lap remaining. But here's what is interesting to me. Once we get away from this overhead view of the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, if we can step back at all, you'll see the 24 of Shelby Love has really closed the ground and closed the gap on the 35 of Schmierbach. What that tells me is getting stuck behind her teammate really was a real painful, because she's faster than he is. But one thing we know in tunnel boat racing is just because you're faster doesn't mean you're going to get around them.
Exactly.
Because it's so hard to pass when the race course underneath you changes. There's the white flag, Kay. Go fast, turn left just 4 more times for our leader. Take him home here in the Formula Lights final.
Our leader comes out of turn number 1. Now ever colorful number 35. Halfway down that backstretch is going to be Mark Schmierbach, taking 3 checkered flags already this weekend, looking for the 4th, which is going to be the biggest checkered flag of the weekend. And it rises up. Mark Schmierbach, your Formula Lights checkered flag champion.
What a great run, wire to wire all weekend long. He took 4 checkered flags in 3 heats in a final in second place. And wrapping up the series championship, the number 12 of Traden Schleicher. And rounding out the podium, at least he's got some hardware to bring back from Colorado, even though he was out of the series fight. Fantastic run by the number 2 of Travis Thompson. Well, that's going to do it here in Formula Lights. The man, the myth, the legend, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach did what he's done all weekend long. He went wire to wire from the pole and took home the checkered flag here at Roar of the Rockies in the Formula Lights division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. There you see that orange, lightning yellow and white Pizza Inn sponsored Formula Light. That is one of the very few wood boats remaining in all of tunnel boat racing. That is a Pugh-built Formula Light, one of the last, if not the last, Formula Light that Gary Pugh ever built before retiring from boat building. And boy, that is it is a gem to watch. The thing is an absolute gem. It's a fantastic setup. His team works extremely hard, and there's a reason why they come into race weekends and win every single heat race and the final. He did it again. This is not the first time he's done it. However, just not quite enough points here in the final weekend of the series to move himself past the 12 of Traden Schleicher. So we will have a brand new series champion in 2024 in Formula Lights. That'll be the 3rd different series champion we've had in the last 3 years in Formula Lights, which is fantastic. It's a constant theme in our tunnel boat classes. We had a new winner last year. The year before that, we had a different winner. The year before that, we had a different winner. We've only seen the Rinker family have multiple championships here on the Formula One Powerboat Series, but hoping to find a new champion here in Formula One and Tri-Hull as well. But right now, it is all about Mark Schmierbach. You can see he's got the checkered flag holding his windshield open in that enclosed cockpit. He had some damage sustained throughout the weekend to the springs that hold that lid open, so using the checkered flag to make sure the cockpit stays open, get a little air in there. Well-deserved cool down with some breeze and opening up that cockpit in that Formula Light machine. What a great run by the 35 of Mark Schmierbach, and he's going to make his way down in front of all the golf cart tents over on the far side of the lake, and now he's going to come down in front of the island here before he makes his way back to the start dock to have a conversation with my colleague, Kay. And I'm really glad that Kay's doing it. She's had to run like a half a mile there and back. But ladies and gentlemen, as he comes across the island, let me hear you put your hands together one more time. Your Formula Lights champion here at Roar of the Rockies in 2024, out of Greenfield, Wisconsin, number 35, Mark Schmierbach. As we take a look at the rest of the schedule here for the remainder of the Roar of the Rockies, up next, bumper boats at 65 miles an hour. It's the conclusion of the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Can Neil Marsh making a clean sweep on the series in 2024? He won in our opening round in Port Neches. Then he went to Shreveport, Louisiana, and dominated. Then he jumped up and moved up the Mississippi to Alton, Illinois, and informed everybody You can't beat me. You can't touch me because I am the dude, Neil Marsh, and now he comes to Colorado. He's going to start on the inside of row 1. He is your pole sitter for the 4th time in 4 races. Can he wrap up his 3rd straight Texas Tri-Hull Championship? That is the only thing on his mind. And look at there. We've got another boat out on the water. You'll see him way out in the back there. That is that John Deere Green 33 of John Ottinger. He barrel rolled down in qualifying heat number 4 and turn number 1. Looks like he's okay. He's got the motor back together. No surprise, his father an absolute OMC guru. But we're just waiting now for Kay to get down there and have an opportunity to chat with our winner here in the Formula Lights class, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Yeah, while we wait for the 35 of Mark Schmierbach and my colleague Kay to get together here, you know, there's a lot of great sponsors that we've had here. A lot of our sponsors here at the Roar of the Rockies 2024, they don't maybe get the pub, but they're great sponsors nonetheless. SK&T Incorporated, TST Incorporated, United Rentals, ZGL Landscaping, Benchmark Medical, Signature Stone, Da Vinci Sign, First Advantage Bank, Forever Lawn, GLH Construction, Ground Engineering, Hauser Architects, Miller Landscaping, Pepsi, Point West, Quality Irrigation, Emerald Estates, Brothers Barbecue, Bemis Construction, Banner Medical, and Hessland. And how about these guys jamming the tunes here? This band right here out of Minneapolis, Minnesota. What a fantastic band they are. Had an opportunity to see them live, had a chance to talk with the band members, and they gracefully allowed me to get some permission so we could jam to some of these great tunes while putting the live stream. So, hey, thanks, guys. We appreciate it. Russ Parrish and the Lone Oaks. Check them out online. But right now, we've got K-Dub down on the dock with our Roar of the Rockies champion in Formula Lights, the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. Take it away, Kay.
Mark, this has been one heck of a year for you. You have now, 3 weeks ago, claimed the national champion. 2 weeks ago, world champion. Now you are Roar of the Rockies F Lights champion.
Well, it's all great, but I got to give Shelby a lot of credit. That was going to be a heck of a turn. You know, she spun out, and that was kind of the race right there. But I really want to thank Windsor and all the crowd being here. The scoring crew, without them, we couldn't be playing with our toys. And this is just great. Thanks a lot.
Well, congratulations to another checkered flag, 4 of them in total just this weekend.
Thanks a lot. And again, thank everyone. This is fun. Have fun the rest of the day.
You too. Go enjoy your victory and get back on over to the pits. Mark Schmierbach, your 2024 Roar of the Rockies champion.
All right, what a great run for the 35 of Mark Schmierbach. But coming up next, we got to crown a champion in Texas Tri-Hull. They're going to go 6, 7, 8 wide in the corners. They're going to slam into each other. It is going to be a hellacious and vicious event here on the shores of Pelican Lakes. Here at beautiful Water Valley community, the Pelican Lakes Golf and Resort. Golf Club and Resort and Golf Club, something like that. I don't know. I'm terrible with words sometimes, and yet I'm an announcer. Weird. The Pelican Lakes Golf Club and Resort is a fantastic place here. We're all lined up around this beautiful lake, built with boat racing in mind. Thanks to Martin Lynn and the Lynn family for their vision in building these communities on the Front Range of Colorado. We're an hour from Estes Park. We're out of all the crazy Denver traffic, easy access to the mountains, and beautiful, clear, sunshiny days more than any other place in the country, thanks to the great folks at Water Valley, as well as all our other fantastic sponsors, Island Lake Marine, Norris Design, ProLift Crane and Riggings, Advanced HOA, Nobleman Electric, PCL Construction, Suka Bush, and Exodus Moving and Storage on the move. On the move there in the finals in Formula One was the 35 of Mark Schmierbach as he ran that thing wire to wire and is your champion here in Formula Lights. There he crosses the screen one last time. But boy, these knuckleheads in Texas Tri-Hull are going to be slamming into one another and putting on one heck of a show. But before we get into that, let's take a look at the 52 of Tanner Rinker. Had a fantastic run in qualifying heat number 4. And that's a brand new motor on the back of that Texas Tri-Hull number 52. He's got to be real excited about this week, and we had a chance to sit down a little earlier with Tanner. Can he be ready to rock and roll for the main event here in Texas Tri-Hull?
Usually we're used to seeing you with an Evinrude. This weekend, you surprised us all with a brand new Mercury on the back of this boat, and I hear it was a surprise to you last week.
Yeah, it definitely came out of right field, but really excited to run it. Big surprise.
Well, the big surprise was because your dad just popped it on the back of the boat and said, here, go run this. Been struggling this season. You think this motor is what's going to get you on the top of the podium?
I think I have a better shot at the podium. Ran real good during testing, and I'm real excited about it.
Tell us the difference between the Mercury and the Evinrude, the horsepower. I mean, are you feeling the horsepower difference once you put this on and finally got out on the water?
I definitely felt it. It definitely has more kick in the turns, more acceleration, and yeah, it's got some speed.
Well, you got some fierce competition. It's the end of the season, last race. Who do you think is going to be your biggest competition this weekend?
It's got to be Neil Marsh. It's got to be Neil Marsh. Dude's back-to-back champ. Going to be competitive.
Well, we're looking forward to seeing you out there with a brand new motor. Your boat's ready to go, and we're looking forward to seeing you win this weekend.
Yes, ma'am. Me too.
It's been great to see Tanner Rinker out here with that brand new Mercury motor, but he's got some fierce competition as we're coming right in front of y'all. Why don't you go ahead and give him a big old wave as he comes across. That's number 17 of Neil Marsh. He has many victories under his belt, but that also puts a large target. But if you look underneath the front of that boat as it pops around throughout the race, you're going to see a huge giant puzzle. That puzzle is a puzzle piece for his good friend Raja, who's sitting at home cheering him on, along with the rest of his Marsh clan, I guess you could call them. Keep an eye out for that number 52 of Tanner Rinker. It's Scary Jerry Rinker in that number 10. 70-plus years young, I'm going to give him some credit. One of our veteran drivers out there just got back from knee replacement. As soon as he got the clearance, that man was right back in the boat. He's going to be racing out there with his two grandsons, Mason and Tanner Rinker. I've seen it a few times over the season where one of the boys had issues with their motors, and he gave them his. I mean, that's just like the family dynamic. But, if you're living back in the 80s but still trying to live there here in the year 2024, your name might be Cole the Mullet, wearing in that number 69. If you look close onto that boat and look at that number, he even put a mullet on the 69. That is the funniest part about that boat, other than the driver.
Yeah, I mean, it's the little touches that Mullet likes, right?
Yeah.
On the back of the, I think it's the 6, right off the back side of the 6, he's got that flowing hair. Mullet, hey, he's all business in the front, but he's all party in back, baby. And let's talk about Mullet and the rest of the guys. Let's take a look at this starting lineup here in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship. No surprise, he worked all weekend long to get here. On the pole on the inside of row 1, your two-time defending series champion out of Hemlock, Michigan, the dude, number 17, Neil Marsh, two-time defending champion, looking to do it for the third year in a row. He's won every race in 2024. He'll only be the third driver in the Formula One Powerboat Championship history to win all races in a season. Already done by the 10 of Terry Rinker and the 20 of Ashton Rinker, both retired from the series. Can he be the first Tri-Hull to win every race and wrap up the whole season? He's on the inside of row 1.
Wouldn't surprise me with the amount of fan base he already has here. Not just the ones he brings, but the ones he gathers as he comes here every year.
Absolutely. On the outside of row 1, it's the number 1 of Corey Walker. Just moved to San Antonio, Texas from the Houston area. He's been veteran in Texas Tri-Hull. He's been doing this 18 years. He comes in 9th in points overall. He missed the first 2 races because he was moving, but boy, he's been scary fast here. Outside of row 1, the number 1 of Corey Walker.
On the inside of row 2, we just talked about this young gentleman. That's going to be Rinker Boat World, number 52 of Tanner Rinker. Just 5 years underneath his belt, but a lot of knowledge sitting inside of that.
Just have the
Rinker
camera
Boat
guy
World
fight
over
10.
there.
He's
If
right
you
out
haven't had a
there.
chance to go to the pits, can't miss that sea of yellow in there with a lot of support. Tanner Rinker inside the cockpit of the 52.
All right, on the outside of row 2, right? We heard in the opener for this event, grandchildren look to put a whooping on their elders. Well, on the outside is the elder statesman of the Rinker crew, that right there, the 82-year young Jerry Rinker on the outside, staring to the left of his grandson outside of row 2. Can he be the dark horse and get back on the podium just like he did back in 2019?
Right on the inside in row 3 is at number 56. I talked to a couple kids down there, asked them what boat they were cheering on, and they said their favorite number is 56. They're going to be cheering on Clint Dillard out of Texas with 20 years behind his back, sitting in 10th position. But, you know, all weekend long, he has been working his way up in the points throughout the season. So keep an eye out.
One of those sneaky guys, right?
Yeah.
You didn't see him all weekend, but here he is, 5th off the start dock. Outside of row 3, he runs for Brondo, the Fuse Thirst Mutilator, number 88 of Josh Wells, nickname Not Sure. Brondo, the Thirst Mutilator, it's what boats crave. He's been racing for 3 years. He's 7 in the points. He is your APBA national champion. Again, we have series and we have our governing body. Unlike car racing, where NASCAR is the racing series and the governing body, here in boat racing, we separate the two. So we've got the Formula One series. We've also got the APBA National Championship. And what a great run for the 88 of Josh Wells.
Yeah, he did wonderful at Springfield, Ohio. I mean, I don't know who's more excited, his competitors or him to get that. And then right down on row 4 on the inside, number 6, Grant Schubert, basically the starter of this class. Him and John Schubert got together, and JH Performance decided to make this class called Tri-Hulls. I mean, Schubert, I guess that kind of makes sense when it comes to Tri-Hulls.
I would definitely say you're giving Grant a lot more credit than he deserves. There's a lot of guys that were running Tri-Hulls while Grant Schubert was still a 6 and 7-year-old little boy. But he's learned from all of them. He started off the season in the 13 boat, but he gave that to his brother. He hopped into the 6 boat. He's been running the number 6 all season. He's out of Richmond, Texas. He runs for JH Performance Boats. He's your inside of row number 4, the number 6 of Grant Schubert. On the outside of row number 4, he's a local guy running his first year race of the 2024 season after having some additions to his family in 2023 and 2024. The number 93 of J.B. Jensen in that all-gray Island Lake Marine Water Valley sponsored Texas Tri-Hull. He is the number 93 of J.B. Jensen.
And row number 5 on the inside, Andy Miller out of Kansas. SS Services has given him one heck of a ride, and we watched that last heat with Tri-Hull. I mean, he ran that whole class, all of his competitors all across the water. Keep an eye out for that DD1. He's going to be a fierce competition.
Absolutely, the DD1 of Andy Miller out of Wichita, Kansas. He's, again, there sitting inside row 5. Outside of row 5, well, there he is, the 40 Andy Miller. Now, he's got 8 years of racing, but it hasn't been in a Tri-Hull. That was just last year. He's an offshore racer, but he's also a dirt bike racer, a quad racer, a dirt car racer. He's been in demo derbies, late models. His family races everything. His kids are all 2- and 4-wheel racers. They'll probably end up getting into boat racing here not too long. But the 40 DD1 of Andy Miller inside of row number 5. Outside of row 5, fan favorite, that beautiful multicolored 69 of Cole mullet wearing in his Tri-Hull. He's been on the podium a couple of times, part of that outlaw F1 racing contingency, trying not to lose out to his teammates, hoping he can be not in last place here in the Texas Tri-Hull division. But he's only been racing for a year. His best friend, Grant Schubert, finally convinced his buddy to come racing, and he's never going to look back. That's the 69 of Cole mullet wearing.
And row 6 on the inside is going to be the number 26 of Michael Schubert. We hear this name a lot out of Richmond, Texas. But this time, instead of saying the JH Performance, we're going to see Snap-on Tools. A young gentleman out here. I'm sorry, Bryson.
At the end of the day, Michael Schubert having to sub in for his driver, Briston Sherman. Briston broke his back a couple of weeks ago, so unable to get in the gnarly Tri-Hull. And we got some of the great folks from Island Lake Marine firing out some swag, so make sure you get up on the fence line here on the island side at the Roar of the Rockies as they're firing out some of the fantastic swag from Roar of the Rockies here 2024. But let's take a look at on the outside of row number 6. That's the number 33 of John Ottinger. John Ottinger, that John Deere green machine out of the great state of Texas in his 15th year racing. He's only 11th in points. Again, he missed the first couple of races due to some work obligations when there are natural disasters, this gentleman makes his way wherever he's needed across the country to really help communities get out from underneath the disaster that they just experienced. So sometimes that has to pull him away from racing, which he's got to be frustrated about. But he went over in the 4th qualifying heat, and they've already got the boat all ready to rock and roll here. And he's on the outside of row 6. On the inside of row 7, he won a Heat K, the number 37 of Mason Rinker. He came in 100 points out of first place in the series standings. And unfortunately, starting 3rd to last in this 15-boat field is not where he wanted to be coming into the final race of the season. It's his 3rd year racing. He's 2nd in points, but looks like that he might just be trying to get on the podium for some hardware finish to bring back to Texas to wrap up the season, because I think the 7 Neil Marsh, once he fires that motor from the pole here in this main event, I think he's got that series championship all but buttoned up.
Well, I know as a racer myself, throughout the season, there's always that one race that I kind of want to erase, and take out of the
Yeah. This would definitely be it for the 37 of Mason
the
Rinker.
one and probably the only for him this year.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing great.
Yeah.
And the outside of him is going to be the number 13, Jack Schubert. Man, how many times am I going to say that Schubert name? Because we got
There's
them
a
all
lot
out.
of them. There's a lot of Schuberts. There's a lot of Rinkers, but the 13 of Jack Schubert, his rookie season here, again, after the first race, it was deemed that he was ready to get into the boat. The 13 of Grant Schubert moves over to the 6th boat, and this 13 now becomes Jack Schubert in that 4-stroke. A little bit of a smoother ride, a little bit of easier ride to handle. So the younger statesman and Jack Schubert gets the 4-stroke motor on the newer boat. Weird. Hey, Grant, are you going to I think Grant might be getting surpassed as the golden child.
Well, if he spins out again, yeah.
And then rounding out our field here in that number 29, Super Dave, running locally here from Denver, Colorado. Actually, he's from Arvada, Colorado. And Dave running that number 29, Island Lake Marine, Water Valley sponsored machine. And that's going to round out our 15-boat field. Again, we go 2x2, rolling starts here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series in the Texas Tri-Hull class. And we're about ready to get these 15 drivers lined up side by side, and they can slug it out in this 20-lap main event here in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
Well, if you're just joining us and you missed the first heat this morning or a couple of heats yesterday, well, race fans, you're in for a treat when it comes to tri-hulls. It's basically bumper boats on water. We've already watched one boat bump too hard. Unfortunately, Ottinger went over, upside down, came back out. He's fine. He's back out there in that bright green number 33. So, I remember when I first started looking up tri-hulls, doing my research as I always do, I was like, oh, these look like fun. Then I went down to Lake Havasu to go announce with Thomas, and all of a sudden these boats took their first lap, and my stomach hurt so bad from laughing, from watching these guys, and then coming back into the pits, talking to the drivers saying, you guys are all crazy. And they went, I'm just out here having fun with our toys. So these Texas Tri-Hulls, brought to you by JH Performance, has done so much to be a crowd pleaser. Just making sure that you all know that you can't go into the pits and go look at these guys and, talk to them, maybe, get a picture with them. Make sure you grab a t-shirt, sweatshirt, or a hat down there in the pits. Grab a Sharpie, head on into the pits, and get a signature from your favorite driver or any driver throughout the pits. They love doing that. And, of course, they love taking pictures with you. Let you, maybe even look inside the cockpit of the boat. And, I think it's so much fun how we work together with our fans to not only just join them. And, like right now, if you look out on the screen, we got more T-shirts that are going out there. They're just taking that T-shirt shooter, and they're having so much fun. So make sure you grab your T-shirt either through the T-shirt shooter, or make sure you go down and go buy one. Don't forget to stop by and get yourself some shaved ice, barbecues. They've also got, you had a breakfast sandwich this morning. I've seen some chicken over there, sweet corn.
I had a breakfast burrito down here this morning. Now, we are in the land of breakfast burritos. You may not realize this, Kay, but
yeah, I had a power bar.
You talk to people from the Denver Metro and the Front Range. What do you do? What do they do in Colorado? They do breakfast burritos.
Okay, noted.
The quantity of breakfast burrito places that have unbelievable food is mind-boggling all along the Front Range in the Denver Metro. Big Hatch green chili community as well, if you've probably had that. Probably had some green chili here a little bit while you've had your time in Colorado. But, the fantastic food everywhere along both sides of the lake has been fantastic. Brothers Barbecue supporting our entire VIP area throughout the entire weekend. The folks at Brothers Barbecue are fantastic. They got a brand new location up here in Fort Collins.
Oh,
fantastic barbecue joint. As you know, I think you see this is one of those places where people are like, barbecue in Colorado, like, hey man, this is a cowboy town, right? I mean, Colorado is a cowboy state for sure. I mean, you look at the Lynn family, right? Before they developed these communities, they were ranchers. This is ranch country. You get off the mountains and it's just big ranches. My wife and I drove here from Minnesota. You got into Colorado and it was just cows after cows after cows out in the prairie in northwestern Colorado. Once we made our way in from Nebraska. So it's a cowboy town. They love their food. They love their barbecue. And what a fantastic grouping of sponsors we've had here this weekend, providing all our spectators fantastic food. And don't forget the libations, right? The Coors Light, the Monster Energy, the Beast Unleashed. And what a fantastic thing. And look at all the fans there. We've got a great camera shot there along the fence line of the kids having fun in the sand, the parents hiding in the shade, having a nice ice-cold adult beverage, and just genuinely enjoying themselves on this beautiful Sunday afternoon.
This is when I urge you to make sure you go take all your pictures, throw them across your social media, whether it be Instagram, TikTok, or Facebook, or any kind of other social media that happens to be out there. And make sure you tag that you are here for Roar of the Rockies with the F1 Powerboat Championship. And, you know, I just want to say, if you want to get involved with racing, whether it be a driver, sponsor, crew, or even a volunteer here, because we're already getting ready for 2025, make sure you reach out to Roar of the Rockies and find out how you can be a volunteer, whether it be over there serving beverages, whether it be over there as an event person that's helping out with the VIP, give you the best seat in the house. I can guarantee that one. You got shade. You got a bunch of people that are excited to be here. They're all having fun. So make sure you reach out to Roar of the Rockies and F1 Powerboat Championships to see how you can be a volunteer or a sponsor to be able to help out with the 2025. I know that a lot of our fans here that have stopped me to ask me questions have been like, I remember when. So look down over to your shoulder and say, do you remember when you were here last time? What was your favorite story? Also, we're getting down to the finals. We're crowning champions right here. Who's going to take the final checkered flag when it comes to the tri-hall? Look at your neighbor. Start making your wages right now, because look at out here, Neil Marsh sitting right there, just about ready to take a ride, but they're giving you a nice parade ride. All of our fans, I ask that you stand up and wave on back, because even Jet Ski Jared's giving a wave.
Yeah, Jet Ski Jared, our pace jet ski at all races in 2024 in the Texas Tri-Hull Division. But like we were talking about earlier, pole sitter there, that's the dude out of Hemlock, Michigan. The 17 of Neil Marsh. And Neil, like you had mentioned earlier, he has an absolute host of people to thank that made it possible for him to get here and everywhere else. And this is how much Neil cares about his sponsors. He sends me personally a text message to make sure that I know every single sponsor. The Maple Grill, Sefton Financial, Warden Brothers Farms, River Song Lodge, Best Automotive, his prop guy, B-Blades, clearly makes a solid prop. Studio 46, Grandpa's Garden, J. Marie's Salon, Timberwood Antique Mall, Klotz Lubricants, and what a fantastic grouping of sponsorships. And that's why he can focus on being the best driver he can, because he's got so many sponsors. Hey, man, we'll make sure you get there. We'll make sure you get good rest. There's Jared. There's a 17 of Neil Marsh. Then right behind him, the one of Corey Walker. Corey's one of those guys, real quiet, engineer type, doesn't say much, but puts it all out on the line when he's on the water.
And right behind him in the number 52 with a big wave and a brand new motor, Tanner Rinker of Rinker Boat World. And here's my guy, Scary Jerry Rinker in the number
82
10.
years young, ladies and gentlemen, 82 years young. Behind him in fifth position, the number 88 in Brondo, the Thirst Mutilator. Not sure is his nickname, the 88 of Josh Wells.
In the 32 or 33, we saw him upside down just a few hours ago. Flip that 33 back around, and Ottinger's out here on the course.
Then it's the 56 of Clint Dillard, the 37 of Mason Rinker, the 6 of Grant Schubert, and that all-red Captain Marks machine, followed by the 93 of J.B. Jensen. The DD1 out of Wichita, Kansas, S&M Services and Excavation of Andy Miller. Then the 69 of Cole, the mullet wearing, the 13 of Grant Schubert, the 26 of Michael Schubert, and it looks like Super Dave may have had his fill of tri-hull racing, and it looks like the 29 is a scratch for the main event here in Texas Tri-Hall. Unfortunate because he put on a show for us yesterday. I don't know if you saw that, Kate, down here in turn number 4, the number 29 machine for Island Lake Marine. He had that thing sideways.
I thought he was going over.
But he didn't.
I don't know how.
It was amazing.
Look at the rollers they just left in the parade lap.
This was a parade lap, right? That's the funny thing about it is a parade lap, they create more wake than our tunnel boat drivers do at top speed.
And, you know, and with those rollers, I mean, you're looking out there. I mean, I've been out in a bass boat and in regular ski boats, and you look at those, and you're just like, you have to maneuver through it. Unless you're on a jet ski like I would be doing and just hopping over every single one of them. But these tri-halls, they're bashing into each other, rolling over each other, dumping onto each other's transoms, and they are just having so much fun out here because these guys, they want to give you as much of a show as they're giving themselves.
All right, looks like we've got them lined up 2x2 on the backstretch. What's going to happen now? Jet Ski Jared's going to get them out in front. They're going to run 2x2, maintaining their lane integrity, maintaining their position on the starting grid as best they can. They're going to go around the backside of the course. They're going to come down the front straightaway. Jared's then going to get word from Chief Referee Doug Ray that he can go ahead and peel off the course. Once he peels off, you're going to see this big yellow tower out in front of me here on the island. Drop the green flag, and we're going to go 20-lap dash for cash. Ken the 17 of Neil Marsh put a bow on the season and win every race in 2024. Never been done before in the Texas Tri-Halls underneath the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series banner.
Going to be quite the task with this. This is basically like an enduro run. 20 laps
Ooh.
of being kicked around.
Almost 3 times their qualifying heats.
Yeah, I mean, when Tanner got out of the boat and he was like, he's coming up to get his interview, and he kind of like was right next to me, and he was soaked just from one heat.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the open cockpits, these guys, they get – if you think you're going to be dry at the end of a tri-hull race, you might as well – the only way you're getting dry is if you never leave the trailer.
Yeah.
The only way you're staying dry.
All right, we're going to bring them down. Jet Ski Jared's going to peel off, like you said. These guys are already starting to eyeball each other as they're sitting there side by side. I mean, that's probably what's the fun part about putting them side by side. They're looking at each other. They're looking at each other left and right. I'm coming after you. I'm coming after you. And this first turn – it's going to be good.
Oh, it's going to be a doozy, that's for sure, as they peel out of the round of turn 4 on the large course. Again, this 2-pin, third-mile course creates chaos on the water here in Water Valley at Pelican Lakes Golf Club and Resort. Here in beautiful Windsor, Colorado, he's going to be just about ready to peel off once he gets the word. As they go side by side, what a fantastic setup here. He peels off. Now we're waiting. As they come towards Chief Referee Doug Ray. He drops the green flag, and here we go. Let's crown a champion in Texas Tri-Hall.
And it looks like Tanner Raker is going to come in and jump on the inside of Neil Marsh. Not
sure.
Look
at a great run there by the one of Corey Walker as well.
Corey Walker doing a great job as they start to jump on each other already. We talked about this first turn getting pretty gnarly, and it does every single time. And unfortunately, Neil Marsh is going to be passed by the number 1 Walker.
Oh boy, he is not going to be happy about that. But again, right, we saw the 4 strokes have an advantage in the Formula One class because of that electronically fuel-injected motor with its dynamic ability to optimize. He's going to have his hands full, the 17 of Neil Marsh, but the 1 of Corey Walker, he's got the rest of the team, all the teams behind him, because everybody wants to make sure that Neil doesn't win every single race.
Scary Jerry Raker still have it. Neil Marsh just took a wipeout, almost missed the buoy, going to have to drop back in the pack, slams back down, but look on the outside of him.
Oh, the 1 of Andy Miller gets hung up on the buoy. Oh boy, that might cause a restart here in the Texas trial classes. The 10 of Scary Jerry Raker goes wide to the outside. Oh boy, there it goes. The 1 of Andy Miller, let's look at that. He is stuck up on the buoys.
I don't think I've ever seen that before. I've seen a lot of stuff with tri-halls, but I don't think I've seen somebody with the buoys like this.
We got the red flag out there. It looks like that's the problem. Without the radio man, you got to shoot the flare. Chief Referee Doug Ray had to. Well, that's because Corey wasn't listening to him and wasn't paying attention. He fired him out there. But yeah, that's what happens in that first corner.
I want to see them try, and I want to see Peter try and get that boat out of there. Look at that. You're just going to have to get wet, Mr. Rescue, and you're going to have to go get him. If you're here, make sure you jump onto your phones right now, and you got to see the view we have of this at the F1 Powerboat Championship. We are live all day long on our YouTube channel. That's F1 Powerboat Championship.
Oh, my Lord. Rocket SM Services on the side. The double D1 is trying.
He's like sitting there like,
he's like, what do I do now? And look at how mangled the side of that boat is. He has been in it this weekend for sure. And, I can tell you, you've never seen this. neither of our rescue crews, I think they're all talking to each other like, all right, guys, you see there's Marty Cole, and the rest of the guys like, hey, what do we do? How do we get him out of here? Are we going to have to, like, they may end up having to cut a buoy and then retie that buoy to the cinder block or whatever weight we're using to hold it down at the bottom of the lake. But, yeah, look at him just sitting there at the mercy of our 3 rescue crews. Andy, you probably are not going to want to relive this moment, but I have a feeling you're probably going to be reliving it for quite some time.
We are definitely going to be. That's going to be a picture. That might have to be his new profile picture.
All right,
what not to do.
Yeah, we've got the tail end of replay of what happened down there. Let's take a look at the DD1 of Andy Miller down there between 3 and 4. Look, he just got thrown down to the inside. Somebody else had already bumped the buoys and, like, parted the Red Sea, and he just got hit and fell right in between the 2 buoys perfectly. I bet you they couldn't do that again if they tried.
It's kind of like when you're at a baseball game and they hit the foul ball as a home run, and it hits the pole and comes back.
Right.
You don't see that very
Right.
often.
Exactly. I mean, you're hitting this tiny little ball hundreds of feet through the air just to have it clank off the pole. That's exactly what this is. You can see there. Look at our rescue crew. They're trying to get the DD1 of Andy Miller free from those buoys. They had him put his motor up, and they just cannot seem to get that pair of buoys that's wrapped themselves around the bottom of his Texas Tri-Hull. A&M's Rocket S&M Services, A&M Tree Service, DD1 of Andy Miller is going to have some stories to talk about back in
Tri-Hulls do not cease to
Wichita,
amaze me.
Kansas.
They do not cease to amaze me one bit. They always have something to be like, oh, I remember at, okay, here we go, Jack Schubert, at Alton, Illinois.
Oh, yeah.
He took a nice roll up with Cole Mullet and ended up upside down. So it's like every single race, they give us some kind of a story to put into a chapter for the 2024 season. 2025, I don't know if they can beat this little maneuver.
Hey, that's a new one. And these guys are over here like, hey, we got to give them extra time. We're ahead of schedule. Well, we're ahead of schedule because we need to take into account things like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, hey, we've got a quick break here. While we've got some time, we want to thank again our fantastic sponsors here at the Roar of the Rockies in 2024. First and foremost, the great folks at the Water Valley Company, the Lynn family, the Water Valley Companies, all these fantastic communities here within the greater Windsor in the Northern Front Range. We couldn't do it without the great folks at Water Valley. So Patrick, Jessica, the whole crew, you guys have been fantastic to work with, and we look forward to working with you for many more years to come. Island Lake Marine, Colorado's only on-the-water boat dealership with locations in Denver, Fort Collins, and now in Las Vegas. Find your next adventure and book your next test drive at islandlakemarine.com. Jamming out a little Clayton Ryan. Check out Clayton Ryan at claytonryan.com. That's the tunes you're hearing behind you in the background. Fantastic artist out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, originally from the great state of South Dakota in the Black Hills. Another great sponsor here in 2024 Roar of the Rockies, Norris Design. For nearly 4 decades, Norris Design has been dedicated to helping the world grow through the power of placemaking. Partnering with clients around the globe, transforming the way people live, work, and play. Norris Design. Nobleman Electric. Nobleman Electric has been the cornerstone in the community, involved in both leadership and development. They're proud to lead the way towards a more efficient future with innovative ideas, game-changing technology, and transparency. They've worked on dozens of projects aimed at providing innovative engineering solutions from custom home and remodels to electrical system design and testing across residential, commercial, or industrial applications. Online at noblemanoelectric.com. Advance HOA Management Incorporated offers specialized HOA property management services to homeowners, associations, metropolitan districts in the Denver Front Range and beyond. Whether your community is a townhome, condo, metro district, or single-family community, they make it their focus to make your community a great place to live. PCL Construction, from small renovations to complex billion-dollar projects, PCL has you covered. They redefine full service and bring expertise across all project types at all scales and under all procurement models. As innovative solution providers and construction specialists, They leverage their expertise to customize the right approach for your project to exceed your expectations. Collaborative, driven, and innovative, they are PCL Construction. Suka Bush, legendary service. How, you ask? By building authentic relationships with their clients, sharing their knowledge, and being responsive, and actively ensuring and understanding their work, their products. They offer a wide range of tax and financial services to businesses and individuals alike, including audit and accounting services, valuation consulting, cost segregation, and small business planning. Find them online at sukabush.com. And our on-the-move sponsor here in 2024, Exodus Moving and Storage, for nearly 3 decades. Family-owned and operated by Jan and Carrie Levy, located in the heart of Colorado. They've been helping individuals, families, and businesses relocate with ease. Handling their valuables with the utmost care and professionalism, they have grown to serve the entire state of Colorado, extending their trusted services to Fort Collins, Boulder, Denver, and beyond. Their local roots are committed to the community and remain strong as ever. Our on-the-move sponsor, Exodus Moving and Storage. All right, looks like we finally got the DD1 of Andy Miller clear of the buoy. He's now going to get penalized a lap, but guess what we have to do? We've got to put the buoys back, so we got a little bit more time. You know, some of the other fantastic sponsors here, you know, big shout out to the great folks over at Benchmark Medical, one of our gold sponsors here in 2024. Benchmark Medical, a fantastic company in the greater Fort Collins, Windsor communities in the northern Front Range here. Thank the folks at Benchmark Medical, as well as Hess Land, Banner Medical, Bemis Construction, Brothers Barbecue, CCIG, Da Vinci Sign, First Advantage Bank, Forever Lawn, GLH Construction, Ground Engineering, Hauser Architects, Miller Landscaping, Pepsi, Points West, Quality Irrigation, SK&T, TST Incorporated, United Rentals, CGL Landscaping, and Signature Stone. What a fantastic grouping of sponsors that have made this race. We'll be right back with a restart here in the Texas Tri-Hull Division of the Formula One Powerboat Championships final race of the 2024 season.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car, tow vehicle, or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute. With our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.
Formula One powerboats are sleek, glamorous, lightweight, and extremely maneuverable, with a power-to-weight ratio among the highest in all of motorsports. Their performance speaks for itself. Acceleration from 0 to 100 miles an hour in under 5 seconds. Top speeds in excess of 120. Cornering at 100 miles an hour, all while pulling 7 Gs in the process. The competition begins with a field of 20 boats lined up in the start pontoon. Engine silent, awaiting the modified Le Mans start. When the green flag drops, these world-class drivers ignite their rockets to life. Engines roaring and rooster tails flying, they simultaneously accelerate towards the first turn. With tight courses close to the shoreline, made up of right and left-hand turns that offer deck-to-deck, heart-pounding action and guarantee fans up close and front and center views, no 2 laps are the same due to the ever-changing wind and water conditions, making the F1 boat one of the most challenging racing machines to conquer on the planet. Founded in 2017, the Formula One Powerboat Championship is an 8-race series contested across North America, featuring weekend-long community events highlighted by the Formula One boats and supporting classes. U.S. powerboat racing's 120-year heritage began with the formation of its governing body, the American Powerboat Association. For the last 6 decades, Formula One powerboats have been the pinnacle classification in powerboat racing. Recognized as one of the world's most spectacular racing vehicles, these events have evolved into more than a series of one-day races, developing into marquee, multi-interest, weekend-long community festivals, producing some of the largest entertainment events in major markets, attracting tourism dollars, benefiting the local economies, while delighting the global audience. Large on-site event attendance is coupled with mass media exposure through various channels, regionally, nationally, and globally. Our live streaming programs give each event international reach on various social and traditional channels, reaching millions of fans. Our marketing partners enjoy outstanding return on investment with our unique sport and custom flexible approach of the Formula One Powerboat Championship.
All right, race fans, we're going to get ready to do the restart of our final heat for the trials. A 20-lap enduro run when it comes to these trials.
And how many laps did we get in there? Oh, wait, we didn't. Oh, we got one. Hey, we got one in. Look at there, 1 lap in. Let's see. Let's take a look at this updated final or updated lineup here. Not too terribly different, except for the DD1 goes back to the bottom. What happened to the 26? He moved up quite a few. So let's take a look at this K here. Our starting lineup here after 1 lap completed. We did have some changing, but on the inside of row 1 is still going to be. Sorry, on the inside of row 1 is now going to be the 1 of Corey Walker. So swap the places of the 17 and the 1. Now he's on the inside of row 1. On the 17 of Neil Marsh is on the outside of row 1.
Well, and Neil Marsh might want to be actually sitting on the outside because we've both already seen numerous times how turn 1 goes. So he may want to swing wide and try and stay, I don't know, somewhat clear. But in the second row, number 52, we're going to see Scary Jerry Rinker.
Oh, no, 52. That's Tanner Rinker.
They're switching him up on me.
Now, remember, 52, right? It was 10. They've been swapping numbers, swapping boats all year, but that's the 52 of Tanner Rinker. He's going to inside of row 2.
On the outside is going to be the number 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker.
There we go.
So they're just swapping around, swapping positions, swapping inside and outside.
Yeah, we look at row 3 here. It's sitting still in 5th position on the inside of row 3 is going to be the 56 of Clint Dillard in that all-black Texas Tri-Hull.
And on his outside in the number 6 is going to be Grant Schubert, Captain Mark Seafood, JH Performance.
And he's swapping places with the 88 of Josh Wells in that Brondo the Thirst Mutilator sponsored entry. Wells started the race outside of row 3, now finds himself on the inside of row 4.
And on the outside of him in the number 26, Michael Schubert. We say that name a lot. They made the drive all the way up from Richmond, Texas, brought to you by Snap-on Tools.
And he's our Exodus on the move so far here through 1 lap. He moved up 5 positions, 2 rows in 1 lap, the 26 of Michael Schubert. I guess it goes to show when you're a retired Formula One powerboat racer with 2 decades of speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour, a Texas Tri-Hull doesn't seem like it's too big of a deal.
Apparently not. I mean, some of them start there and then go to the F1.
Yeah, but it doesn't hurt that he builds all the boats too, right?
Yeah, that's true. A little bit of an advantage.
Right. So the theme, right, that continues along in Formula One. We've got the 93 of R.J. West. He builds and races. Now in Tri-Hull, we've got the 26 of Michael Schubert. He built all the boats. He's racing them as well, and he finds himself on the outside of row 4. On the inside of row 5, he is shifting over thanks to the DD1 of Andy Miller getting penalized 1 lap for stopping the race is the 69 Cole Mullet wearing there on the inside of row 5.
And you can't miss this boat. It is like a giant banana sitting out here on the course. The number 37, Rinker's Boat World brings you young Mason Rinker.
Yeah, nice job there by the 37 of Mason Rinker, trying to make lemonade out of lemons here. Put a little sweetness on the end of his season after a rough qualifying yesterday, but he's moved up a couple of rows, so solid job there. And now we find on the inside of row 6, there is the 13 of the 13 of Jack Schubert.
On the outside of him in the John Deere bright green, saw him upside down a little bit ago, back right side up, and that's going to be in the number 33, driven by John Ottinger.
Ottinger probably still fighting some gremlins. That thing not top speed, but at least he's out here collecting points. And our final row here in the Tri-Hull final on the inside of row number 7, the number 93 Island Lake Marine Water Valley sponsored J.B. Jensen. And rounding out the field on the outside of row 7 after stopping Our main event in Tri-Hull is the DD1 of Andy Miller, but we do see the boat is running, and he is out there, so at least he does get to make up for his mistake, albeit it probably wasn't his mistake. I mean, what do you do when you're up in the air turning and somebody hits you from the outside? There's really not a whole lot.
Yeah.
You're just going to go left, and then he just fell down on top of the buoys. He's like, well, what do I do now?
I know, he sat there in the boat. It was kind of like, like just a kid out of water. He's going, how do I
It's
get
like Ricky Bobby.
Yeah.
It was like Ricky Bobby telling it, what do I do with my hands?
No, that's Chris Rinker.
I don't know what to do with my hands. So he didn't know what to do with his boat because it was stuck on 2 buoys, but they got it figured out. Looks like we've got the buoys set back together. Now we're just waiting for Pace Jet Ski Jared to get rolling them down the back straightaway. We're going to back underway with 19 laps remaining in this 20-lap main event here in the Formula One class, in the Texas Tri-Hull class. Oops. All right, here we go. There's our leader moving his way to the inside of row 1. You know this. I can imagine the 17 of Neil Marsh is so agitated right now. I guarantee you that entire stoppage, he was just like, harness this energy, figure out how to put this to good use, because he's so not used to getting past.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially when he's out in the front row. That is probably the first time all season that Neil Marsh has relinquished any lead when he started on the front row.
And it was only the beginning of the race, so maybe he was playing a little game in there, seeing what was going to happen. Because you can never count out Neil Marsh, but keep an eye out for Tanner Rinker. Brand new motor to him, didn't have much testing time, but when I talked to him the weekend, he's like, I'm pretty confident. I got this figured out. I got this game plan. Ottinger and the 33, unfortunately, took a little bit of a rollover, and I call it a little dunk test out there. But he's back out on the course. He's sitting in the back, but he is fast, and he is a good driver. He can maneuver his way through the rest of this pack.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for him. Maybe sneak an outside shot at a podium finish is really all he's hoping for right now. But the bullseye squarely on the shoulders of Corey Walker and Neil Marsh, as they've really been the class of the field so far this weekend here at Roar of the Rockies 2024. That beautiful overhead view of them 2x2 here in the Texas Tri-Hull Division, the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. Jet Ski Jared, our pace jet ski, setting him up as he comes down the front straightaway. Once he peels off, watch to Chief Referee Doug Ray here on the shores as he peels off. He drops a flag, and here we go. Can the 17 of Neil Marsh get a better jump than he did at the original start of this final heat here in Texas Tri-Hull? They're bouncing across the rollers already as they go side by side down into turn number 1. Then the 52 of Tanner Rinker wide to the outside there. Scary Jerry, that's a cagey veteran move, staying out of the junk. Staying completely out of the junk. Look at there, he moves up into 3rd position. Nice run by the 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker, teaching his young grandson, hey, listen, man, you need to get out of all that wash. Get out of the way, find some clean water, because that's the name of the game here in Texas Tri-Hull.
Grant Schubert just getting knocked all over the course in that number 6. A young kid double dipping it this weekend. He'll jump out of this Tri-Hull back into a Formula One. But, out here, this is like one of his favorite little classes.
Oh, he loves it.
And he's done a great job right now trying to get his way through that turn. Scary Jerry Rinker, that guy must have taken a lot of ibuprofen this morning, because he is just all over the place. But he goes out wide, going to give grandson Tanner Rinker the inside lane.
Yeah, well, if you ask Jerry, it's the Viagra that sponsored him for the last decades. The reason, look out there, Clint Dillard gets up on the tail of 6 of Schubert. Well, right now, we're going to see overhead. Yeah, Dillard was all over the place there. Now there's the 88 of Josh Wells. He's doing battle with the 6 of Grant Schubert, and here comes the 26 of Michael Schubert. Oh, look out there. No, the 17 of Neil Marsh gets stuck down in the corner. What happened to the 17 of Neil Marsh? He's got them all wadded up. Now here comes the 6 of Grant Schubert wide to the outside, as we got 3-4 drivers now hunting for the 3rd and final spot on the podium. That is so uncharacteristic of Neil Marsh.
It is, and on that turn, it looked like Josh Wells might have ran up the backside of Jerry Rinker. And look, we've got boats going all over the place on this course.
Oh no, the one of Corey Walker
yeah.
Either he missed a buoy or he's got some severe steering problems, as he's going straight across the backside, and that is a new leader, is the 52 of Tanner Rinker. This young driver with a brand new motor on the back of that Texas Tri-Hull. Can he make this his first and get dunked in the shores of Pelican Lakes?
He is definitely giving Neil Marsh a run for his money, but opening the door by going way wide, Neil Marsh decides to invite himself in as they go side by side, and it looks to be like Grant Schubert has jumped up to the 6th place position.
Oh, no, in that 6th boat, he's up in 3rd now. Tanner Tanner Rinker is just a second and a half ahead of the 17 and Neil Marsh. I feel so terrible for the number 1 of Corey Walker. It was his to have. Let's see here what's going on with the Tanner Rinker. Boy, he is all bashed up.
Yeah, you can see all the damage from that boat on the number 10 of Scary Jerry Rinker right up on the front. But you know what? They will just continue to race. Our leader comes across the start-finish line in the number 52 of Tanner Rinker, followed by Neil Marsh and Grant Schubert in the number 6.
Look at that. Look at the 10 of Jerry Rinker, the absolute mangle job on the top of that deck. This is what happens when you race hard in the Texas Tri-Hull division of the Formula One Powerboat Championships. But let's get back to our leaders. The 52 of Tanner Rinker. He's on the outside. The 17 of Neil Marsh going to make his move down tight to the inside. The dude stuffs his nose down tight to the inside, and they go flying out of turn number 2. We're going to have a battle for the rest of these 15 laps, Kay.
It looks like Tanner unfortunately opened up the door, and Neil Marsh jumped right on inside of it. But they're coming up to back traffic of Jerry Rinker. Now Jerry Rinker, and then Tanner decides he's going to try and jump back on the inside of Neil Marsh. Neil Marsh starts to take off. In third, Grant Schubert. He's making his way up and making his move as these guys make their way down the backstretch and maneuver their way through turn 2, I guess you could say, when it comes to tri-hulls. Tanner takes a huge hop coming out of turn 2, loses it. Grant Schubert.
Watch out, Schubert's going to be all over him.
Jumps back on this back transom, and we almost just about lost Josh Wells as he was completely out of the water in the 88.
Yeah, and it's all about the 17 of Neil Marsh. He doesn't make mistakes, right? The 52 of Tanner Rinker, brand new motor on the back of that motor. He made a mistake, and Neil Marsh was like, see you later, buddy.
Yeah.
Boy, but I guarantee you when he got stuck down in that corner, flashes of him losing a race were just flying in front of his eyes, and he's like, this can't be happening. This can't be happening. Well, it's not happening, and he's now out in front. But, boy, look at the 10 of 52 of Tanner Rinker and the 10 of Jerry Rinker. The lake is really getting rough here in this main event. I do want to say for those watching online, I do apologize. We are not in our checkered flag. We are 9 laps in, almost about the halfway point of this 20-lap main event here in Texas Tri-Hull.
Oh, my goodness. Just watching these drivers out here, looking inside the cockpits, hands going everywhere, bobbling heads. My back is killing me. But Grant Schubert is one of the younger drivers out here, along with Tanner, as they go nose to nose, hopping their way across the start-finish line for second place.
And the 52 of Tanner Rinker running wide to the outside. That's four-stroke V4-stroke race in there for second and third. Is he going to leave a window for the the 6 of Grant Schubert? He does, but now he's got to figure, does he have extra power on the outside and maybe some of that cleaner water, because these two going toe-to-toe, deck-to-deck for that second spot on the podium here in this Texas Tri-Hull final, as the 17 of Neil Marsh has done what he's done all year, and that is start to walk away for the rest of the field.
Great move by Tanner Rinker.
Oh, look at that. Woo!
Grant Schubert went a little wide. Tanner jumped on the opportunity to jump on his inside, and Tanner's getting real loose, trying to maneuver his way through the left behind Jack Schubert in the
Hang
number 13.
on, buddy. Oh, look at him just douse down the 6 of Grant Schubert. He's telling him, hey, listen, buddy, I came to play. I got the same motor package you do now, and I'm going to show you that Rinkers can best the Schuberts whenever they choose to.
Yeah, he's got a brand new motor, and you know what? He's finally able to get around Grant Schubert. But now coming up to back traffic once again, the water is getting rough. And look at how Tanner is all over the board, and Grant's just like taking a Sunday drive in a tri-hull.
Yeah, we're in the 17. There's the 1 of Corey Walker. He probably would have been a fantastic opportunity to win here if he wouldn't have gone dead in the water. I don't know what happened down there, but they've got him held off on the side of the race course. There's the 26 of Michael Schubert. He's up in 4th. Can he beat his nephew Grant and find himself on the podium in his lone race of 2024? But now look at the battle down here. Rinker gave it up. The 6 of Grant Schubert gets ahead of the 52 of Tanner Rinker, and it is Marsh Schubert 1-2 in points coming in. They're 1-2 in point, 1-2 here in this 20-lap main event Texas Tri-Hull.
Great race for second and third. The bright red number 6 driven by Grant Schubert, now able to take it away from Tanner, but here comes Tanner Rinker hard to core in that number 52 as they go flying or hopping down their backstretch. But our leader is the number 17 of Neil Marsh, coming across the start-finish line. Second place, Grant Schubert comes across the start-finish line in the all-red rocket number 6, followed by the 52 of Tanner Rinker.
And we're 15 laps in. to this 20-lap main event. 3/4 of the way. We've got 5 laps. Can Neil Marsh hang on for 5 more laps? Will the 52 of Tanner Rinker figure it out and get by the 6 of Grant Schubert? Will the 26 of Michael Schubert get by the 52 of Tanner Rinker and find his first podium of 2024 after coming out of retirement here for the final race of the season?
Has a great maneuver, the 26 of Michael Schubert trying to jump on the inside of Tanner. Tanner looks over his left-hand shoulder and hammers down, along with getting bashed around inside the cockpit of that 52. Look inside the cockpit of these race vans. These drivers are maneuvering. Hands are going flying. You can see right inside with our overhead drone view.
That's a great shot of Jack Schubert, the rookie here in 24. Really, this lake and these rough conditions giving him all he can handle. And there's the DD1 of Andy Miller.
Just about lost Tanner Rinker. Took a hard hop, landed inside of the hole that was left there. Pieces are flying off of Michael Schubert's boat.
And the 26 of Michael Schubert does make a move down to the inside, and he is now on the podium in that third and final spot. Can the 52 of Tanner Rinker somehow get by him? There's the 6 of Grant Schubert. He's coming into turn number 2 on the north end of the course, but the 17 of Neil Marsh is already out of the corner and down the back straightaway. He has got this thing in cruise control as they're pushing hard down the back straightaway. There's the 6 of Schubert sitting in third. No, and then we got the 33 of John Ottinger trying to stay on the lead lap there. And this is where, if there were more laps, I think it could be trickier because he's getting into some of these back markers that are a bit more competitive. But we're so late in the game, I don't know if the 6 of Grant Schubert's going to have enough time to make up about the 10 boat length lead that the 17 of Neil Marsh has.
We have watched Grant Schubert in Tri-Hall year after year. I wouldn't put it past him with just a few more laps. You know, and we've seen it before. We saw it, Neil Marsh almost spun it out. But our leader right now, Neil Marsh, followed by Grant Schubert, the number 6, the 26, Michael Schubert, and the 52 of Tanner Rinker.
And we coming down, we got just 2 laps remaining here. 18 down, 2 to go. He's on his 18th lap. About to complete, he's on his 19th lap. About to complete his 19th lap as he comes out of turn number 2 on the north end of the course. The man out of Hemlock, Michigan. The dude, number 17, Mr. Neil Marsh, is go fast, turn left. This will complete the clean sweep on the 2024 season if he can hang on for just a half a lap as he goes down out of turn number 1. He's all up in the wash of the 33 of John Ottinger. He comes out of turn 1, now down the back straightaway. The rough shores of Pelican Lakes, giving him all he can handle. Here as he looks to put a cherry on top of a back-to-back-to-back series championship. The three-peat is in reach. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 3rd time in 3 years, for the 4th race in 2024, your champion in Texas Tri-Hall out of Hemlock, Michigan, number 17, the dude, Neil Marsh.
Followed by the number 6 of young Grant Schubert. Michael Schubert, like I said a few laps ago, pieces were flying off that boat, but he landed himself on 3rd place on that podium.
In 4th place, the 56 of Clint Dillard, followed by the 52 of Tanner Rinker in 5th. Boy, he's got to be very upset with that finish. In 6th position, the 69 of Cole Mullet Waring. In 7th, the 88 of Josh Wells. In 8th position, the 33 of John Ottinger. Not bad from his 14th starting position. And then in 9th position, it's the 37 of Mason Rinker. In 10th, the DD1 of Andy Miller. In 11th, the 13 of Jack Schubert. In 12th, the number 10 of Jerry Rinker, boy, because that boat got absolutely destroyed out there. And then the 1 of Corey Walker and the 93 of J.B. Jensen, who both DNF'd. The one that's got to be super frustrated is the 1 of Corey Walker.
Yeah, you know, and that was right off the bat. He cleared right through the middle of the course. Like you said, it must have been steering issues. I thought for sure he was trying to get to the beach, maybe a hole in the boat. But we're going to have to wait and see. We'll go back into the pits later on this afternoon. But right now, I'm going to make my way down to go give a check reflect number 17, Neil Marsh.
There we go. The dude straight out of Hemlock, Michigan. His goal coming into this season was to ensure that everybody knew there never has been, nor will there ever be, a greater champion than the 17 of Neil Marsh. He came in wanting to win every race this season, and look what he did. Right? He takes it by 7 seconds over the 6 of Grant Schubert and the 26 of Michael Schubert. What a great run. He definitely, our Exodus moving in storage on the move is the number 26 of Michael Schubert. He started in the outside of row 6. So he started to the inside of row 6. So he started 11th and he finished 3rd. Not a bad run for the 26 of Michael Schubert. The one who's got to be frustrated, Tanner Rinker. He was out in front. He was fighting. He's young. It's a new motor. And all those mistakes that happen when you have a new motor and a new boat happen to him. but he still finished in fourth, a solid finish on the season, and he beat his brother. Ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you as he comes around on front of the island here, makes his way around the north end of the course. Let me put your hands together. Let me hear you loud here in Windsor, Colorado. Making it a clean sweep. He went 4 for 4 in 24, and his third straight series championship. All his fantastic sponsors, Warden Brother Farms, B-Blades, Grandpa's Garden, the Maple Grill, Sefton Financial, B-Blades, and everybody else back in Hemlock, Michigan. Hey, start prepping the party, ladies and gentlemen, because he's going to be back home later this week, and he's going to be looking to have a good time, bringing some huge hardware back to North Central Michigan for the third year in a row. What a fantastic run by the number 17 of Neil Marsh.
Mercury Racing was forged in the heat of competition. The will to win is in our DNA. Competition isn't just what we do, it's our proving ground. It's about the pursuit of power, performance, and endurance that pushes our limits and yours. We create premium marine power to take you faster and farther. The world offers limits. Mercury Racing offers freedom. Live wide open.
VP Racing Fuels has been the official fuel of racing for over 45 years. But VP isn't just race fuels. VP offers a wide range of oils, additives, and our new Stay Frosty coolants to help keep your street car, tow vehicle, or weekend warrior running at its best. VP products are engineered to keep your vehicle running smooth and looking great for your daily commute. With our octane boosters, fuel treatments, and quick detailing products. Explore VP's full product line at vpracingfuels.com.
Formula One powerboats are sleek, glamorous, lightweight, and extremely maneuverable, with a power-to-weight ratio among the highest in all of motorsports. Their performance speaks for itself. Acceleration from 0 to 100 miles an hour in under 5 seconds. Top speeds in excess of 120. Cornering at 100 miles an hour, all while pulling 7 Gs in the process. The competition begins with a field of 20 boats lined up in the start pontoon. Engine silent, awaiting the modified Le Mans start. When the green flag drops, these world-class drivers ignite their rockets to life. Engines roaring and rooster tails flying, they simultaneously accelerate towards the first turn. With tight courses close to the shoreline, made up of right and left-hand turns that offer deck-to-deck, heart-pounding action and guarantee fans up close and front and center views, no 2 laps are the same due to the ever-changing wind and water conditions, making the F1 boat one of the most challenging racing machines to conquer on the planet. Founded in 2017, the Formula One Powerboat Championship is an 8-race series contested across North America, featuring weekend-long community events highlighted by the Formula One boats and supporting classes. U.S. powerboat racing's 120-year heritage began with the formation of its governing body, the American Powerboat Association. For the last 6 decades, Formula One powerboats have been the pinnacle classification in powerboat racing. Recognized as one of the world's most spectacular racing vehicles, these events have evolved into more than a series of one-day races, developing into marquee, multi-interest, weekend-long community festivals, producing some of the largest entertainment events in major markets, attracting tourism dollars, benefiting the local economies, while delighting the global audience. Large on-site event attendance is coupled with mass media exposure through various channels, regionally, nationally, and globally. Our live streaming programs give each event international reach on various social and traditional channels, reaching millions of fans. Our marketing partners enjoy outstanding return on investment with our unique sport and custom flexible approach of the Formula One Powerboat Championship.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are just moments away from getting our Formula Ones on the water for their main event. But right now, I'm going to send things down to my partner, Kay, with a very excited Neil Marsh.
Neil Marsh, sometimes when it comes to a restart, it can either make or break you. It could be a good thing or a bad thing, but this was your lucky card for this win.
You know, quick story, I came in the scene like 2007, 8, 9, and there's a guy that was always winning, and he won it all, and I was like, man, why don't they claim that guy? And there's 2 of them, but one was the number 1, Corey Walker. And I remember the first time I passed him, and I'm yelling in my helmet, I'm passing Corey Walker! And you know what? He was down on he was down a cylinder, and I didn't know that, but I was so happy to beat him. And then we get to line up and do this at the top level, and that I'd have done the same thing. Whatever. That's how it rolls. Grant's done that to me on these starts, and he had me. And luckily, I was better lucky than good on this corner here. So I just sat there and I got off that buoy. I didn't cut nothing, and well, hell, let's go. Let's keep trying. And then I saw him whip off. I'm like, oh man. So. And I saw that red 6 and the 52. I'm like, these 4-strokes are all over me, man. So I found some high gear. I found that Jim Onger motor with those lean jets, and we let it roll, man. It was good.
Tell me what it was feeling like when you came out of the turn 2 and you saw that checkered flag come out.
I told Doug, and I got to thank all the officials and rescue guys. Doug reminded me of that the other day. So you might want to thank some of these officials, but I love Doug Ray so much when he's got that white. And then this checker comes up, man. It's like he is my best friend every time. So, yeah, we conquered it. We came to win the championship, but we come every time swinging. We want to win races. I like passing boats. I'm not just sitting in the back. And they got the Calcutta thing going on. I think they had a good result with it. There's some people probably pretty happy with that right now. So, hey, this is what it is. We're loving this. My beautiful wife, my team, I can't thank them enough. My family, like I said, everybody got me here. They know who they are. We're going to have some parties at Farmers and everywhere else when we get home. Guarantee it.
Well, I'm going to call it the March Madness because you have such a following that follows you throughout the whole season. They show up here. They're louder than pretty much everybody around. But you know why? Because I always have to say this to you. Neil Marsh, happy birthday.
I feel like it's my birthday. Thank you.
Well, right back to you, Tom. Congratulations one more time. Tom, back to you.
Thanks, Kay. What a fantastic run for Neil Marsh and the whole crew that makes their way down from Hemlock, Michigan. As his brother-in-law says, or his best friend, who might also be, I don't know, they're a very close-knit group. But, hey, they're coming straight out of Hemlock, Michigan, that is. And they come down in droves. They run a big crew at every race all year long. And you know, he works his butt off, and fantastic run for the 17 of Neil Marsh. He won every single race on the season. Don't go anywhere. The Formula Ones are on the water, so get ready here momentarily. We're going to have speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour. Well, maybe not 120 here at 5,000 feet, right? Maybe more like 110, 115. Thanks, elevation, in your weak air. But these boys are going to be screaming on the shores of Pelican Lakes here at beautiful Water Valley. What a fantastic sponsor they have been here in 2024, and they were in 2019, and they were back in the 90s. The one constant for powerboat racing on the Northern Front Range in Colorado has been Martin and the great folks at Water Valley. The Lind family has been unbelievable. The communities they've created up here, the camaraderie between neighbors, and how well they take care of everything, everyone, and not to mention all the fantastic amenities here within the Water Valley communities are second to none. And in that Water Valley community, there is inside those Water Valley communities, everything you can find. The amenities are fantastic. It's unbelievable. And up next, we've got the Formula One drivers coming out on the water, and we've had a chance. All right, well, they're going to be making their way on the water. We got a couple of drivers already out there. And, boy, let's get ready to rock and roll here. Coming up next, the Formula One Powerboat Championship season's final race of 2024 as we look to crown a champion here at Roar of the Rockies, Windsor, Colorado. Fantastic tunes brought to you by Greenlight. Greenlight by B in the Spice Cabinet, the premier Minneapolis funk group. B in the Spice Cabinet. You can find them online at YouTube. Check them out. This song, Greenlight by B in the Spice Cabinet.
Sleek, glamorous, lightweight, and extremely maneuverable. With a power-to-weight ratio second to none in all of motorsports. With acceleration from 0 to 100 miles an hour in under 5 seconds. And top speeds in excess of 120 miles an hour. In 2024, the news on the street is the Mercury Apex 250 4.6-liter V8 4-stroke versus the industry standard 2.5-liter V6 2-stroke. Who's going to come out on top in 2024?
Looks he blows by the doors off. Down into turn number 1. Ooh, the 17 of Mars sweeps it right off the tail. Did that go? Look out, we got to blow over. Oh, they somehow saved
No
it.
2 laps are the same. Ever-changing wind and water conditions make the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series one of the most challenging racing circuits running today. From the Formula Light to the fan-favorite tri-hulls and the elite Formula One. This is the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
When the sun sets on the 2024 season, it'll be all smiles in the pits. But until then, when it comes to the checkered flags up for grabs at the final round of the 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championship season, no love will be lost. Whether it's teammates, siblings, or even grandchildren looking to put the smackdown on their elders, it's all on the line as the series wraps up in the Rocky Mountain State. All the teams have descended to Windsor, Colorado, in the Water Valley community's Pelican Lakes Resort and Golf Club. This final stop on the 2024 tour has a unique setup, as this man-made lake was designed with Formula One powerboat racing in mind, creating some of the most spectacular views of any stop on the 2024 race calendar. The Mercury Apex is looking for its first mile-high test, as the 03 of Dustin Terry and his 4-stroke V8 250-horse Mercury APX comes into the final round with a narrow lead over the 17 of Dylan Anderson, who's looking for his first championship after multiple runner-up finishes over the past few seasons. Don't count out fellow Outlaw F1 teammate, the 08 of Jeremiah Mayo, who comes into the weekend just 39 points back of series leader Terry in third, and the 52 of Chris Drinker just 12 points behind that.
With all the storylines we've seen this year, we punctuate the 2024 season with a checkered flag and a crowning of a new champion. This is the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series.
And welcome, race fans, here to the final round of the 2024 Formula One Powerboat Championship season. It is the roar of the Rockies here in beautiful Windsor, Colorado. Boy, Kay, the Water Valley communities have really come out in droves. The fans are here in the thousands. The weather's fantastic. And I think we're seeing the emergence of the Mercury four-stroke platform here in the United States. We've seen a couple of drivers that spent a lot of time, but we are seeing other drivers that are taking off, picking up of what they've laid down, that framework, and boy, the four-stroke is here, isn't it?
It sure is, and I've heard rumor walking through the pits, there's a few more that are on order that we'll be seeing on the back of some of these other boats. They do have to make some changes to their boats because of the heaviness of the brand new
Yeah, that
APX.
extra 100 pounds for
Yes.
sure.
So there's going to be some drivers that are possibly going to be maneuvering the boats, buying new boats, remanufacturing new boats, but I have a feeling next year it might be split 50-50, 2.5 versus APX.
Yeah, absolutely. Could even be more than that, right? This APX, its power in the corner and the ability for you to run the entire season and not once. Hey, everybody, to touch your motor. Thomas Yarbrough, Kay Myers here with you all weekend long, like we've been all season here in 2024, and what a doozy we got for you. They're coming into the weekend, as you heard in our open, 39 points separated. The 8 of Jeremiah, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, and the 03 of Dustin Terry, and the points have just gotten tighter. It's been a back and forth, knockdown, drag out type of weekend, and the elevation has played a big role here as that dynamically adjusting, EFI controlled, optimal four-stroke seems to be performing better at altitude with the manual jetting on those 2.5 carbureted two-stroke motors.
Yes, when I got into the pits on Friday morning, walking through the pits, talking to some of the drivers, and the first thing you saw in the 2.5 toolbox was a whole set of jets, and they were all trying to figure it out, spent all day Friday jetting them just perfect because they go from different elevations, and here we have to jet them perfectly to be able to take
now,
that
what do
check
those
effect.
jets do to a carbureted motor? For those that don't know, the jets help the air to gas ratio, right? So you're really trying to find that right mixture. You don't want it too lean because you'll blow the motor. You don't want it too fat because you're not going to get that optimal performance. But one driver that doesn't have to worry about that is the 93 of RJ West, the original selector of that APX four-stroke. We had a chance to sit down with RJ. Let's hear a little bit more about what the four-stroke can do for the future of tunnel boat racing.
Welcome to Into the Pits. Here joining me now, the technical expert, or what I like to call the mad scientist of the Formula One class, the number 93 of RJ West. RJ, let's talk a little bit about this big V8 four-stroke, 250 horsepower outboard you've got from Mercury, the APX. I've been told that this thing will dynamically adjust itself on the fly. That's got to be a huge help here at 5,000 feet.
Sure. So what this motor does is it has a computer EFI system, and so as it senses the density of the air, it adjusts the fuel mapping to match that. It really helps out. There's not a lot of stuff I have to do as far as the motor goes, just make sure there's oil in it and all that kind of stuff. There's still disadvantages. I mean, the motor's 100 pounds heavier than all the other guys, so that's what we're fighting is 100 pounds at the back of the boat when everyone else has a nice light motor at the back.
I would imagine, do you expect to see, some of those things that are going to trip up the two-stroke teams, allow the four-stroke teams here, you, championship leader Dustin Terry, and a few others really maybe separate themselves early on in qualifying?
Yeah, it's probably going to definitely affect us, at least getting zoned in. I mean, everyone else, as the weekend goes, they're going to catch it, and they're going to learn throughout the weekend, but we're already set to go. So, I mean, we're as good as we're going to get. We focus on props, we focus on balance, because with the lack of air here, also the boat drives much different as well.
Absolutely. You talk about I heard one of your crew members mention that, hey, at CSR, we're chasing tenths, right? And so obviously this big thing here next to you, it does a lot of the work for you. And I notice a lot of things here on your boat as we're going to move in here that are a lot different than some of the other competitors. And they tell me this is how you guys are chasing tenths. What are all these marks we're seeing here on the side of your composite craft?
Well, here on the back, and there's some up on the front as well, but these are all vortex generators. And what we're looking at here is trying to clean up the air that moves over this boat. If you ever watch the Formula One cars, preseason testing, they have dye and stuff on the side of the car to show the airflow. We do the same thing with ribbons. We go out with a GoPro, run ribbons on the boat, see where there's disturbed air, where there's good air, make sure that the laminar flow is correct, because I think we're way far behind the world in aerodynamics in our sport. So.
And I can imagine not having to worry about dialing in the motor and, you know, jets and new carbs and all the different things that come in with that two-stroke technology really allows you to open up a lot of free time to focus on these things.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, the motor definitely takes a lot off our plate as far as knowing it's going to run, it's going to be good. Where we go, we keep the maintenance up on it, and we can really focus on the boat, the balance, how I feel in it. You know, because there is a balance issue with the extra weight on the back, but we've tackled that and feel like we've done a pretty good job.
Well, fantastic. Looks like you're going to try to finish up the season. I know at a rough mid part, but it sounds like you're going to be out here maybe looking to ruin some weekends for some of the top competitors and maybe just finish the season on a high note with some more hardware in hand like you've been doing the last month.
100%. That's what we're going to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, he is 93 of RJ West, and he is scary fast. The mad scientist behind the wheel of his Formula One. Is he going to finish the season on top? We're going to find out.
RJ West, like I said earlier, puts more testing in one season than probably all of these other drivers do combined. And you just saw it as a testament. He's working on the motor. He's working on the balance. He's working on how the air comes off. He's working on the prop. He's not focused on one part of this 93 Chuck Skeleton boat. He's focused on the big picture. He knows that it doesn't take just one thing. Just like on a softball team or baseball team. It's not one player that's going to make it win. It is a whole team, and him as a team, working with his team, does a wonderful job. 93 RJ West.
Absolutely, and you know, another driver that's chasing not only the champion, not only the Roar of the Rockies championship, but also the series championship is the 03 of Dustin Terry. He came in the points lead. He's coming in now. He's just a handful of points ahead of the rest of the field. He has 828 points to the 804, so 24 points separate these two. But let's see what it's like to get inside the mind of the 03 of Dustin Terry.
We're Dustin Terry of the 03. You know, Dustin, last race of the year, what have you done to prepare for this weekend?
I did a lot in my other back home, but I didn't do anything. I didn't get this boat out of here. I didn't do anything to it. I didn't set it to charge. I didn't work on it. All of the Outlaw guys stepped up and did this. On Thursday morning, I said I wasn't going to be here. I wasn't going to make it. Ruben Stafford called and said, I don't care what it takes. You have to be here. You have to finish this job. And I got calls from Travis, from Jeremiah, from Michael Schubert of all people. Michael Schubert doesn't even use a cell phone, and he called me to check, and they got everything set up for me. They just said, what do you need? Get it done, and we can't wait to have you here. So for Jeremiah, who's somebody who's third in points, who had the lead before the last race to drive all the equipment up here for me, I helped load the trailer and then went back home to the Hurricane, and he helped me load everything up and got it done. And he's my competitor, and he got my boat ready. So I love these guys.
Dustin, going into the last race of the year, you know, you've got a big target on your back. What's your strategy to try and keep the rest of the field behind you for the rest of the weekend?
I've gotten more and more confident as the season has gone on. I've podiumed at every race this year. If I finish in last place, I'm fine with that. I'm fine. The competitor in me on the course is going to do something else. I've kind of come to accept who that guy is, but I'm as relaxed as I could possibly be, and I'm going to let the cards go where they're going to go. I'm as relaxed as I could possibly be. I didn't think I would be this way, but that's my strategy, is to sit in the boat, enjoy every moment of it. If Dylan or Rinker or Jeremiah or Grant's back in fifth, if any of those guys win, they work just as hard as me. They're the same guy as me, so I'll be happy for them.
So, Dustin, you know, you had a great finish at Alton, Illinois, which puts you at the top of the high points. Now you've got the biggest target right across this whole number 3 boat. What is your strategy, and how do you think you're going to pull it off?
Well, a funny thing is, whenever I used to race tri-hole whenever I was younger, I was young and I had a lot of testosterone pumping, and I was kind of cocky, and when I started winning, I I've always painted a bullseye on the back of my helmet so the guys in tri-hole could see the bullseye. They could see the target. And we even had shirts that had targets on it and everything like that. And so we kind of learned to embrace it. And I have not been that guy for a long time because Formula One's a different thing. So I'm embracing it. I'm enjoying it. I'm just trying to stay out of trouble. I think that's the easy thing to say, but it's not the easy thing to do. So I'm going to try to stay out of trouble.
All right, Dustin, how do you think this weekend's going to go down for you?
We think we have a great setup because we're up high in altitude. We don't have any logs to worry about. I think that I'm going to qualify better than I did in Alton. I know my good start sequence now. I know who has what. The only thing is that I hear that Dylan might be pulling out his 4-stroke. So that's the X factor. So we're going to see how that plays out. But other than that, RJ's going to be up front. He's just shown it over the last couple of weeks. But I wasn't at those races. And the ones I won, he wasn't at. So we're about to – I think RJ and I are going to go at it. I think Dylan is here for the hunt because he's always up there. So that's what you're going to see, me, Dylan, and RJ going at it.
So, Dustin, do you think you're going to win this weekend for the final race of the season?
Look, anytime I've ever won, I've showed up to race thinking that I wasn't going to win, and whenever I think I'm going to win, I don't win, and I come in last. So I'm shooting to stay ahead of Dylan. I know I have what it takes to win, obviously. I'm going to go one race at a time and take my time, but absolutely, I have what it takes to win. I've proven it, and if I get it this weekend to top off the championship, I mean, call Hollywood, make the movie. It's a storybook ending. But if it doesn't happen, call Hollywood and tell them it's a tragedy. So either way, let's have fun.
He's going to win.
Well, you have it from the Lucky Charm. He's going to win. You have no pressure because you got two of these two watching you.
Yeah, they believe in me way more than myself. And whenever I see their eyes, whenever I come in, that's what it's all about. And I'm just trying to show them what's possible. And hopefully one day they're 10 times the driver I am.
And, boy, that is the 03 of Dustin Terry. He's got a lot on his mind as he comes into this final race of 2024, 24 points ahead of the 17 of Dylan Anderson. But here's the crazy part. The 17 of Dylan Anderson's your pole sitter. What did he have to say about maybe pulling off this series championship?
Dylan Anderson of Anderson Marine, we're coming to the end of the season. This is the last race. You're chasing points, sitting second on the podium. What prep work have you done to get ready for this weekend?
It's been nonstop since the last race. We got caught up in a turn with another boat and ended up slicing the whole deck off the right side to fix a few things that we knew were probably there. And boat was in good shape, but we wanted to do it right and make sure it was good. So when you go out here and get to battling with these guys, you're not going to have any issues. So we've been working our butts off.
What's your game plan and what's your strategy for the weekend?
So it's always go fast, turn left, right? We're going to try and make sure we stay on the podium through the heat races, try and give ourselves a good starting position. If we can beat everybody the first turn, a win would be great, but honestly, if we can just roll a good podium all weekend long, we'll have a good shot at it.
There is such a small margin between you and the points leader of Dustin Terry. Do you think you can catch him?
I know I can catch him. I just need the right opportunities, and I've got everything I need behind me. The guys are getting the boats ready, and that thing's dialed in, ready to go. I just got to do my job and hope my cards play out and keep Dustin in my mirrors.
So, Dylan, how do you think this weekend's going to play out for you?
I think it's going to play out pretty good. I mean, I'm a little superstitious, so I ain't betting on myself at the Calcutta, but we'll see if we can't make some money.
Well, I think you've got a really great crew behind you, and I think that they're going to help you get up on that top podium.
Oh, no doubt. Those guys are top tier.
All right, the 17 of Dylan Anderson, he's top tier because he finds himself on the pole. And let's take a look at our starting lineups here for the main event of the final race of 2024. We're going reverse order. So starting last off the pontoon, he's a rookie here in 2024. It's his first race of the season out of Victoria Island, British Columbia, the number 91 of Peter Wilson.
Right on his outside hip in the number 9, the Fleming Racing brings you Johnny Fleming.
Johnny Fleming had ups and downs. He had a battery explode inside of his boat yesterday. Had to shut it down. Cost him a ton of points. He's starting way back in that 11th position.
Number 12, all the way out of California, Sean Love from Clover Construction. 13 years behind his belt, and he's going to be charging hard to chase after his brother.
Absolutely right in front of him is the number 29, Jared Jensen, the local boy running for Water Valley. Island Lake Marine and Selin Technologies in that Hoffman composite all-green machine. Can he find his way atop the podium?
The 99, Travis Yates of the Outlaw Group, bright green. You're going to be seeing him flying it hard all the way out of Texas.
In 8th position, the number 93 of RJ West after getting disqualified for being underweight in Heat 1. That's the only reason he's not on the top of the start pontoon. He is the man to beat coming in with a world and national championship in the last 3 weeks. Can he win here in Colorado?
Just jumping out of a tri-hole in that number 13 is going to be young Grant Schubert of JH Performance.
Yeah, with 626 points, sitting in 5th. Can he move himself up one spot and have a solid 4th finish in his 2nd full season here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series? Next to him, the real deal, the 52 of Chris Rinker, the Spring, Texas native, came in and sitting in 4th in points. He still sits in 4th, 5 points behind the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He wants to get some hardware back home to Texas. That means he's got to beat the 8 of Mayo by 5 points.
And in the bright red, Snap-on Tools brings you the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Like you just said, 765 points this year.
And the most surprising driver on the weekend's the young driver out of Chilliwack, British Columbia, in that Holland HNR Racing, GLH Construction, and Maskell's Collision Glass, the number 22 of Kyle Maskell, starting 4th.
The other side of the Clover Construction, Spencer Love out of Santa Rosa, California, inside the cockpit of the number 24.
Yeah, that Clover construction machine. He's the last two-stroke on the dock is the final 2 spots. The man sitting atop the points with 828 points through qualifying. The 03 of Dustin Terry. Can he be your series champion at 24? We are about to find out if he can stay in the podium. Even if the 17 of Dylan Anderson wins, he will be your champion. But the man on the pole is looking to take it all away from him. The driver out of Nashville, Tennessee, running for Low Car Performance. And Anderson Marine, your pole sitter here, the number 17 of Dylan Anderson. Ladies and gentlemen, let's crown a champion here in 2024. 1 minute drivers, 1 minute again. That driver on the pole, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Can he fire that rocket ship off the dock and hold the 03 of Dustin Terry at bay? 50 seconds, drivers, 50 seconds. Or will the 03 of Dustin Terry be able to come screaming off the dock and secure that championship here in Colorado? 40 seconds, drivers, 40 seconds. Or will it be the 24 of Spencer Love and the 2-5 having the last laugh here in Colorado? 30 seconds, drivers, 30 seconds. Or could we see the 22 of Kyle Maskell or the 8 of Mayo, the 52 of Rinker find their way on the podium here? Let's crown a champion in Colorado and in 2024. 20 seconds, drivers, you're under starters orders. He drops the flag and they come roaring off the dock. Great jump there by the 24 of Love and the 22 of Maskell. But it's going to be a drag race down to the 4th, down to turn number 3. They're going to go through turns 3 and 4 to cross the start-finish line. That'll start lap 1 of this 18 minutes plus 1 lap main event as they go down the back straightaway. It's the 17 of Anderson with a great jump there. The 03 of Terry in his wash. And then the 22 of Maskell wide to the outside with the 8 of Mayo and the 24 of Love side by side.
Looks like a great run as they come flying across the start-finish line with speeds of over 100 miles per hour. Your leader, Dylan Anderson in 17, Dustin Terry in the 03, and 3 wide going into the turn on the outside, Kyle Maskell. But a great maneuver by the Snap-on Tools of the 08 of Jeremiah Mayo.
What a great run. Now look at the 17 of Dylan Anderson starting to walk away, but he looks in his rearview mirror and he knows if the rear view is all flash lighting and the 03 of Dustin Terry all day, he may be able to win the title here, but he's not going to quite be able to win the championship. But right now, all he can focus is what's in front of him. He's got to make sure that he stays out in front of the 03 of Dustin Terry.
A great run by Dustin Terry. He's about 2 seconds behind, then followed by the Snap-on Tool, Jeremiah Mayo, Spencer Love in the 24, and look at RJ West comes out from nowhere, sneaks on the inside of Chris Rinker, almost barrel rolls it, trying to get around Kyle Maskell.
Oh, and Rinker gets just absolutely hosed down by Maskell. He is really struggling here, porpoising it all over the place. Looks like the setup they picked for the final might have been the wrong one as he goes side by side with the 13 of Grant Schubert as they're continuing to fight for position in the mid-pack.
Great run back here with Chris Rinker being chased down by Grant Schubert. Chris Rinker hacks off Grant Schubert as they make their way through turn number 2. The leader halfway down the back stretch in the Anderson Marine, followed by the 03 Dustin Terry. Snap-on Tools brings you Jeremiah Mayo, Clover Construction the 24, and RJ West of Chuck Skelton Racing 22, all the way out of Vancouver, BC, Kyle Maskell.
Maskell's continue to fight hard, but there we see our leader coming out of turn 4. Now he's down the front straight. We're going to turn around here from these overhead fantastic views brought to you by Live Race Media. There's the Anderson Marine low car performance 17 of Dylan Anderson. Beautiful sweep job through turns 1 and 2 as he's all by himself right now with about a half a lap lead. But Kay, this is going to get a lot more interesting once they start catching up to those back markers. But look at the 93 of RJ West already all over the 24 of Spencer Love. That is going to put, if he can get by him, the 4-stroke first, second, and third, and a clean sweep on the podium, I think, is the rubber stamp that Mercury is looking for to announce to the world that the 4-stroke is here to take over Powerboat Racing.
Exactly. I mean, they are taking over.
Oh, look out. The 93 of RJ West just takes out a buoy. That's going to put him a lap down. He was trying to get by the 24 of Spencer Love. He was trying to fight for the podium, and that is going to end his afternoon in a frustrating way.
It is. Unfortunately, he's going to be bringing home the wrong hardware, which is involving a bright orange buoy. The leader, Dylan Anderson, goes into turn 2, now starting to come up to back traffic with a 7-second lead over Dustin Terry in the 03. Following Dustin Terry in the 08, Jeremiah Mayo, Spencer Love. Not sure if he realizes it, but Kyle Maskell is in 4th and coming in hot as they make their way into turn 2.
Absolutely. He is going to be a hard-charging young driver because he really wants to bring some hardware back to Chilliwack, British Columbia, in our Calcutta that we had Friday night, where people were able to come in from the public and buy the rights to their drivers with some cash prizes on the line here. The 22 of Maskell was a steal of a deal. There's the 93 of RJ West. They're trying to get that buoy off the tip so he can get back out there and keep running. He gets the buoy off. What a great racing team the Chuck Skelton racing team is. They come in deep, and they're all frustrated, but RJ's going to give it a heck and go back out there and see if he can rip and make up some ground. But the 17 of Dylan Anderson is really got a big lead as he's starting to now eye up the 99 of Travis Yates, and that Snap-on Tools JH Performance Chartreuse and Black Composite Craft Formula 1.
Spencer Love still trying to hold off Kyle Maskell in the 22. Chris Raker, he's trying to hold off the 13 of Grant Schubert. I saw a couple laps ago that Jared Jensen had some issues getting through turn number 2. That's going to put him back just a little bit for Grant Schubert, but keep an eye out.
And I missed something here. Unfortunately, we don't have our live scoring embedded in our live stream here right now, but the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo has moved himself. Either he's way up or he's way down, but I see him sitting in 3rd position right now. The young man out of Houston, Texas, running for Snap-on Tools is in 3rd. When did he get by the 24 Spencer Love? I got so excited with what happened with the 93 West, I just forgot to watch their battle.
Spencer Love did that right when RJ West hit that buoy. It looked like Spencer might have pushed him in a little bit, but we're going to watch as our leader in the bright blue tries to maneuver around back traffic through turn number 1. That's going to be Dylan Anderson in the Anderson Marine. Check out Dustin Terry. He's going to come close. Sean Love, he is your back traffic, doesn't give him any room.
As we stay on screen here, the 93 of RJ West back out on the water to go and do it battle with the 99 of Travis Yates. That's 2 composite crafts, both with 4-strokes on them. That's a great shot there. He built both boats. He convinced that guy to get a 4-stroke just like he did. Now, if it weren't for those darn buoys getting in the way, he'd be in a lot better shape here this afternoon, but he's going to go way wide to the outside, stay clear of the 99 of Travis Yates. But right now it is all about Dylan Anderson as the 93 of RJ West keeps moving down the back straightaway. He's a few laps down. Our leader is way out in front. There he is, the 17 of Anderson. He's now down into turn 3, now coming tight off of turn number 4. Looking to eye up the 13 of Grant Schubert to that Captain Mark Seafood as they work their way down the front stretch and cross off another lap in this 18-minute plus 1 lap main event.
This has just been crazy swapping of each one of these positions. But right now the leader, 17, Anderson. 2nd place coming across the start-finish line right now is the all-black 03. 3rd place is Spencer Love in the Clover Construction number 24, followed by the all-white 22, our part of our BC boys coming in 4th.
No, actually, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo is in 3rd, the 24 Love's in 4th, and the 22 of Maskell's shuffled his way back to 5th. So the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo has really done a good jump here. I think you're seeing the top 3 drivers are going to finish on the podium. If we stop right now, are your top 3 drivers in points on the season. So, as much as you love things getting thrown up in the air, it looks like things might finish the way we expected them to, as long as the 03 of Dustin Terry can hang on to the 2nd place. The 17 of Dylan Anderson, he'll get close, and it'll be the narrowest margin of victory. But as long as the 03 of Dustin Terry can keep it upright and on the water,
and stay on the podium, he's got that season championship locked in. But the caveat to that for Anderson is at least he can finish the season on a high note with the 4-stroke if he can pull off this victory here at the Roar of the Rockies.
Well, you and I talked to him earlier in an interview, and he said when they did that restart, he's like, I already had the numbers calculated where I had to stand in position. A lot of these drivers, when they're sitting there on that starting dock, are already figuring out, okay, you I have to be ahead of, you I have to be ahead of to get myself on the podium and to be the high point champion.
Yeah, there he is, the 17 of Anderson. He's just, I guarantee you, crew chief's like, hey, man, just run your race. You're good. You got room. Don't go too tight to the pin. Look at, he's 4 or 5 feet from the buoy. He does not want to have happen to him what happened to RJ West. But the one, honestly, who's pressed me the most today after a marginal day yesterday was that boat that just popped out there, and that's the number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. He is gaining ground on the 03 of Dustin Terry, and that has not been the case this weekend as those 4 strokes with that dynamic EFI optimization of the airflow. But what that means is that PCL Construction Snap-on Tools machine, boy, they nailed the jets and the carburetor setup on that 2.5 absolutely perfect here for the final.
All day Friday, these drivers had open into this water to do their testing to be able to get those jets figured out. And I know that Jeremiah Mayo was out here on the water constantly trying to figure out, okay, what's the perfect setup? They bring it in, change the jets, take it back out. And it looks to be paying off right now, but he still has a little bit to go with about 4 seconds behind Dustin Terry in the 03.
And he's closing because the 99 of Travis Yates isn't giving any ground to his teammate, the 03 of Dustin Terry, because again, at the Outlaw team, they've got punishments within their own team, so he's going to fight hard to keep the 03 of Dustin Terry behind him. The 22 of Kyle Maskell has had a great battle so far with the 24 of Spencer Love. There we see the 52 of Chris Rinker. Been kind of a benign weekend for the 52 of Chris Rinker, but he's doing all of this in his backup boat. He's got 2 new moors on order coming from France this winter.
Well, if you're watching from home, you can't see the view that I can see, but I'm looking out on the course, and I will tell you our lead boat is 3/4 of a lap ahead of second place. That is an incredible margin.
Well, they've really been putting a lot of work. That build was built for the 4-stroke. Well, look out there. We had somebody getting crazy and squirrely down the north end of the course. Looks like that might have been the 29 of Jared Jensen and the 13 in that Captain Marks machine of Grant Schubert. Getting a little squirrely out there, but it's all Dylan Anderson right now as he's down the back straightaway looking to get by the number 12 of Sean Love. And there's the second place boat, the 03 of Dustin Terry, and that Flash lighting machine. Can he be your series champion? He finally gets by his teammate, the 99 of Travis Yates. But he knows, just hang here. I guarantee you his radio man's telling him, hey, man, you're in second. He can't beat you. You're in second. He can't beat you, right? This is all about not winning the battle, but winning the war. He's okay if he doesn't win the battle, but he really needs to win the war. This will really solidify all the choices that the 03 of Dustin Terry has made throughout the last few seasons. Everybody laughed at him when he chose to move to the 4-stroke. They're like, why would you as a fast driver want to relegate yourself to 9th, 10th, and 11th position? He did all of that for moments like this right now.
Exactly, and Dustin Terry is running a great run, and it looked like Jeremiah Mayo had some issues getting around Travis Yates in the 99. Now there's about a 9-second lead between our second and our third, but now that he's gotten around Travis Yates in the 99, starting to close that gap up quickly. Our first place boat is the all blue 17, halfway down the backstretch. Second place just now coming across
and you can see there's the 22 of Kyle Maskell. He's your 5th place boat. That's how dialed in the 17 of Dylan Anderson is. Now, you can imagine he probably wish he would have gotten to this dialed-in status earlier in the year, because otherwise, if he would have run like this in Alton or in Shreveport, I don't think that we would have had the 03 of Dustin Terry talking about being the points leader, because this is one of the most dominating performances I have ever seen by the 17 of Dylan Anderson.
And he's one of the most calm drivers I've talked to on an interview.
He's as cool as the other side of the pillow.
Yeah, he's just like, you win some, you lose some. I'm always going for that checkered flag. He goes, but I'm mostly out there to have fun. I'm having fun with my family. He got his racing career started in 2019 when he went out in the barn and he said, hey, Dad, let's dust off this Formula One. I want to go take it for a spin. Since then, he has had a couple different boats. He keeps adding to the collection, and he keeps changing the motors around. And that's just showing what second and third generation drivers have in their blood.
Absolutely, and there's a guy that I know he said he wanted to kill the 4-stroke, but after this weekend, he might be buying a 4-stroke of his own on the back of those brand new Moore hulls. Just not the weekend, not a bad weekend by any stretch of the imagination. We go overhead on that Rinker's Boat World McLean Trailers machine, the 52 of Chris, the real deal Rinker. But I think the altitude right? They've never had anything to compare the 2.5 against at altitude until now, and I think they're very much realizing that these 4-stroke motors, boy, man, they're the real deal. And look at how the different conditions, right, the environmental conditions, this motor can handle without skipping a beat.
Well, and it's not like they can go testing. It's not like they can take let's go take a 15-hour drive for the weekend so we can go testing in Colorado and check it out and see if we can get the jets figured out. So a lot of these drivers basically came into this weekend with these 2.5s blind, saying, okay, now we have to sit there and figure out the altitude. The weather conditions has changed from yesterday to this afternoon. There's another key factor that they're dealing with right now.
Absolutely, and the optimization of these boats, as you can see, the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo climbing up on the 93 of RJ West, or maybe that's the 93 of RJ West getting by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, but unfortunately he's a couple laps down after picking up that buoy. But boy, the 03 of Dustin Terry, he's continuing to push hard, but you can notice he's in control. The 17 and the 03, while they're fighting hard, you can tell they did what they needed to early, and now they're just maintaining that gap. They don't want to do anything risky that's going to put things in jeopardy, as we are inside of 5 minutes plus 1 lap remaining in this 18-minute plus 1 lap final. Okay?
I'm pretty sure Dylan has it in his mind, or his radio personnel. And Jared Jensen, I'm sorry, I had to go off a little bit. Jared Jensen, once again, you can see it on the screen. What's left of the rollers gets real loose. He has been fighting turn 2 ever since the first lap. So we're going to have to keep an eye on Jared Jensen.
Yeah, coming out of turn number 4 there, he got real squirrely. We're under 4 minutes plus 1 lap. 93 RJ West goes real close by the start-finish line. And there's the 03 of Dustin Terry. He's on the opposite side of the course. On the other side of the course, directly across, is our leader with that full lap lead now. He's got over that's a half a lap lead over the 03 of Dustin Terry. I mean, we knew he was scary fast yesterday. Late in qualifying, he kind of showed his cards or showed his hand, but maybe that's just because he was like, listen, I can tell them I have 4 of a kind, and it doesn't matter because they're not going to be able to stop me, and he's proven that right now.
Exactly, and we got some great video footage. Make sure that you log on to the YouTube on the F1 Powerboat Championship to be able to watch these drone views, and you can see how much air is being packed under these boats as they fly out of each turn.
Absolutely is. We're going to stay here with our leader, the 17 of Dylan Anderson. Low Carb Performance, a big sponsor coming on board here in 2024. He's also got a new battery provider. He didn't fill me in a whole lot on that, but clearly the combination of some of the performance products, moving to the 4-stroke, and just, I think, he was due, right? He was due.
Yeah. I
mean, you remember a few years ago, Lake of the Ozarks, he's leading Terry Rinkers, climbing on him, barrel rolls. Leads out, couple of back-to-backs now. He's going to be, I think, your 3-time runner-up. Nobody's ever done that before, so he's doing first, just maybe not his first, like getting a series championship, but that's okay, right? A great building block to finish the season on if he can wrap it up here. But the 03 of Dustin Terry is going to be going back to Houma, Louisiana, if he can keep this thing upright here for these final couple of minutes, and he is going to be one excitable boy.
But look at the gap change now. Jeremiah Mayo has come up hot.
He is all over it.
Now they're going to have to deal going through turn 1 and 2 with Sean Love. Sean's not going to go out very wide. And now it looks like Jeremiah Mayo's just going to jump on the back transom of Dustin Terry. We are going to have one fight to the finish.
Absolutely. It's going to be a nail-biter between the 03 of Dustin Terry and his teammate, the 8 Snap-on Tools PCL Construction of Jeremiah Mayo. There's the 03 of Terry having a new battle with the back marker. That's the 12 of Sean Love in the Clover Construction Machine. He goes out of turn number 4. Now look right on his hip. There's the 8 of Mayo. He slides off his outside hip, trying to find that clean water, but he's going to have to sandwich himself between the 12 and the 3. Now he's on the inside, but there's the Oh, my Lord. That's the 17 of Dylan Anderson, almost about to lap the second-place boat. This is not something I think he's ever done before in his career. Boy, I think Rick Hoffman's going to show everybody, if you build the boat to fit the 4-stroke, it's absolutely the best way to do it, because everybody else has been converting a 2-stroke boat that was built to handle the 2.5 carb, and they're morphing it to fit the 4-stroke. That was the first really purpose-built 4-stroke from Hoffman Composites, and man, is that thing a rocket ship.
And he's flying down that backstretch. He's eyeballing Jeremiah Mayo and the number 8 Snap-on Tool. It's our 3rd-place boat. And, some of these drivers are sitting there saying, yeah, I had a great run. I know Dylan Anderson wants to come in and say, I won and I lapped the whole field doing it.
Well, I don't know if that's going to happen, because he's still got a couple of drivers yet to lap in the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo, who's in 3rd, and the 03 of Dustin Terry. And he's got just a couple of laps remaining. But we're going to stay with the 03 of Dustin Terry, and that battle continues with him and the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. Will the 8 of Mayo have enough time to move up one spot on the podium and knock off his teammate? Here comes the 03 of Dustin Terry. He's in second position. Then it's the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. And now you're going to see the white flag goes out. Go fast. Turn left. Just 4 more times in this most dominating performance of 2024. Can he hang on for just a couple more turns? He makes his way out of the south end of the course. Now heading back north. 105, 110, 115 miles an hour here on the shores of Pelican Lakes. Within the Water Valley communities. Beautiful Windsor, Colorado for the final round of 2024. Nice, way off the pin there. Just chilling in cruise control as he walks it out of turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the most dominant performances you will ever see in tunnel boat racing. Taking the Roar of the Rockies 2024 in Formula One out of Nashville, Tennessee, number 17, Dylan Anderson. And we got the battle continuing for the final spots on the podium. There's the 03 of Dustin Terry now making his way out of turn number 3. As he's coming off turn number 3, he's still got a rear view mirror filled with his teammate in number 8 of Jeremiah Mayo.
It's a great run by Dustin Terry. He knows he has to charge hard all the way down because there is now a rooster tail difference, but he takes the second spot on the podium. Third place will go to the 08 Snap-on Tools, Jeremiah
And did you see him as he came out across the start-finish line? Who do you see pumping fists in second place? The guy that just won the series championship. Well, hopefully we can get a chance to chat with the 17 of Dylan Anderson and the 03 of Dustin Terry. But what a fantastic run it was for our 17 of Dylan Anderson. Look at the 03 of Dustin Terry. He's so excited down there. He's so excited. Second place in Colorado, first place on the season, and hopefully this is one of many. Kay, I'll let you get down there and chat with him. And as we make it over way to our ladies and gentlemen, let me hear you one more time. Put your hands together. He's doing the donut, the obligatory donut after the win. Ladies and gentlemen, Anderson Marine Low Carb Performance Products and your 2024 Roar of the Rockies Formula One champion, number 17, Mr. Dylan Anderson. Well, hopefully we're going to have a chance to chat with both drivers. What a fantastic run it was by both of them. I have a feeling if you ask the 17 of Dylan Anderson, he probably, oh, there we go. He's getting doused down by the 8 of Jeremiah Mayo. I don't think he expected to dominate this field like he did today, because understand that there are drivers here that could win a Formula One tunnel boat race anywhere in the world, anywhere, against anyone. And this guy almost lapped all of them. What an impressive performance by the 17 of Dylan Anderson, coming oh so close. Ended up 12 points away from a series championship in his third runner-up finish in the series here in 2024. But man, it's got to feel good to end the season on a high note. He did it in absolutely mind-blowing fashion by putting an absolute whooping on the field. But the 03 of Dustin Terry knew, hey, I don't got to be the hero. I don't got to be the guy that's going to try to, make us, do something stupid trying to catch the 17 of Dylan Anderson. As long as I stay a couple of positions away from the 17, he doesn't have enough points to get me, and that's exactly the mindset he used coming in. And that's something that 3-4 years ago, that wouldn't have happened. 3-4 years ago, if you put the same scenario, the 03 of Dustin Terry, he's probably ended up on his head or barrel rolling. He's probably going to make a mistake. But he recognized, right, I don't have to win the battle and the war. If I have to sacrifice the battle to win the war, I will do that time and time again. He's been on the podium all season long. That doesn't mean he's won every race, but he's been on the podium all season long. And that is what it takes to be a true champion. The consistency necessary to be a champion is so important, and it's never more evident than here in the 03 of Dustin Terry. All right, looks like we're hopefully getting our camera down there. We got some logistical issues, meaning our camera guys have to travel a very long way from the start pontoon down there at the far end of the race course. And
the judges stand here at the start-finish line in the middle of the course. So hopefully Kay can get down there and have some opportunity to chat with both the 03 of Dustin Terry and the 17 of Dylan Anderson as we wrap up and conclude racing here for 2024. Fans, don't go anywhere. We're going to have our award ceremony here momentarily after these interviews right in front of the VIP area, so hang out. You can see these guys giving some fantastic trophies. We had a Calcutta here this year, so for next year, Friday night, find out where the Calcutta is. It was at the Grain House this year, part of that fantastic new golf course from Water Valley. 8,600 yards, longest golf course in America, and in a very unique clubhouse. You don't expect implement equipment and golf to go hand in hand, but apparently on the Northern Front Range they do. And they had a fantastic Calcutta. I think the driver that picked the 17 of Dylan Anderson, I think that person's going to win a little over $6,000 in our Calcutta. And I think Dylan Anderson cost him $1,500, $2,000, well, $2,500. So the man who won was the most expensive driver, but they're still going to get a 3X return. But let's chat with that man who made a few people a little extra money and found himself on the top of the heap here at Roar of the Rockies. Take it away, Kay.
Oh, that's cool.
Well, you're hearing his reaction when you said that, Thomas. He was like, oh, that's cool. I mean, you know, you have taken this place by storm. You have worked so hard all weekend to get on that top hole. You jumped off of this dock, and you never looked back, including pretty much lapping the whole field.
Yeah, but first, kind of setting up the 4-stroke, figuring it out, and we ran the 2-stroke too, and with the altitude, the 4-stroke compensating for just made it a lot easier. Not only on the crew for working their absolute butts off to try and tune a carburetor motor. Hats off to everybody who ran one up here this weekend, because that's a lot of work. All we did was get in, turn the start button on, and drive as hard as we could once we kind of learned how to drive it.
Well, and that took a lot of skills behind the back of all of your crew over there. It's a sea of blue over there of the Anderson Marine, and I think there's a young man that's probably sitting over there getting excited to start racing here in about another 9 years.
Yeah, I'm going to have to be pretty careful on that one, but I don't know. If he wants to do it, I'll support him full way.
I'm sure Grandpa Ray's already starting to work on that J-Stock Hydro, because you have taken in the same footsteps as your dad in racing with champion after championship. What makes this one so much special?
Oh, we've just been working pretty hard all year. We broke some stuff. We rigged a new boat at the beginning of the year. Then we broke some stuff again, and we've just been working our butts off and happy to at least bring home one win for the year and make a good shot at the championship again.
All right, race fans, once again, congratulations. Rockies here, number 17, Dylan Anderson.
Thank you very much. Thank you all for having us. We appreciate everybody here.
All right, we're going to move on over here, and you're going to bring me your lucky charm?
Oh, yeah. Hey, while we're doing that, Kay, give me 1 second here. Don't forget, folks, we've got our awards presentation right behind the start pontoon there, coming momentarily once we wrap up this interview with the 03 of Dustin Terry. Let me be the first one to say congrats, sir.
Well, you got it from him. You've got it from the race fans. You've got it from your young daughter here. Congratulations. You have worked so hard. I finally get the interview after the race. At Alton, he was so excited about his checkered flag, grabbed the checkered flag and took off, and he calls me later and he goes, so sorry, I just wanted that checkered flag. Well, that checkered flag plus many others has brought you to be the championship, the High Point Championship.
Man, it's something you dream about, you know, and there's a picture on my grandma's fridge of me washing a boat whenever I was 3 years old with Mike Hood on it and all that, and it just, you don't think you're even capable of becoming somebody who can drive one of these boats. And I've just been lucky enough to have a lot of people that support me and who believe in me, and I've just slowly worked my way up, and I can't believe it actually came true. I'm so excited. It took every lap of every race of every heat all season long. Dylan, Jeremiah, Chris, Grant, Spencer, the whole crew, everybody so competitive. And I had a perfect season. I had no problems. My Hoffman boat was fantastic. My Mercury motor was fantastic. I've had a different crew guy at every race to help me, and they're all here this weekend. I'm so thankful for everybody. I don't want to start naming names because I'm going to leave somebody out. I love everybody who's here, everybody who's home, everybody who is just a part of all this. I'm so thankful.
Well, we didn't know if you were going to make it here because you have so much issues at home with a hurricane. You've got a great group at home, protecting your house, and I'm sure they're sitting there watching on the live stream.
Well, I know they're watching because as of about 5 minutes ago, the power just got turned back on in my house. So it's a great day for everybody. It's a great day for my dogs that are sitting.
All right, well, apologize there. We missed the end of the interview there. The 03 of Dustin Terry's got to be absolutely happy as he's got the kiddos in hand. The wife's here. He survived the hurricane back home, and he survived the hurricane on the water here in Colorado and ran it all the way to a series championship here on the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series. I'm going to make my way down, and momentarily we're going to be giving away some hardware and some cash from our Calcutta as we give away our awards presentation here at Roar of the Rockies. So on behalf of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, on behalf of Water Valley, Island Lake Marine, and all the rest of the fantastic sponsors here in Colorado, our series sponsors, JH Performance Boats, VP Racing, VP Fuels, the official fuel sponsor of the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, Mercury Racing. Boy, are they gotten back on the top of the heap here in racing with that four-stroke. Wow. Moto Marketing Group, Seabolt Sports, our Racing Communications, our official audio partner, Kicker Marine Audio. You guys have been fantastic in 2024. We look to run it back. Don't forget the Formula Lights main sponsor, Seaway Marine. You guys have all been awesome. It's been a fantastic 2024, and we look forward to seeing you again in 25. On behalf of everybody in the Formula One Powerboat Championship Series, good night. God bless from Colorado. We're going to have a great awards banquet tonight, and we'll see you in early 2025.